And then this morning, when I did get you on the line, you said, I'm trying to get the kids out. And I said, call back. But that real commitment to family, you've had a good balance on that since you've been here. And so has your predecessor. So I'll keep that up. But look, I'm just delighted that you were willing to step in and you've helped maintain things to this point. And it's a great appointment. I appreciate you and I appreciate all my colleagues. And I'm glad that it's something that we could do unanimously. So congratulations to you.
Thank you, Commissioner.
Commissioner Briones and then Garcia.
So congratulations, County Attorney Von Bon, and I look forward to celebrating our County Attorney Menifee in just a moment when we get to that item, so I'll save those comments. But congratulations, John. You are a lawyer's lawyer. You're one of the most brilliant lawyers I have ever worked with. And I love how solutions-oriented you are and just how straight up and strategic, and you just are always advancing the ball and advocating for justice. And just the amount of the most significant work that we have done together in the last 3 years that we've worked together, and you work tirelessly. And I know we talk all days of the week at all times, and you're just always available and always willing to fight for the people of Harris County. So I look forward to continuing to work with you, and to your family, I say thank you, because I know they've already sacrificed a lot, and I know they will continue to do so. So I look forward to it. Congratulations, and thank you for your service.
Thank you so much, Commissioner.
Commissioner Garcia and then Commissioner Ramsey.
Thank you. John, likewise, congratulations. And I will tell you that, as Commissioner Ellis said, you've kept a good balance with your family. I got your Christmas picture on my table in my office. And in fact, yesterday, staff, when we were doing briefing, said, John's got a beautiful family. Like that was supposed to be a surprise or something.
no,
I'm not sure.
It's not for me.
But I will tell you that is impressive because I know how hard you work. Sometimes when we've had visits, you have been running pretty ragged, I can tell. But to know that your family is a priority to you is very comforting. Wish you all the best. Here to support, here to help you and help us move the county forward.
Thank you, Commissioner.
Congratulations.
It means a lot.
Commissioner Ramsey.
You know, Jonathan, probably the highest honor I can give you is you're probably one attorney I talk to that acts like an engineer.
You can thank her.
And pretty must be your wife's great influence, but you're pragmatic, you're practical. You, as Commissioner Briones said, solutions oriented. I don't think most people realize how much the county attorney's involved in everything we do, whether it's building a new road, whether it's opening a new community center, whether it's responding to issues within the precincts in terms of concerns. But having someone that actually answers the phone is I think, a very great credit to you. Looking forward to working with you this year.
Thank you, Commissioner.
Well, everybody's happy about this. So let's call up the speakers, Tiffany.
For item 340, we just have one, Greta Vanderbilt Stallworth. You have 1 minute.
I think she's
I think
for
we're 383.
383, okay.
Yes, thank you.
Everyone's here for Christian.
Yeah.
Okay, first is Councilwoman Tiffany Thomas, Representative Lauren Ashley Simmons. You each have 1 minute.
1 minute, okay. Good morning, Judge and Commissioners Court. I'm happy to be here. Many of us are clearly here for Christian, our county attorney, and many in this room came to know him as county attorney, but I know him as friend. Christian stood with me when I chose to do something higher in public service for the people on the west side. And every time I chose to stand with him when he chose to do something more for Harris County residents, he has transformed the Harris County Attorney Office. And we are forever grateful for that. And we know that you'll continue to transform communities in our city. It is grateful to stand with you, to know you, to witness your life, and to witness all of the work that his leadership has demonstrated in all of your precincts. And so I'm happy to be here this morning and to be welcomed by the judge and the Commissioners Court. Congratulations. Thank you so much. And thank you, John. And congratulations. Looking forward to continuing working with you as well. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Thomas.
Representative, it's great to have you, and thank you for your words. Go ahead, yes. Just state your name for the record, if that's okay. Yeah. Go ahead.
Good morning, State Representative Lauren Ashley Simmons. Good morning, Judge Hidalgo, esteemed commissioners. I'll be very brief, but I did want to just, share an aspect of the work that Christian has done. He has always been a champion of working people. As an organizer, and I talk about it all the time, I'm extremely critical of elected officials. And, I can see how we can be a little bit of a pain now that I'm on the other side. But the work that he has done with the Essential Workers Board and really just centering the needs of workers, but also my time as an organizing director with NDWA, and many of y'all helped us with that work. He ensured that our people felt heard and that there was a pathway to justice for workers. A lot of time our people are overlooked and they come into these buildings, and these are people that they have voted for and supported, but they don't get a lot of face time with them. And we had an opportunity to sit down with his office, and I remember one of my workers saying, wow, like this is somebody's name that I've seen on the ballot, and he's sitting here listening to me talking about me losing money
your
for
time
work.
is
So
up. You can
thank
continue.
you so much. Oh no, I'm done, but I really just wanted to let people know outside of the actual county attorney work that his work is very meaningful for people. So thank you so much. Congratulations, and congratulations, John.
Thank you, Representative Simmons.
Thank
Next
you,
is
and thank you for the work you do, and council member as well. Thank you. All right.
I'll let the record
Next-
reflect to Councilmember Thomas. If you need another minute, I was going to give it to you in case I have anything on your agenda over there.
In my pocket, I'm good.
Thank you.
next is Bishop James Dixon, Preta Vanderbilt Stallworth, Dexter McCoy. You each have 1 minute.
Welcome, Bishop. Go ahead.
Good morning to the judge and commissioners, and I did not bring a sermon. I am honored to be here today with all of you as always, and started for such a positive occasion to celebrate the passing of the baton from Christian Menifee to Jonathan Fonbonne. I know both of these gentlemen and have worked with over the years. It's an inspired privilege for me to say congratulations to both of them at the same time. Maya Angelou said that a sign of a great leader is a great leader makes leaders and elevates new leaders. And Christian, you've done that. In this moment, we want to commend you for that. Small leaders keep small people around them to make them feel big. The fact that you brought someone as brilliant as Jonathan to work with you says that you have confidence in yourself. Thank you for demonstrating that. My next sermon. Christian, I want to say to you, congratulations. We've known you to be a man of faith, a man of fortitude, a man of focus, a man of the future, and a man who fights, and a man of family. We want to commend you because all of those characteristics you have represented and lived out in such a way that you've inspired other people to do the same. Great leaders don't take walks by themselves. They inspire others to take meaningful journeys along the way. And you've done that as our county attorney, the first African-American. So I'm speaking as NAACP president, as a pastor, as a friend, as the board chair at Harris County Sports and Convention Corporation, and whatever else I am. But to say to you, thank you, we appreciate the fact that you have demonstrated your faith. You've worn that without being ashamed of it. You've demonstrated the fact that you're a man of focus. You've stayed the course, focused on things that matter. A man who understands the future, looking towards creating a future that looks better than the one we have right now. A man who fights. Because those things that oppose is the best for all of us. You have fought those things with vigor, vim, vitality, and with vision. For those reasons, we say from the NAACP, congratulations on your ascension, your future life, where God has taken you, and the best is still yet to come. God bless you and your family, and thank you again for giving us a Jonathan Fonbonne to step in his shoes to carry that baton. God bless. Peace to all of you.
I'm Brietta Vanderbilt Starworth, District 9 trustee for Houston Community College and the chair-elect of the National Association of Community College Trustees. As we reflect on the importance of the Harris County Chief Civil Attorney role, representing the largest county in this great state of Texas in all civil and lawsuit matters, this role presents a truly daunting task. Christian Menefee has represented Harris County extraordinarily well and has served with the highest standard of integrity. In this profession, Attorney Menefee recognizes the immense value that the office brings to the county, providing sound legal advice and exceptional litigation in lawful matters. Communities, organizations, and citizens in under-resourced regions have benefited greatly from his leadership. As citizens, we are the beneficiaries of Christian's disciplined approach to protecting the county. As a family man and community leader, Christian has shown values of love, protection, and stability. He certainly lives up to the standard instilled in him by his parents. So we would say, from District 9 in Houston Community College, well done, young sir. Well done.
Trustee, it's nice to have you. Thank you so much.
Well, good morning. It's interesting to be on this side of things. Judge, members of court, it's great to be here with you. I just have to come and speak as, I'm County Commissioner Dexter McCoy from Fort Bend County, and I have to just come and speak as a friend, a colleague, and someone from the fan club of Christian Menefee. But I have to say this, Christian, because you have served and because of the way you have served, there are little black boys and black girls who today know that their highest aspirations are possible because you showed them, because of the way that you have fought for everyone, not just in this county, but in this region, in this state. There are kids today who will know that they can fight too, that they don't have to accept where they are today, that they can fight for where they want to go tomorrow. And that's because of your fight. So on behalf of my children, on behalf of yours and all of the children of this region and in this state, I want to say thank you for the way you serve. Thank you for being the person that I could call when we're in a bind, and the person who, when I'm trying to check the opinions I'm getting on my side of the world, affirming that we have a right read on the law and on justice. And I'm excited for where you're going. And John, thanks for taking my call yesterday. And I'm really excited for all that you're going to do in continuing this great leadership. So on behalf of all of us, thank you.
Otis Evagaro, Brianna Thomas, Maxine Lane Sills. You each have 1 minute.
Commissioner McCoy, welcome. It's nice to have you, my friend. Hello.
Well, good morning, Commissioners Court, County Judge, Commissioners. Otis Evagaro, just a citizen for today. Normally I would prepare something, but it's hard to talk about someone that means a lot to you. You're going to hear a lot about Christian's accomplishments. I'm not going to talk about that. I'm going to talk about the man that is Christian Menefee. A man of faith, a man of character, a man who's always going to be there for you. And I think you all have seen that, him being in his role. And there's been some tough times that we've had, and I've been able to call Christian no matter the time, the day, the hour. He's always been there. And so for that, I say thank you, brother. Thank you for doing a fantastic job in an office that no one knew about. And now everybody knows about the office. So great job, Christian. And to close, congratulations, John. You've become a fantastic advisor and friend yourself. As Dexter just said, we get to call you too. So thank you, Christian, for that, for keep giving us gifts. And again, thank you for your service, and congratulations, John, and good luck.
Thank you, Otis.
Good morning. Ever since middle school, I knew I wanted to be a lawyer. I tried to write like one, read like one, shoot, even argue like one. However, as my senior year of high school was coming to an end, so was my passion. I no longer saw a clear path in front of me. I didn't know where to go, who to talk to, or even have the funds to support my passion. Slowly, my heart broke because of it. Then on a random day in March, my mother sent me an application link to something called SLA and told me to apply. I did. It was a 2-week program filled with lessons on applying to law school, what to expect as a law student, the various fields of law, and opportunities to speak with law students, lawyers, and judges who looked like me. And you, Christian D. Menifee, the first and youngest African American man to serve as Harris County Attorney, and your amazing staff had no idea that SLA would change my life. Not only did I learn from incredibly
You can
inspiring...
close out, and don't forget to mention your name as well.
Oh, yes, of course. Not only did I learn from incredibly inspiring people, but I also formed meaningful connections and memories from fellow alumni that I am truly grateful for. These were students with so much passion, drive, and courage that blew my mind more than practicing LSAT questions for the first time. From learning books, or for sharing books, stories, notes, and food, to meeting at a coffee shop before walking in at 9 a.m., and even coordinating which color polo we would wear the next day. These 2 weeks were memorable, not only for the learning experience, but for the amazing individuals learning alongside me. Mr. Menifee, you may not have realized it at the time, but you impacted every single student in every single cohort, especially me. And by the end of the program, I could finally see a path, my path. Today, I'm a junior at Texas State University, pursuing my bachelor's degree in criminal justice after earning my associate's degree from Blaine College, and now interning at the very office that gave me back my dream. So thank you, Mr. Menifee, for not giving up on your passion and for creating opportunities for students like me so that we can achieve ours too. Thank you. My name is Brianna Thomas. Thank you.
Did you remember to state your name for the record?
I did it when everybody saw me.
Go ahead.
Brianna Thomas.
Thank you.
Good morning. I'm Maxine Lang Seals. Judge, commissioners, let me first just thank you. Thank you for your service. We certainly appreciate you. It gives me an honor and a privilege to come here today. I'm a former trustee, a lifelong trustee, serving over 20 plus years at the North Forest Independent School District and also as a trustee at the HCC Board of Trustees. And it's a privilege to come here today to talk about a great person who has served us, a great servant to the community. I wrote a few notes about Christian. And Christian, I'm a bit old and old-fashioned, but stand up while I talk. I want them to see you and see what I'm talking about and what's happening. Sitting there was just not enough for me.
Keep them grounded. Keep them grounded.
That's Maxine for you. Oh, by the way, I did have the title of Little Sheila Jackson Lee, so please help me with the minute.
All right.
Christian has achieved significant litigation wins for our county. He's negotiated settlement with TxDOT over HIP, incorporating drainage projects, expanded public engagement, and providing funding for pedestrians and our bike trails. He brought in millions of dollars through settlements with corporate bad actors, protected funding for numerous county programs in the courts, including the county's refugee screening program. If that wasn't enough, he raised the standard for legal operations at the county, took delinquent property tax operations in-house, decreased turnaround time on contracts, and recruited talented lawyers to the county attorney's office. Attorney Menifee protected our communities from harmful pollution. He stopped the expansion of a landfill in the Carverdale neighborhood. He sued to force the TCEQ to strengthen regulations of concrete batch plants, negotiated to reduce the toxic emissions in the Manchester neighborhood, and joined with the city to ring the alarm on the cancer cluster in the Fifth Ward community. In addition to that, he established new consumer protection standards. He created a hotline and website for Harris County residents to report consumer fraud and established consumer protection groups to respond to these reports. He sued fraudulent title companies and individuals for stealing people's homes and scamming residents. And he cracked down on price gouging during storms like our Hurricane Beryl. The one that impressed me most is the champion workers' rights. He helped create the county's policy to ban the box and remove barriers for people trying to get back on their feet after being involved with the justice system. Collaborated with Commissioners Court and local unions on establishing new safety policies. Thank you, County Commissioner, for the work that you have done. And we, the people of the community, thank you for your service. And congratulations to you, the interim county attorney. Thank you and best wishes.
Trustee, I wanted to mention the ban the box. Actually, Christian, I think the trustee and some other folks have mentioned how you prioritize the community, and that's not a political winner, but it's an important move. And I remember when we had that press conference, so you've done a lot of great things, but that one really stands out to me because it's not politically convenient, and that's rare. All right, who's next?
Daniela Landers, Thomas Lopez, Cesar Espinoza, Linda Morales. You each have 1 minute.
Good morning, Commissioners and Judge. My name is Daniela Landers, and I'm President of the Houston Bar Association. It is my pleasure to thank Christian Menefee for all of his great work with the bar and the community at large. I had the pleasure of knowing Christian and his beautiful wife, Caitlin, before he was county attorney. And what I admire about him, and both of them actually, is their authenticity and their passion and their continued community service. So I want to thank you for all that you've done. Particularly want to point out a couple of things that he's done in the community that a lot of folks may not know. We appreciate the partnership that you had with the Houston Bar Association and this court for the law pods, which increased access to justice for many, many people. We appreciate also your continued involvement with the Houston Bar Association. Oftentimes, our life gets so busy that we're not able to continue that service, so we appreciate your leadership and involvement with a number of the committees, as well as an important one, and that's making your office a member of the HBA 100 Club, which make sure that all the attorneys in his office were members. So we greatly appreciate your dedication and your service, and definitely look forward to working with you, Mr. Fombon, as we continue serving our community and the legal community. Thank you.
Good morning. Good morning, County Judge. Good morning, Commissioners. My name is Thomas Lopez, and I'm representing the Harris County LGBTQIA Plus Commission. And we're here to express our support for today's resolution and our gratitude to Christian Menefee. He is a trailblazer in his fight for justice for Harris County residents, and the QIA Plus Commission, our community has been a great benefactor of his tireless work. We've seen him at Pride Parade, like we've seen many of you, and you know how hot it is, and he sweated it out with us. But long after the glitter and the floats have subsided, he's been there for our community. He's shown up for our community in many ways, including advocating for LGBTQ plus owned businesses through his support of the Greater Houston LGBTQ plus Chamber of Commerce, and he's stood up for the rights of transgender youth and their families by filing a brief in PFLAG versus Greg Abbott. We are thankful for Christian Menefee's service as the Harris County Attorney and appreciate his fight for justice, equality, particularly in support of the LGBTQIA plus community. And we look forward to seeing him continue to blaze trails and make a difference. And congratulations to you.
Thank you so much.
Good morning, everybody. My name is Cesar Espinosa, and I'm Executive Director of FIEL. Happy New Year to everyone. I'm glad to be standing here today as a celebratory day to commend and honor Attorney Menefee. Oftentimes, we in the immigrant community have felt alone, but we are happy and proud to have had such a great advocate by our side, not when it was popular, but when it was right. And oftentimes in leadership, we have to be called upon to do things. And I can say that Attorney Menifee, Christian Menifee, has been there without being called. And when we were, there may be a lawsuit out there, which we won't talk about too much today, but when we felt alone, and I remember sitting there, and then my office staff comes in and they're elated because Attorney Menifee had filed a brief on our behalf. And when we felt that support, I took in a deep sigh of relief and said,
Go ahead and finish.
maybe everything's going to work out. And so far it has. And I thank every single one of you for your support. And to Christian, thank you so much for being there when we needed you the most.
Thank you, Cesar.
Judge, commissioners, members of the public, Linda Morales, representing the Gulf Coast Area Labor Federation of the AFL-CIO and our 75 affiliated unions. I rise today to express deep gratitude to County Attorney Christian Menifee as he prepares to leave the office. Throughout the tenure, Christian stood shoulder to shoulder with working people and labor unions across the Gulf Coast, delivering real results for working people. He walked the picket lines, ensured labor had a seat at the table, and worked tirelessly to remove legal barriers so that this court could advance worker safety, expand apprenticeship opportunities, and strengthen worker voice. When working people were under attack, Christian acted with courage and conviction to block harmful actions. That leadership mattered. We thank you, Christian, and we wish you continued success. And to Jonathan, we stand ready to keep fighting for working people, inspired by the example that Christian has set. God bless you all. Thank you. Good seeing you all.
Thank you. Thank you so much.
Chris Hollins, Natalie DeLuca, Mimi Hahn, Tiffany Reedy, Sarah Utley. You each have 1 minute.
Good morning, esteemed members of Commissioners Court. I am City Controller Chris Hollins. And a minute is not nearly enough to expound on the work and the virtues of the greatest county attorney in the history of Harris County. But I want to summarize it by saying thank you. Christian, I'm old school, so you're going to have to stand up when I talk. Christian, as a resident of Harris County, I want to thank you for your courage, for your spirit, for your willingness to take on the fights that are worth fighting, even if those are uphill battles. But I also want to thank you for the skill and the strategy and the smarts, along with your incredible team, that have allowed you to win those fights on behalf of 5 million residents of this county. And so, thank you. As a fellow public servant, I want to thank you for raising the standards of work ethic, of integrity, of vision, of excellence in these offices. Because when we're put in these positions of public trust, that is what our residents deserve. And you have set that standard, and you have gone well beyond that standard. To Caitlin and to your entire family, I want to thank you for the sacrifices that come along with public service. And we're very, very grateful to you for that. County Attorney Fonbon, I'm going to state the obvious in my congratulations, and that's that you have some incredibly large shoes to fill. I'll also say, though, that here in Harris County, we've set the precedent of appointed officials raising the standard even further when they've been put in these incredibly important positions. It speaks volumes that you were appointed unanimously in a bipartisan fashion, and we know that you're going to serve all of Harris County with the time that you have in this office. So thank you. Obviously, I'm not going to read these, commissioners and judge, but I have a resolution from the City Controller's office, as well as a resolution from the office of City Council Member Abby Kamen. She wished she could be here today, but she was unable to be here. But know, Christian, that we're so grateful for you that your community has your back, that we're looking forward to the next steps in your journey. And I don't know where you will be, but I've already booked my flight to DC for the first week of February. And so again, thank you so, so much.
Judge Hidalgo and Tiffany, may I please respectfully request that DA Sean Tier be called up? I know he has to leave.
Oh, thank you.
Thank you.
Welcome, DA Tier. I didn't see you, I'm sorry, but please go ahead. Yeah.
Thank you. Thank you, Judge, Commissioners. I will try to be as brief as my councilwoman, Tiffany Thomas, was. I'm DA Sean Tier, and Christian, selfishly, as someone who has had you as my lawyer for the first year of being a public servant, it has been a joy to work with you. But more importantly, you have been such a fighter for all of us, not just in Harris County, but this state and this country. You're fearless, and I know you're going to carry that into whatever you're going to do next. I could not be a bigger supporter and fan of you from the very first minute I met you to now. So thank you for everything you've done. Thank you for what you are doing and what you're going to continue to do. You're amazing. And John, we've still got a lot of work to do. So thank you. And I'm excited for your new role as well. Thank you all.
Thank you, DA. And thank you to Comptroller Hollins as well. Yeah.
Good morning, Judge and Commissioners. My name is Natalie DeLuca. I am Managing Counsel in the County Attorney's Office overseeing the Employment, Real Estate, and Defensive Litigation Divisions. I joined the County Attorney in early 2021 under Mr. Menefee's leadership, and I had worked as in-house counsel for local government for a very long time, but I had never worked directly in an elected office. And I'll confess that before accepting the position, I had some reservations, as you all can sometimes be a handful. But after meeting with Christian, I was convinced. And in the last 5 years, I've seen Christian live by the values that he shared with me in our first meeting: dedication to the community and dedication to his family. He has paused our business meetings to take calls from the mayor and from his mother. As an employment lawyer and a working parent, I was so proud when he took parental leave for the birth of his children, because it modeled for our staff that you can support your family relationships without diminishing your professional dedication. It's been an honor to work with a leader with this kind of balance, and I know that these values will continue to serve you, Christian, on your professional journey, and I look forward to watching that future unfold. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good morning, County Judge, Commissioners of the Court. My name is Mimi Han, Managing Counsel for the Harris County Attorney's Office. I'm honored to be here today. Today marks a very special, historic moment of gratitude and transition as County Attorney Christian D. Menefee moves to the next chapter of public service. As a longtime servant at the Harris County Attorney's Office, I've been able to witness Christian's dedication and integrity and passion for the office. He's moved at 100 miles per hour, and I haven't seen him waver yet or slow down yet. With the support of Commissioners Court, he created the Property Tax Division, and that division won the very prestigious National Award of Financial Management for Counties of Association. He's done so much. I have 1 minute. He really modernized our office, and that was a very hard feat to do, and it was very needed because of the population of our growth in Harris County. So I want to say thank you so much, Christian. It's been an honor working underneath you, and congratulations, John. So thank you very much.
Thank you.
Good morning, County Judge and County Commissioners. My name is Tiffany Reedy. I'm a Managing Counsel. I supervise the CPS divisions, the CPS division and the Disability Elder Division of the Harris County Attorney's Office, reporting directly to Jay Iyer as the first assistant. When we talk about leadership, people often talk about titles, right? But real leadership, you feel it. And when Christian Deshaun Menifee walks into a room, you feel it. That presence, that it factor that makes people want to lean in, be involved, and be part of something bigger. As the county attorney, he never shied away from the hard work. He took on difficult tasks and big fights because they were the right fights, and they benefited the entire county. That kind of courage matters. But his greatest accomplishment wasn't a headline or a victory. It was us. He made the people in the Harris County Attorney's Office feel heard, valued, and appreciated. He trusted our expertise. He empowered us to do our jobs. And because of that trust, this office didn't just function, it thrived. They say great leaders lead from the front, and he did exactly that. He didn't retreat when things got hard. He stepped forward. We were lucky. We were blessed, and we are better for having worked alongside him. This isn't just goodbye, Christian. It's thank you. And it's also a promise. Wherever you go next and whatever you do, there are greater things to come. And Christian, we wish you continued greatness, and we thank you for the appointment of Jonathan Fonbon as the county attorney.
Thank you.
Good morning, Judge, Commissioners. My name is Sarah Utley. I serve as Managing Counsel for the County Attorney's Affirmative Litigation and Environmental Divisions. County Attorney Menifee led our office with a strong commitment to public service. He led with a true servant's heart. He consistently listened to the needs and the concerns of the community, and importantly, he supported his staff. He empowered us to carry out our work thoughtfully and effectively in furtherance of the work of Harris County Commissioners Court and the people he serves. Christian was intentional about directing resources where he identified growing needs. Under his leadership, he expanded the Environmental Division and created the Affirmative Litigation Division. Today, both divisions are equipped to meet the expanding and evolving needs of Harris County and the people it serves. Christian, it's been an honor to serve under your leadership. Thank you for your service to the county and for your leadership at this office.
Thank you.
Next is Tracy Brandon and Jennifer Hadia. You each have 1 minute.
Good morning, Judge and Commissioners. My name is Tracy Brandon. I'm a realtor with Boulevard Realty. I'm honored to speak in support of this resolution recognizing Christian Menifee, and especially his work his office has done to protect Harris County residents from consumer fraud. Deed fraud is one of the most devastating crimes a homeowner can face. It doesn't just take property, it takes security, stability, and generational wealth. In my work addressing deed fraud, one of the biggest challenges has always been enforcement. Education matters, but without accountability, fraud continues. Under County Attorney Menifee's leadership, that changed. By leveraging the full strength of the county attorney's office, Harris County has built a meaningful consumer protection system, systems that hold bad actors accountable and give victims a clear place to turn. This work creates deterrence, the long-term protection for homeowners across this county. The impact of his work will be felt for years to come, and Harris County residents are stronger because of it. Thank you. Thank you for your service.
Thank you. Commissioner Ellis and Briones, would you like to speak now or after the speakers? After the speakers. All right, go ahead.
Good morning. My name is Jennifer Hadaya. I was born, raised, and live in Harris County. I'm a former county employee, and I am currently the executive director of an environmental and climate justice nonprofit here in Harris County called Air Alliance Houston. I mention all of those roles because they represent all of the community groups and individuals who have had the very best attorney for these past few years. Christian Menifee never backed down for us. He held TCEQ accountable for allowing concrete batch plants next to parks, schools, and hospitals. He held major oil corporations accountable for being bad neighbors when they had chemical spills, fires, or explosions. He wasn't afraid to stand up to the federal government to protect renewable energy in our county. And he built an incredible team, people I am proud to call friends and colleagues who are just as committed to making Harris County more equitable and just. So on behalf of all of us working in environmental and climate justice here in the county, I want to thank Christian Menifee for being our attorney, and I know his legacy will live on in his successor and in his office. Thank you.
Thank you.
Those are all the speakers for this item, Judge.
Thank you. Thank you so much. And County Attorney, I know each of these people represent, or gosh, former County Attorney. Each of these people represent a whole lot of others. And obviously it's a who's who of community leaders and some of the best employees that I've had a pleasure of working with. And so anyway, I know we're all going to miss you, but we're very excited about your future and grateful for your service. Commissioner Garcia and then Commissioner Briones.
Thank you, Judge. And the Honorable, the gentleman from Texas, I didn't want to miss the occasion. Obviously, we wanted to congratulate because we just took a vote on John's new role as county attorney. But I did want to say to you, Christian, congratulations. And I'm proud of you willing to take this step. It takes a lot to step down, to pursue another endeavor. The halls of Congress are not kind these days, but I hope that you and your wherewithal, your intelligence, your demeanor will find a way to help bring Congress together so that we can get things done and move our nation forward, especially on issues like immigration. And so I'll be here as a friend, a supporter, whatever I can do to help you on any front. But I want to just congratulate you and thank your wife. We haven't mentioned your wife enough. For her to have supported you through this endeavor. I know we got a twofer when we got you. And I remember the proud moments with the birth of your children. And so I just want to say to the gentle lady from Harris County, that I thank you because my wife has been very supportive of my endeavors, and it takes a lot. There's a lot of sacrifices, and there'll be more in front of you. But I know that the return on that investment will be great and that we will all benefit from it. So thank you so very much. Congratulations.
Commissioner Briones and then Commissioner Ramsey.
Yes, County Attorney, the Honorable Christian Menifee, thank you for your service. And Caitlin, thank you for your service. I know you are the rock and the force, and you're a brilliant lawyer in your own right, and you are the wind. So thank you, Caitlin, and your two sons and your parents. Nothing but love and respect for you, Kristen, Caitlin, and your family. The last 3 years, I've known you longer and have loved you for many years, but seeing what you have done with your courage and conviction in fighting for justice in unprecedented ways, how you've transformed and revitalized this office, whether fighting for environmental justice, fighting the TCEQ to protect our students, our patients, whether fighting for taxpayers and taking property tax in-house, whether it was standing up to the federal government when they cut our refugee health care funds, the deed fraud, the consumer protection. I mean, everyone has been going example after example after example, but that relentlessness and commitment to justice has just been deeply inspiring. And you have broken so many barriers. Youngest county attorney, first African-American county attorney. I look forward to the many other ceilings that you will shatter for our community. And another ceiling you shattered, and I say this, and I called you, I remember, as a working mom, and this was mentioned earlier by Natalie, when you sent out that email that you were taking parental leave, what that means as a working mom to have a working dad do that too, you're fighting for justice in every single way. And I appreciate that so much. And to you and the over 250 folks who work at our county attorney's office, thank you. To John, thank you and congratulations. And to Jay and to Natalie and to Mimi and all of your team. I mean, you all are the foundation of every single thing we do at this county. And I just appreciate you so very much. And I look forward to many more decades of seeing you fight for justice and of friendship and of a good trouble together. And I know later we're going to be talking about MLK Day. And I think often about the quote, "The arc of the moral universe is long, but it bends towards justice." Well, you have bent the hell out of that arc, my friend, and have advanced justice in Harris County in unprecedented ways. And I have profound respect and appreciation, and I look forward to many, many more decades of service together. So congratulations, and thank you, Kristen.
Christian, many times we talk, and we talk all times of the day. And being the only Aggie from Crockett on Commissioner's Court, you've always taken my calls. You've always explained to me why I'm on the wrong end of so many 4-1 votes. But you do it in a great way. I mean, it's like we hang up, and I said, well, I think he likes me. But I think that's a credit. Of course, I've known your father-in-law for a number of years. That's where I first heard of you. But probably I love your 2 kids in the back seat going to school. And if you hadn't seen that ad, that's a really good ad, by the way. But again, your creativity, your patience with all of us, and encouragement some days when we have maybe even differences of opinion. But appreciate your efforts and look forward to many more years of conversations. Thank you.
Commissioner Ellis.
Thank you, Judge. Attorney, I'll stand when I speak to you. I guess I am the OG. I appreciate you pointing out to me that didn't mean old guard. But I want to thank Caitlin, of course, for standing beside you. I know it's been tough, particularly on the campaign trail each time, not just this time, but every time, because obviously they take it a lot more. Family members take it more personal than we do. And of course, Malcolm and Gabriel, I'm just so glad you made them, as Commissioner Ramsey said, a part of your campaign, because it really is a family effort. Only way you could do this, if you're fortunate enough for the new position you're running for, the only way you can do that will be if you have that family support behind you. You know, I take some pride in the fact that one reason why you decided to leave your big job, high-paying job at that law firm over there with your successor was over bail reform. And I don't want people to forget that. You know, it might be a blip on the radar screen now, but I think in a lot of ways, I heard my colleague make reference to Dr. King's quote, but, you know, I just think in so many ways you embody all of the things that Thurgood Marshall expected from people to go get a law degree. It's a lot easier for us to get in office than to do something with the office. It's a lot easier to get a law degree than it is to do something meaningful with it. So to walk away from a high-paying job at a big law firm for both of you to enter public service says a lot about you and what you're interested in. You've done a great job in this position. Of course, we settled misdemeanor bail shortly before you got here, but you had to defend it every step of the way in an environment when it has not been easy. But every issue you and your team have taken on, you've done it with tremendous skill, tenacity, and grace. And every time we've met with you in public or in private, you have rarely lost your cool in person. I guess I've gotten to know you in particular, Christian, a lot better. So sometimes I get those calls afterwards, even if you were complaining about something I said. So maybe in some ways I do remind you of the OGs in your family. So you'd say things to me and I'd say, you know, he's a little crazy, but I'd say it to myself, but in a good way. But I'm proud of you. I hope you're successful in your new venture. But if for whatever reason it doesn't work for you, I just hope you stay committed to public service. And it's not an easy thing to do. You know, Adrian, you've been in somewhere that didn't work out, but you know, God has a plan for all of us. I don't think your plan, my friend, is to go make money. You could make it, but you wouldn't be nearly as happy. So thank you for a job well done.
Thank you all so much. Is there anything you'd like to add, County Attorney Menifee?
All right, it's been a morning. To the members of court, judge, thank y'all so much. To Commissioner Briones, thank you so much for setting up this resolution today. It means the absolute world to me to be able to hear from the speakers, to be able to hear from y'all. So thank you to the speakers. To my wife, Caitlin, for those of you who have read Barack and Michelle's memoirs, you know that Caitlin is both Barack and Michelle, and I'm just the guy taking the pictures on the outside. But she's an absolute rock star. People talk a lot about behind every good man, there's a good woman, but my wife walks beside me, and she's the rock star, and I'm just the guy who decided to run for county attorney. I was talking to a friend of the county the other day, and they said, when you first got in office, you were very serious. This is the word that everybody used for you. It was like, oh man, that guy's so serious. And frankly, when I got elected county attorney, it was like a dog catches car moment. I had no clue what I was getting into. We have now over 300 folks who work in the office. When I first got there, I found out that there were many folks who had been practicing law longer than I had been alive. And so I knew very quickly that I had to get folks to buy into the leadership of a 33-year-old, but they did. And what I found in the office was a set of seasoned lawyers and staff, just consummate professionals, people who were caring, who were loving, who would break into tears over a case that they were working that they were so passionate about. And I've just grown to count them as family. So to the folks in the county attorney's office, and I'll talk about John a little bit later, but I know that Harris County is going to be in good hands because we have so many fantastic people working in that office. We accomplished a lot in this office. I'm not going to get into all that, but I really enjoyed taking this office and trying to mold it into a place that advocates for people each and every day. To my senior team, Neil Sarker, who left a law firm to come work for the county and who has just been fantastic. Roxanne Werner, who to my knowledge is the first communications director in the history of the county attorney's office and has done an absolute stellar job. Jay Iyer, who called me back when I was just running for county attorney and who is, and we always joke with him, has been a grandfather of sorts to me. And just really kind of, guided me through so much at the office. I'm a morning person. I get up 4 a.m. and they've become morning people just to be able to work with me. So I'm so grateful for that. To the clients, the folks across the county we've worked for, the judges, the DA, whether it be, working with DA Tier to try to block some of the stuff that our Attorney General was doing, or getting a call from our county clerk, at 10 p.m. at night because she was concerned about something with the election. Just being able to navigate all these different issues has been such a joy. And then, of course, to the members of court. I've come to know each and every one of you personally at this point through the phone calls, through having to give you good news, through having to give you bad news. I'm proud to say that I have never once rode a bike with Rodney Ellis because I do not like biking. But the things that we've been able to work on together, Commissioner, 1750 lawsuit, the universal basic income stuff, we've been able to do a lot of good and have a lot of good trouble, and that's meant the world to me. Commissioner Garcia, standing next to you at James Driver Park, they're trying to put a concrete batch plant next to an all-inclusive park. Just seeing how resilient you are and how strong you are in the face of adversity has taught me a whole lot. Commissioner Ramsey, who would have thought, right, that we've been able to build a relationship like we've had. But I've really learned a lot from you and just your professionalism and the way that you methodically think through the issues. And then, of course, Commissioner Briones, just your passion and how much you care about the work that you do. You've been so effective, but you've done it from a place that really speaks to your soul. And Judge Hidalgo, I have learned so much from you. I'm just thinking about when I first got in office and we sued TxDOT over the I-45 expansion, and I'm 2.5 months in, and at some point during that press conference, I realized we had really stepped into something. And you're talking, and your hands are steady, and you're calm. And it's just been such a joy to work alongside you, and I've learned so much from you. It's really meant the world to me to work next to you. To John, I'm so proud that you were unanimously voted. I don't even think Commissioner Ramsey voted for me for county attorney. So it's impressive. People like you. I've said this many a time before. John is the smartest human being I've ever met. for the past 5 years, I've done my best to kind of stay above water in the county attorney's office. You know, we got 80 some odd department heads, like 60 elected officials. Everybody needs something at all times. And at times it can be incredibly challenging. And having John J., Roxanne Neal right there, but especially John, has been so helpful. John was, I think, the first person I talked to about wanting to pursue being the county attorney. And he sacrificed a lot to come here. And so I have no doubt that the county attorney's office is going to run at least as good as it's been running for the past 5 years with John there. It is what you make it, John, and you know that, and I'm sure you're going to do a fantastic job. I mean this from the bottom of my heart. It has been the honor of my lifetime to serve as county attorney. I came to this gig as a 13-year-old kid just trying to figure stuff out. Y'all and the folks in the office surrounded me. You helped me out. You helped me help you. And so I just know that these relationships will last a lifetime. Thank y'all so much. It really means a lot.
Judge, if I could add. just
Yes,
one-
Commissioner.
One tagline. Something occurred to me, Christian, I just wanted to say, Harris County is much better because of you. And by far, I mean, we can make decisions up here, but we do need legal guidance to make the best possible decisions. And history will be very kind to you because you have helped to demonstrate what county government can do for a whole bunch of folks where county government has never looked to or thought about helping. Thank you again.
Yeah, okay, well, I know we have another resolution, but I loved how you said the text dot deal. It says, I realized we stepped on something. And I remember when you first got elected, we went for this walk. I don't know if you remember. And I said, hey, congrats. What are you thinking? And you said, I'm very happy I'm going to do all this, but, I'm probably just going to be there one term. I just, I gotta make money and this and that. And I think you stepped on what you were meant to do, just like Commissioner Ellis said. So I'm really excited. I've also enjoyed working alongside you and have learned from you. And to echo what Commissioner Ramsey said, I don't think I've had an attorney, rare, to speak things, explain things, and present things as well as you and your staff do. I mean, you're very good at it, particularly good at it. So I think it was great of you to set that tone. So anyway, and of course, I didn't realize you were there. I'm so sorry. Me and my glasses, I take them off. I put them on this side, took them off on this side. But anyway, thank you so much for the work you do. I know you're a badass also, and for supporting Christians. So anyway, I thank you for the 100th time, but thank you. Pictures now, and then do the bun-in thing. We have an out-of-order resolution on the retirement of Public Defender Bunnin. Okay, so I'll pass that on to Commissioner Ellis.
I won't read the resolution. I think I know it by memory. Alex Bunnin is the first public defender in the history of Harris County. They did a nationwide search to bring him in. I can't think of anybody who would have been more capable to step in and set that up. I was not here on Commissioner's Court, but I played a little modest role on advocating for it. And he did get a unanimous vote and has done a great job in taking that office to heights that I know his successor is going to pick up and just keep going. But we are so grateful to you and to your wife in particular for just sharing you with us all these years. We do have a reception for him. I hope some of you all will make it by tonight out at the Hazel and John Biggess Center. But Alex Bunny, we thank you. Obviously, if that office hadn't been there, we made reference to that misdemeanor bail issue earlier. That office being there expanded considerably, but there's no way we could have settled that lawsuit if we hadn't had a PD's office in place for the key part of that settlement that office played. So I want to thank you for being here. And I'm just so pleased to sponsor this resolution in support of you. And I know all of my colleagues as well are proud of the work that you have done. So thank you, Alex Bunnan.
As you make your way to the front, I think that Commissioner Ellis and I have to believe that the incredible work the Public Defender's Office has done under Mr. Bunnan helped push forth the implementation of the Managed Assigned Counsel and the misdemeanor courts. And anyway, just so much. So please go ahead and thank you.
Thank you. Alex Bunnan, former Chief Public Defender, Judge, Commissioners. It was 15 years ago last month that I came to my first Commissioner's Court to be offered the job. And I came from the federal government. I was there about 15 years. And I didn't really know how a Commissioner's Court worked. And they sent me the agenda. I think it was 53 pages long. And I was like on page 50. I said, I'm going to be here for hours. And back then, Commissioner's Court could often take 15 minutes. The prayer often was the longest part of Commissioner's Court. So it went a lot quicker than that. And I felt welcomed. A lot of the people who were involved with that, then Senator Ellis was instrumental to that. A number of people have passed away. Reverend Lawson, Rabbi Karff, Archbishop Fiorenzo, Pastor Nash, all great men who were essential in creating this office.
Continue.
Thank you. And, I relied on it. I think, whatever credit I take for the office is I hired really good people. I think we now have one of the best public defender's offices in the country. It's in really good hands. Genesis Draper, who worked for me at one point, became a judge, has now come back, has my full support. I think it will go on to be a great place that you can be proud of. So thank you for having me.
Judge, if I might, Alex, I woke up about 4 a.m. this morning. I really wondering what Farmbomb wanted when we kept trading calls last night, and maybe thinking about Christian leaving. But for some reason, I'm learning how to work this OG thing, this Chat GPT deal. So I've been looking for this op-ed that Barry Scheck and I did when I was chairing the Board of Innocence Project to really try to put the heat on to get a public defender's office here. I guess the bill passed in 2001 and Harris County hadn't done anything. And so we stirred it up. And so somebody at the Innocence Project wrote it, and Barry Scheck and I did it. And it kind of started the ball rolling. And I sent that to Genesis number now. I thought that was your private number.
I had a county phone for 15 years. I gave it back.
Yeah,
nobody can find me anymore.
You didn't want to have to get a public defender if you walked out here with that phone. But I thought about that. But just such a rich history. And I'd be remiss if I didn't think, Howard Jefferson, I don't know if he's coming tonight or not to honor you, but Rabbi Karff and Reverend Lawson and Archbishop Fiorenzo really were the heroes. I mean, I could write op-eds and try to bully and threaten and get the press on it. But they put the fear of God in this commissioner's court, I think, when they came down. They'll get Frank Lee called me up and said, "Hey, Rodney, call the dogs off." I said, "Who?" You're not talking about all those religious leaders who packed that courtroom. He said, "Man, I got the votes. Will you please ask them to just quietly thank us?" But it was a struggle to get that office created. And you just were the right person. You came from New York, right?
Yep.
Okay. To come, where they don't have county commissioners, by the way, to pack up and leave. Weren't you upstate New York, Syracuse way or somewhere?
I was the federal public defender for Northern New York, which was Syracuse, Albany, Binghamton, everything up to the Canadian border. Yeah.
Cold weather. Adrian and I were in New York, so you up there. Well, this time it might be 10 degrees with the chill factor in upstate New York today. And to come here, but it's been hot along the way, cold along the way. But thank you so much.
Thank you. I just want to mention it's an honor to be honored with Christian Menefee, who's come a long way since he was an intern in the public defender's office. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Commissioner Brandis, would you like to make a comment now or later?
Yes, I'll just be brief. Mr. Bunnan, thank you for your 15 years of service to Harris County. Thank you for what you've done across the country, New York, Alabama, East Texas, and beyond to advance justice. Thank you for starting our public defender's office and growing it into one of the best in the country, and for mentoring so many and teaching so many and defending so many. So thank you. I hope you enjoy your much-deserved retirement, and we thank you for your service. And to our Chief Public Defender, Judge Genesis Draper, thank you for taking the torch, and we look forward to the continued new heights that you will take the office. So thank you both for your service, and congratulations, Mr. Bunnan.
Commissioner Garcia.
And likewise, Alex, your neighbor. See you walking around every so often, but it's pretty cool to see someone who had your responsibility being a neighbor of the Lindale community. And again, you know, just thank you for what you've done. Being an old cop, no one would have thought back then the value of a public defender. So for you to be a pioneer here in Harris County, the death capital sentence of the nation, is very, very, very critical. Congratulations for your work, and wish you all the best in your retirement.
My name is Margie Myers. I'm the former federal public defender for the Southern District of Texas. And I'm here today really to second what Commissioner Ellis has talked about. You heard Commissioner Briones mention that Alex was kind of in the business of starting public defender's offices. I knew him when he was in private practice. He was in Beaumont. He not only was the federal defender for the Northern District of New York and Vermont, but also Mobile, Alabama. So you can imagine that he had different constituents. But I worked with Commissioner, then Senator Ellis, in getting a public defender in Harris County. And that was a tough slog. I really think we needed the God Squad. That office was opposed not only by the district attorney's office, but by the defense attorneys and by the judges. And it took an incredible human being to start that office and to demonstrate the value of a public defender's office. There is no better system of providing justice for people who can't afford a lawyer. And it really takes somebody to walk into this county and convince all those people and demonstrate to all those people what amazing lawyers public defenders are. And just one other thing that Alex has been incredible about, it isn't just public defenders. This county, like the federal system, relies not just on public defenders, but also on private lawyers who work at a reduced fee. And it is our mission as public defenders not only to defend our clients, but to ensure that the private bar is up to speed in defending people who can't afford a lawyer. And Alex has done, his office has done a great job of training, but he has been out there speaking up when Congress and other entities were not willing to fund the private bar. And for that, and for his commitment to justice, I think this resolution is well merited.
Good morning. My name is Genesis Draper. I'm the Chief Defender for Harris County. I'll be brief. Let me just say first, thank you to Commissioners Court for this resolution. There is no glory in being the public defender, and so other than the glory of defending the Constitution. And so I really appreciate you all for taking this moment to honor Alex's service. Today we honor Alex not just as our outgoing chief, but as the founding defender who helped build the very foundation we stand on. 15 years ago, Alex didn't just start an office, he started a movement. He believed in what public defense could be, and he committed his career to making it a reality. On a personal note, Alex is one of the reasons I am here. He took a chance on me and hired me as an assistant public defender, shaping not only my career, but my understanding of what it means to serve with integrity, courage, and boldness. It's important to note his legacy is not just in the offices he established, but in the people he mentored and the lives he defended and saved. Alex, thank you for your vision, your sacrifice, and your service. This office is better because of you, and so is Harris County.
Commissioner Ellis.
Yeah, just briefly, I'd be remiss if I didn't thank you as well, Judge Draper. for leaving the bench to become the second public defender in Harris County. And you're doing a great job, a great legacy to build on. I think when I got here on Commissioner's Court about 10 years ago, I guess, I think that office was handling 3% of the cases. I think we somewhere in the neighborhood, Alex, is about 20 now, 18, 20% of the cases now. And I know a challenge will be to go higher. I want to encourage you, Judge Draper, as the new public defender, and my colleagues, Commissioner Ramsey, you in particular. You know, I passed that bill in 2001 that gives the county the option to create a public defender. They never asked for it, and he never would have asked for it in Harris County. But to really expand it, there ought to be some changes to that law. And believe it or not, I used to have a little clout up there in Austin. Now that I'm doing this AI thing, I get in and wonder, you know, President Bush used to say from time to time, Ellis, how in the hell did you get us to vote for that bill and then get me to sign it? But that bill ought to be changed, because that part where the judges vote like they're in a Klan meeting is in secret on whether or not they will use the public defender or not. So I used to have a little juice, but you got some up there now. I've seen it sometimes when I've been on the other side of it. But it's going to really take to expand that office the way it ought to be expanded. We can do as much, Judge Breonna's cajoling as we want to be, but here's the author of the bill from 2001 saying there ought to be some changes, because that's ridiculous. It shouldn't work the way it's working, where you got to have a 2/3 vote, and it's in secret. By the way, but we got some challenges ahead. So you laid the foundation, Mr. Bunning, and former federal public defender. Thank you for your help. I want to say that you were very helpful back then, and you didn't have to worry about the local judges. So that's why you played such a key role. But thank you. All right.
So I was reading here some notes from the paper. And it says here, Alex grew this office from the ground up. He started his job back in 2010 with literally nothing. He had a temporary office, no employees, and no office equipment. And, you know, I think that really paints a picture. And you have been just a wonderful chief defender. It's one of the reasons I was excited to win, as I believed I would, and ultimately did with the support of the community, and become county judge, because that's important work to me. I think it is a tough one, but there have been plenty of news articles explaining the importance of the public defender's office. And just for folks who may not be familiar with this, one of the issues we have, and correct me guys if I'm misstating something here, is that defendants who cannot afford a lawyer, some of them manage to have a public defender, which Chief Bunning has made sure is a very, very high quality attorney to defend them. Of course, they're presumed not guilty until proven otherwise. And then some do not have, we don't have the capacity to assign them a public defender. So they have another attorney, but oftentimes these attorneys will have more cases on their desk that they could possibly take. And there have been a lot of studies and research that shows that. And, so part of it is helping the judges be okay with really, like Commissioner Ellis said, not putting cases on a particular attorney, et cetera. The incentives there are perverse because of campaign contributions, right? That's how the judges get elected, or raise money to get elected. And then part of it also is growing the capacity of the public defender's office. So I want to say thank you personally, and also from the perspective of the county. It's really been wonderful to work with you, and your staff is great. And I remember they invited me to a knitting club during COVID, and I still haven't been. So if it's still a thing, Chief Draper, I gotta make it. Yeah. Okay. All right. Yeah, that's one of the things I learned, I'm like, okay, I can go have a little bit of fun. So anyway, thank you again to you and your family and all of your staff. And Chief Draper, it's so great to have you in that position. I think sometimes when we compliment somebody coming in new, I feel that, I don't know, to me, sometimes it sounds a little bit patronizing. And I want to make sure this is not how I mean it. But I'm very I'm very proud of you and also of all of us who recognized the incredible talent and leadership skills that you have. Of course, the challenge for you will be to maintain the standard and to grow the office. And so I'll take that opportunity to plead with my colleagues that we save some money for the office because we need to celebrate the legacy and to continue this important work is going to take some money. So I don't want to ignore the elephant in the room. Anyway, so as we clap and sign resolutions, please keep that in mind. Thank you again.
Thank you.
So now we'll take some pictures. All right.
Judge, did you want to vote on that item or not yet?
Yeah, I move we pass it unanimously.
Second.
Okay, motion by Commissioner Ellis, second by Commissioner Garcia. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries unanimously. All right, I'll take pictures. we're gonna continue with Commissioners Court. Well, I don't know where they went. Who are we missing? Yeah. Ramsey's around the corner. Okay, okay, okay. We'll wait just a little bit. Okay. Okay, so. Okay, so Commissioners Court is back in session. Let me go through the corrections real quick, and we'll take the speakers. So, table of contents, item 114, there's a correction. We have to revise the agenda caption after, quote, drainage improvement project. So it now reads, request for approval to execute an interlocal agreement with Harris County MUD, blah, blah, blah. Drainage improvement projects located in Harris County Precinct 3. Item 142 on the legislative agenda, no action is needed. 143 on other AI implementation, universal services requests no action. 46 positions, item 171, sheriff has requested no action. 172, detention officers, command, sheriff requests no action. Item 206 has a correction. We need to revise the agenda caption after, quote, Texas Parks and Wildlife Department. And it should say, approval to submit an application to the Texas Parks and Wildlife Department for grant funds up to $1.5 million with a required match of up to $500,000. Item 216, inspections and maintenance for Hectro. We need to replace December 31st, 2027 with December 31st, 2026. Item 269, Precinct 1 requests no action. What's the other one, Commissioner Ellis, that we're requesting? Well, that was just a discussion item, right? So I'll just play a discussion. Okay. And then 289, Standout Youth, Precinct 4 requests no action. 290, HHSC, Precinct 4 requests no action. All right. And then as far as the discussion list, I've got executive session 340, which we already did. I've got 341. Do we need to go to executive session on that? Harris County Women's Commission? No. All right. 342, this is potential candidates for county administration. I'm guessing yes.
Yes.
343, broadband task force.
I don't think so. Do we?
I think we do, Commissioner, because I think there's
Okay.
one seat that has multiple candidates.
Okay, all right.
Okay, and then 344, this is about the deployment of security and cybersecurity devices, so yes. And 371, yes, on the county treasurer's office. Discussion list, item 2.
For executive session, Judge,
That was it for executive session.
one more I wanted to add. Commissioner Ramsey, I think in terms of economic development issues, I want to go back in executive session on your item.
Agreed.
Okay.
Which item number is
I
that?
can't remember the number.
370?
370.
Okay, 370. Okay, then discussion list, item 2 on the calendar. Item 10, compensation philosophy. Item requested by 3 and 4. Item 55, precinct 3 request taking 55 and 364 together, as they're both related to transportation planning. 65, precinct 2 requests, taking that one along with 117, 218, 227, and 316 related to infrastructure projects in precinct 2. 117 is part of the transportation project items. 120 requested by most folks on 23 positions. 133, 12 positions, also multiple requests. 151 requested by precinct 4 on community development block grant, CBG MIT. 155, veteran services. 176, elections. 208, this is Commissioner Ramsey in agreement with Baker Ripley on DEEO. 218, requested precinct 2, that's part of the list to do with infrastructure projects in precinct 2. Same with 227. 237, Commissioner Ellis, Hearst Newspapers.
Yes.
Yeah, okay, 258, Commissioner Garcia, Model 1 commercial vehicles. Precinct 1 requests no action on 269, we already knew that. 276, Precinct 2, on the, Museum of Cultural Visual Arts and Archive Complex. 293, Commissioner Briones on a donation. Commissioners 3 and 4, 308, work site safety policy. 38 is part of the infrastructure project set by precinct 2. 319 is CDBG MIT. 345, precinct 3, procure to pay. 353, precinct 1, Ben Taub, possible action. We won't discuss that. Is that right?
Which one is that?
About postponing the presentation of the.
Judge, no, I don't want to postpone. I was at a great meeting last night and it was announced, so I think people are expecting us to discuss it that day. I have to get a flight at 2:47. I moved a speech I committed to give 6 months ago. But so we just need to bring it up first. So the motion that I'll make will be, just so we know, to keep the presentation of the Harris Health Community Engagement Report regarding Bentob Hospital Expansion Project on Thursday, January 29, 2026, taking it immediately following speakers on that item, only to ensure that the public discussion of any potential decision, if needed, is made prior to 1 p.m.
Okay, so I'll keep that on there unless somebody wants to make a second and we vote on it real quick.
Yeah, just do it. That's all right. Just so we know.
All right, motion by Commissioner Ellis, second by Garcia. All in favor? Any opposed? Motion carries unanimously.
Judge, can you confirm what item is that for?
It's 359. 364, precinct 3, we'll take that over with 55. 365, precinct 3, 1933. 366, precinct 3 on toll road initiatives. 367, precinct 3 on Harris County Hospital District issues. 368, precinct 3 on CDBG recovery programs. 369, we're taking along with item 2, which has to do with OCA procedures. Can you mark that on item 2 for me? Okay, and then 370 is a discussion on the Astrodome study. Out of order resolutions, let me know if we need to vote on these separately, otherwise they'll just pass as part of the unanimous consent. 372, human trafficking. 374, serve volunteer recruitment initiative. I do have to speak on those two. 375, Congregation Emmanuel. 376, we already passed. Harris County receiving the NAFA award. That's 377. 378, National Law Enforcement Appreciation Day. 379, remembering Felicia Nicole Ruiz. 381, MLK Day. 382, Holocaust Remembrance Day. 383, we already discussed, which is Menife's.
And that'll be on the consent?
Yes. And then, all right, so let's, these items were not added to the discussion list but need a direct motion. So item 1 is on discussion possible action on strategic hiring exceptions for position control numbers. That item is approved as presented. Item 3, discussion possible action on PCNs That's approved as presented. And item 4, OMB on the FY27 operating and CIP budget calendars, approved as presented. Anything else I need to take out of order?
Judge, I just want to confirm that you're taking items 65, 117, 218, 227, and 316 altogether.
Yes, yeah.
Thank you.
All right. In that case, is there a motion? Excuse me. Oh, do I need to clarify anything, County Clerk?
No, Judge.
All right, so is there a motion?
Second.
For all items, item 1 through 384, with the exception of items already voted on and discussion items just listed? Motion by Commissioner Garcia, second by Commissioner Ellis. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries unanimously. All right, we'll continue with the speakers.
Christopher Jenkins on items 2 and 371 of Precinct 1. Don Hummel on item 151 of Precinct 3. Elizabeth Kleeman on item 155 of Precinct 1. You each have 1 minute.
Good morning, everyone. Commissioners Court. My name is Christopher Jenkins. I'm a native resident of Harris County, CLT, a Texas Organizing Project. I'm here today to speak on item agenda number 2 and 371 as it relates to meetings in Harris County Commissioners Court. For the past year, I've been raising the issue of lack of transparency within certain departments, along with processes and the ability to maintain effectiveness, and efficiencies. I said a president in the state and the courts didn't have a remedy, and the county can't properly include legislative text in agenda items. Last time I checked, the treasurer is an elected official that was put in office by the people. The treasurer is the chief custodian of all Harris County funds and has the office has integrity, transparency, and responsibility. I don't recollect coming in the past Commissioners Court that this department has had any issues in terms of customer service, ethics, or professional obligations within the community. Why are we here? I was originally here coming to speak on workforce development, community organizing, and economic growth to build and obtain more equity and sustainability for the community. So I guess the people have to wait for that, right? So on this emergency item is 371.
Thank you. Your time is
Everything
up.
that we've been asking about in the past, I haven't had representation
Thank you.
CD18 and I don't know when.
Let
That's
me-
an emergency to me.
Thank you.
Can
Your
I
time's up.
just ask you real quick, sir? I didn't catch exactly what you need us
Well,
to
I
do.
came here to speak on community development, economic growth, and workforce issues because we've been having problems with Harris Health and the flood district. And I've been
Right.
collaborating with educational institutions and other organizations to give people jobs and to get back on their feet, reentry, and different things like that. But when I'm looking at the agenda and I see that our treasurer is on the agenda, it raised some concern for me because I feel like we have other things that are more important than what's going on outside of the offices, right?
Got it.
And it causes a lot of confusion, and that's where the transparency ends because we did all this work through budget hearings and all these different things, and people they do the great work. They don't get employees and extra funding for their department are the ones that's getting hit. You understand what I'm saying? What about the departments that have been filling the people that have not been doing their part and we got to come down here and then put things together? I don't get it. Like, I feel like it's bigger
Yeah.
things that we could be doing outside of things like that.
No, I get it. And amen. As you know, I think we can't campaign on certain items and then defund them. But okay, I hear
Yeah,
your point on the
and just think
treasurer.
about it.
Thank
Don't
you.
nobody give me anything.
I gotta-
raise my
I
own
gotta cut
funds.
you
I
off
do my
because,
own work. So, I don't have a problem coming down here speaking
All
about
right,
this.
thank you, thank
Thank you.
you, and I agree with you on that item. All right, next speaker.
Good morning, Commissioners Court and Judge. My name is Don Hummel, and I'm with the St. George Place TERS Number 1. On behalf of TERS 1 Chairman Frank Donnelly III and the Board of Directors, we want to sincerely thank Commissioner Leslie Briones and the Precinct 4 staff for today's agenda item number 151 that will deliver $29 million for the Chimney Rock Road and Anderson Park Drainage Improvement Project. The TERS 1 board is very excited, grateful, and honored to partner with Harris County Precinct 4 on this impactful project in the heart of the St. George Place TERS. The TERS has been working on this project for over 7 years, and this amazing project would not be possible without the help and support of Commissioner Leslie Briones and the Precinct 4 staff. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Hummel.
Thank you so much. That's great news. Go ahead, Tiffany. Art, go ahead and just
Okay,
state
I
your
was
name
like,
for the
I
record.
could be Tiffany if you want me to be Tiffany.
Yeah, right.
I'm Elizabeth.
No. She's
Person.
yeah, who's calling the names. All right.
Thank you, Judge and Commissioners, for the opportunity to speak today and for considering a Harris County Suicide Mortality Review Committee. My name is Elizabeth Kleeman. I am a licensed clinical social worker and I'm the Suicide Prevention Program Manager at the Michael E. DeBakey VA Medical Center in Houston. Harris County is home to one of the largest veteran populations in the country, and the Houston VA serves around 160,000 veterans. Our facility employs 12 local suicide prevention coordinators who work tirelessly to save lives. Still, we know most veterans who die by suicide are not engaged in VA care. They were not connected to services, and we often only learn about them after they are gone. When one person dies by suicide, they are affected by 135 people are affected by the death. Family members, friends, coworkers, neighbors, and entire communities. Each death creates ripples of grief and unanswered questions. Our Suicide Mortality Review Committee allows us to honor those veterans by learning from their deaths, especially the ones VA never had the chance to serve.
Thank you. Your time is up.
Go ahead and wrap up real quick.
Perhaps most powerfully, the work of a mortality review committee is a prevention effort. By understanding who these veterans were, what barriers they faced, and missed opportunities for connection, we can take informed, targeted action to prevent future loss of life. Not just benefiting veterans, but for all of Houston and Harris County residents. Supporting this community means turning tragedy into knowledge and knowledge into meaningful prevention. Thank you for your leadership and commitment to protecting veterans in the larger Harris County, and I look forward to hearing from my colleagues.
Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Kleeman.
Next is Christina Eman on item 155 of Precinct 4, Diane Collin on item 155, Dave Lewis on item 155, and Cindy Siegel on item 176 of Precinct 1. You each have 1 minute.
Good morning, Judge and Commissioners. My name is Christina Iman. I am the Executive Director of the Houston Area Suicide Prevention Coalition. Thank you for the opportunity to speak on item 155 today. Suicide is a growing public health concern here in Harris County, with over 550 Houstonians, specifically in this county, dying by suicide every year, which is about a 36% increase over the past decade. These are not just statistics. They're our families, our coworkers, our neighbors, and we're left navigating profound loss. HASBC is a nonprofit organization brought together by healthcare systems, other nonprofits, researchers, and community partners to highlight the work being done in Houston and reduce the gaps in care. Today, we are respectfully requesting that the Commissioners' Court establish a suicide mortality review committee to be overseen by HASBC. This committee would systemically review adult suicide deaths, analyze data, and produce actionable evidence-based recommendations to strengthen prevention, response, and post-vention
Your
efforts
time is
across
up.
Harris County. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Are you on the veterans item or the other? Okay, thank you.
Good morning. Thank you for allowing me to speak today. My name is Diane Collin. I am also here to speak on item number 155. I am the board chair of the Houston Area Suicide Prevention Coalition, but today I'm here to speak on behalf of Texas Children's Hospital and Baylor College of Medicine. We have been working over the past year with our fellow colleagues that are here to represent today and other community agencies and departments around Harris County. Our division currently holds and oversees the Harris County Child Fatality Review Team. We are excited to partner with HASBC to serve as the research arm and research and data arm of the SMRC and ensure collaboration with the Child Fatality Review Team so that we can understand upstream interventions that impact all ages around suicide. The goals of the SMRC is to develop a standardized review process that includes epidemiological analysis of suicide data and serve as a model for the rest of the state.
Thank you. Your time is
so
up.
much.
Thank you.
Good morning, Judge, Commissioners. Dave Lewis, Executive Director of the Harris County Veterans Services Department. I offer to take point on this SMRC establishment here. We've been in hard training for over a year. This is difficult business, but it's important business. Prevention, intervention, postvention, taking care of not just our veterans, although we're going to lead with that, all of our residents of Harris County who tragically take their own lives. This is something that we believe is preventable. We also believe that there is much stigma and many myths around these particular items and things like that. Our goal is to be able to come back to you with actionable things that we can take from a policy and legislative advocacy levels to be able to reduce what is an overwhelming burden to Harris County. And I thank you for your consideration on this item.
Thank you. Director, just really quickly, does this require any funding, or you guys can afford it from
We
your
are
current
not
budget?
asking for funding this go around. When we get into the budget cycle, we will look at what the funding needs may be to be able to do that. But right now, we have a wealth of really good agencies that are bringing their expertise to the table right now. There is probably going to come a time where we do ask that, but we are not asking for anything today. I want to make that perfectly clear.
Okay, and I just want to highlight, veterans make up only 3.5% of the county, but represent 11% of suicides, and it is an important issue. Thank you so much.
It's my honor to do that. When I got here, I charged my team with job one is suicide prevention. That's what we do.
That's great. Thank you.
Good morning, Judge, Commissioners. My name is Cindy Siegel, and I'm the chairman of the Harris County Republican Party, and I want to thank you for the opportunity to speak. I'm speaking on item 176 here for County Clerk Hudspeth as she talks about the elections. We've got an upcoming primary, and historically, the Republican Party in Harris County has held separate primaries, shared the locations with the Democrat Party. And due to some legislation last time that Senator Betancourt instituted, we're able to continue that tradition and offer our primary as a separate primary, sharing the location. And I'm really here just to support and thank Clerk Hudspeth. She's going to be talking about how we hope to conduct it. I think all of our goals is to have a fair election, that we preserve the integrity of the election. And I think, I thank the clerk for everything that she does on that regard. Thank you all.
Thank you. Thank you so much.
Madam
Appreciate
Chair.
it.
Next is Suzanne Rothschild on item 176 of Precinct 1, Anthony Collier on item 176, Mike Doyle on item 176 of Precinct 2, Elena Del Orio on items 176 and 352 of Precinct 1. You each have 1 minute.
Thank you, Judge, and all of the commissioners. I'm Suzanne Rothschild, and I'll pass. I am with Chair Cindy Siegel. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Clerk Hudspeth, I assumed you wanted to go at the end, but perhaps you want to go near the start. Yeah, I think that would help. Yeah. Thank you. Yeah, thank you. Thank you, Mike.
Good morning and Happy New Year, Judge and Commissioners. The purpose of this item is to provide a high-level overview of the elections the Harris County Clerk's Office is currently conducting, and those upcoming in 2026. After today's update, I will meet with the Budget Office and return to court with a request for the resources needed to support this workload. We are currently administering the January 31st special runoff election for Congressional District 18. Voting by mail is underway. Early voting runs January 21st through January 27th, and Election Day is January 31st. At the same time, we are preparing for the March 3rd primary elections. The political parties are responsible for their primaries and contract with the clerk's office for operations. This year, the Democratic Party requested a joint primary, while the Republican Party requested a non-joint primary. As a result, we are currently planning for a non-joint primary. Though negotiations are ongoing—
Go ahead, Madam Clerk.
Thank you. Though negotiations are ongoing and contracts are not finalized. Following the legislative changes in recent sessions, including Senate Bills 929 and 985, polling place requirements have shifted, allowing parties to consider how primaries are conducted. My office continues to work with both parties and will return to court with information on financial and logistical impacts once decisions are final. The next election will be the April 4th special election for the City of Houston Council Member District C, with a possible runoff in May that will coincide with the May 26th primary runoff elections. unlimited elections. Due to the unprecedented numbers of elections between now and June, the clerk's office will not be contracting with the local entities for the May 2nd uniform election. Those entities may join the November 2026 ballot. I will continue working with the Budget Office, hi Budget Office, and will return to the court with a comprehensive request for additional resources needed to administer these elections.
Thank you. Clerk, do you have a ballpark amount?
We don't have a ballpark amount. We have preliminary numbers, but I didn't want to come here and get in the weeds with numbers until we've officially met with budget. So what we'll do is we'll meet with budget, we'll give them the amount, but we have to predict, because of the additional elections, what additional resources will we need for law enforcement with new legislation? What additional resources could we possibly need with the core program, right? What additional resources will we need for possibly K Harvey or PR and marketing? So those are all the things that now we have 2 extra elections that we didn't foresee, really 3 with the special runoff, and we'll come back and give you tangible numbers, but we didn't want to get too ahead of ourselves.
Yeah, and so the issue, when you said some elections are not going to happen until, was it November 26th?
Well, and May 2nd is a state uniform election schedule. In even years, county clerks have the opportunity to contract for those entity elections. And because of all the other elections that we have going on, we won't be able to contract with the entities for May 2nd, some of which can run their own elections or will look for other resources to do so, or will just decide, hey, I'll join the November election so that the county clerk's office can conduct that election.
I see. Normally, they cover the cost, but we still need the capacity to do that.
And very familiar, last year was an odd year. We didn't have an election, so we were able to support and contract with entities. But, this last year has just been unpredictable.
Right.
Yes.
And then on the joint and separate primaries, what I'm hearing is that's still being worked through.
That is still being worked through. That's correct. And that's part of what Chair Siegel just said. You'll get to hear from Chair Doyle, which I think is really important. And when I come back to that next court with the resources, with the request, we will hopefully be closer to a finalized contract.
Okay. And then just the last question for Director Ramos. Happy New Year. Do you have a sense of, based on how much each election costs, like roughly how much it would cost to do this?
We have historical information, but given all of the regulation changes, we really want to get into the weeds and really get to a staffing per election, per type of election before we share anything.
Okay. Thank you so much, Madam Clerk.
Thank you.
Colleagues, Commissioner Briones.
Clerk Hudspeth, thank you so much for that very helpful update, and thank you and your team for your tireless efforts. We're lucky to have someone with your level of excellence and expertise leading, and thank you, Chair Doyle and Chair Siegel, for being here and for everything you do to help in a collaborative way so that we can make sure Harris County elections are the best they can be, which I know is your deepest commitment, and I appreciate your service and commitment, Clerk Hudspeth. Do we think that y'all will come back in the next meeting in late January?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yes, we're looking to come back at the next court meeting.
Okay.
Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Commissioner. Thank you, Judge.
Commissioner Ellis.
You got a tough job, and how you and such a diverse group can all come together really says a lot about our region. I hope it continues. Nothing's more important than doing all we can to encourage people to participate in elections, whether they're voting for or against any of us or not, and whatever role we can play in encouraging the turnout on both sides of the aisle. I want to encourage my colleagues to do that, and maybe there's some of those things we can defray the cost on. Well, we do it anyway. I do as much as I can to go and get the word out. Tough if somebody's on the ballot, but clearly when I'm not on the ballot, I do as much as I can, but thank you. And both parties will come together on this.
Thank you, Commissioner.
I will make it out there to see your operation.
I was just getting ready to leave that as the last point.
I tell you what, if you ride a bike out there with me, I'll give you an electric one. I'll go Saturday.
Oh, boy.
Comment? No
Got
comment.
the carriages you can put your kids in, too. If I don't, Commissioner Garcia has one. He may go with me.
And thank you for your commitment through every election cycle. Every court office has worked with my office to host community meetings, and that will continue on through this entire election cycle. So we look forward to continue coordinating. Thank you.
All right. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Oh, go ahead.
Good morning, Judge, Commissioners. My name is Mike Doyle. I'm the chair of the Harris County Democratic Party. I'm here, for one, to echo Chair Siegel that with an incredible staff, an incredible driven Clerk Hudspeth, we conducted a historic joint primary in Harris County successfully, cost-effectively, and most importantly, voter-friendly. It worked, and I know it took the support of folks across the aisle to get that done. Unfortunately, at least at this point, I'm here to point out that we're not there yet. We're potentially facing a step backward, and it's a real effect if we don't have a joint primary, if it's split apart. First, millions and millions of dollars of taxpayer money that could be spent on public safety, flood infrastructure, the things that Harris County needs that drives this county forward. More importantly, it invites voter confusion. When you split and have all this separate staffing, separate back office, separate systems, what it does in a diverse county like Harris County is almost guarantee we're going to have problems that are fully avoidable. I'm not here to cast aspersions on anybody's motives, but I can say this. Harris County, working together with the Republican Party, the Democratic Party, we have a model. We did a really good job in the election, and we need to do it again, because while there may be folks on the national level that think it's a good idea to have messed up elections and basically undermine our electoral process, in Harris County, we deserve more. We deserve a voter-friendly, cost-effective way to vote, and I believe strongly a joint primary is the only way to do that in this county. Thank you.
Thank you. And I noticed the clock started a little bit late, so I just wanted to give Chair Siegel, if she's still here. Oh, if there's anything to add, because he got more time. And then Chair Doyle, so what would you have us do? Or right now, just sort of wait and you guys.
I think at this point, it's outside the county hands. This is a decision of the Harris County Republican Party, and I respect their processes. But this is bigger than an internal party decision. This has countywide implications on the checkbook, on what happens, and whether we have a voting system that works so well or not.
All right. Thank you. I hope you guys can come to an agreement.
Thank you.
Good morning. Anthony Collier here on behalf of the Harris County Democratic Party. My grandma always used to say, if it ain't broke, don't fix it. We had an excellent joint primary last time. A separate primary would be inefficient. It would be fiscally irresponsible. It would waste millions of taxpayer dollars, and it would cause unnecessary confusion. Both parties agreed last time in 2024 that the joint primary was the better option, with our friend, the GOP chair, saying there was a night and day difference in the improvement. And so I just ask that we put politics aside and do what's best for all residents of Harris County, and we hold the joint primary.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Good morning. My name is Elena Diorio. I'm also with the Harris County Democratic Party. I will defer my comments until after we hear Clerk Hudspeth's more informed information at a later date.
Thank you.
Next is Sonia Corrales on item 209 of Precinct 1. Dr. Jackie Bailey on item 341 of Precinct 4. Sandeep Markin on item 359 of Precinct 1. You each have 1 minute.
Good morning, Judge Hidalgo and all the commissioners. My name is Sonia Corrales, and I serve as the Deputy CEO at the Houston Area Women's Center. HAWK serves thousands of women, children, and families each year, with survivors coming from every precinct. Thank you all for your investment in critical services that support survivors escaping domestic violence and sexual assault across Harris County. We know that when we move services directly into community, survivors are better able to access safety and support. HAWK is delivering services through community-based hubs located in 3 precincts, including 2 in Precinct 4. Since 2022, ARPA funding has supported critical behavioral health services delivering through community-based hubs, allowing us to deliver 2,063 services to empower survivors to build strategies towards stability. This extension today allows us to sustain trauma-informed counseling and maintain continuity of care. A special thank you to you, Special thank you to you, Commissioner Leslie Briones, for your consistent advocacy for ensuring resources reach communities where they are needed the most. I also want to acknowledge Commissioner Adrian Garcia for your leadership on survivor-centered public safety, and to Commissioner Rodney Ellis for your leadership on equity and your strong partnership and support. And of course, you're the best neighbor. And thank you to Judge Hidalgo for and all of this court for the continuous support for services for domestic violence and sexual assault survivors. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Ms. Corrales.
Good morning, Judge. Good morning, Commissioners, and Happy New Year. I'm Dr. Jackie Bally. I'm Chair of the Harris County Women's Commission. And this morning, I just want to say thank you so much for the opportunity. It's been a blessing to serve since inception of 3 years on the Harris County Women's Commission. We have been very actively engaged. We heard you. You said you wanted us in the community. We've been visibly in the community, talking to all the residents, identifying all of the key policy issues that are impacting women in Harris County. And in 2026, we plan to be even more invigorated and do some more. In 2025, we really ramped up and we got engaged with various organizations. Houston Area Women's Center is one of them. And we're talking to organizations that are invested in women's causes so that we can continue to be proactive in coming to you. I would like to thank Commissioner Briones for my nomination. And I would also be remiss if I didn't.
Go ahead.
Thank you. If I didn't say once again, thank you to Commissioner Ellis. If it weren't for him, we would not have a Women's Commission, and you've also hosted us every month, and your team has been wonderful. And I'd like to say thank you to all 5 of you. Every time we've asked for assistance, all 5 of you have really come up and helped the Women's Commission, and we could not be as impactful and effective if it were not for you. So thank you so much.
Thank you so much.
Thank you for your leadership and service, Chair Dr. Bally. Thank you. We look forward to continuing the work together.
Commissioner Ellis? Or is this from before? Let's hold. Okay. Okay. Would you mind pushing it, Commissioner? Thank you. All right. Go ahead, Tiffany.
Next is Dr. Sandeep Markin on item 359, Dr. Lisa Wolford on item 359, Phoebe Tudor on item 370, and Nicole Romano on item 370. You each have 1 minute.
Welcome.
Hi, good morning, Judge, and good morning, Commissioners, and Happy New Year. I'm Phoebe Tudor, and I am the chairman of the Astrodome Conservancy, which is part of my community service. Over the past years, I have spoken with most of you or your staffs about this organization, which envisions a dynamic Astrodome accessible to all through creative programming, innovative partnership, and economic development. Working in good faith under a memorandum of understanding as the county's nonprofit partner, the Conservancy has raised almost $5 million and has from individuals and local foundations, using those funds for all sorts of pre-development work, including the ambitious Vision Astrodome plan, which shows an exciting multi-purpose income-producing reuse of the Astrodome. This is exactly the type of project recommended in 2014 by the Urban Land Institute study, which was sponsored by Harris County Commissioners Court and the National Trust for Historic Preservation.
Go ahead.
Which concluded in its study saying that the Astrodome can and should be reimagined for the people of Houston. They recommended a public-private partnership, bringing in private developers to help make the project a reality. We continue to speak to private developers to help make the project a reality, and they have shown interest in participating in the project. But we will need some help and support from the county to show that you are open for proposals, and we would like to request an RFP process from the county. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Commissioner Ellis?
Ms. Tudor, I just want to thank you for your work. You've been consistent on all the issues that you work on, and you never give up. And I just want you to know that we all appreciate you. I know you know, you did reach out to me, and I know my staff talked to you, and as I mentioned, each one of us have the right to put anything on the agenda. It was during the holidays, so it's
Well-
certainly not an oversight on my part, but to be honest with you, I had a few things going on myself, so I didn't think to call you when I found out it was on the agenda, but don't take it personally.
Okay,
You
thank
know,
you so much. I have brought my, the books for Vision Astrodome, which I would like to have distributed to all of you.
You can hand to.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
And we have a couple of other speakers who have come who were not able to register, but if you would allow a couple more, that would be appreciated.
Yeah, of course. That's allowed, right?
Thank you, Mrs. Tudor.
Thank you. All right, go ahead.
Good morning, Commissioners and Judge Hidalgo. So nice to be here. I'm Minette Basil. I'm a co-founder and on the board of the Astrodome Conservancy. We have commissioned an economic impact study for the project, which predicts over $1.5 billion in impact and hundreds of jobs. A renewed Astrodome could help revitalize the area around the dome and serve as an entertainment district next to NRG Stadium. The Astrodome, as we all know, is Houston's most famous building, as well as a protected antiquity landmark. It's known around the world. It is structurally solid, free of asbestos, and waiting for its next chapter. It is a paid-for asset of tremendous value with a brand already known around the world. Several surveys have been done, 4 different polls that indicate 85 to 95% of those polled were in favor of the Astrodome and the use of public funds to help pay for it. We do ask, as Phoebe indicated, the opportunity to present the project called Vision Astrodome and request that the county open up
Go ahead.
requests for proposals. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hi, Judge and Commissioners. Thank you. My name is Beth Wiedauer Jackson, and I am the Executive Director of the Astrodome Conservancy. We appreciate the opportunity to speak before you today. We have read the Kirksey study summary that's to be discussed later on the agenda today, and we are in agreement. There must be private dollars brought to the Astrodome redevelopment. In fact, we at the Astrodome Conservancy have been saying just that since the 2014 Urban Land Institute report that Phoebe referenced. The challenge thus far is exactly where that private interest and investment will come from. The Conservancy saw this gap and we proactively worked to address it. We are in conversation with multiple private, large-scale developers who are very interested in the Astrodome as a public-private partnership with Harris County. We can and will continue to bring private dollars to the table for capital, for operations, and for ongoing maintenance. And we are working to minimize the investment.
Go ahead.
Thank you, Judge, by Harris County in such a public-private partnership, thanks to the availability of the historic rehabilitation tax credits, which we've discussed with most of your offices in the past. Yes, Harris County can take advantage of this lucrative capital source in these historic rehabilitation tax credits, up to 45% of the capital cost. We're here to help. We want to work with you, continue to bring resources, research, and information to the table. So I look forward to making a presentation to you in the future soon. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good morning, Judge and Commissioners. Thank you for the opportunity. My name is Ryan Soroka, an Astrodome Conservancy board member and a proud native Houstonian. I'm here to ask that we preserve and repurpose the Houston Astrodome, not tear it down. The Astrodome is not just a building, it's a symbol of Houston's identity. It represents innovation, ambition, and a moment when this city showed the world what was possible. The Astrodome was once called the eighth wonder of the world, and even today, people across the globe associate with that bold achievement. But this isn't about nostalgia. Preserving the Astrodome is about opportunity. Cities across the country have proven that iconic structures can be successfully repurposed into multi-use facilities. The Astrodome's scale, location, and structural integrity make it uniquely suited for that kind of adaptive reuse. There's also a clear path forward through shared utilization. The Houston Texans and the Houston Livestock Show and Rodeo already anchor NRG Park. A reimagined Astrodome could support those organizations serving as an auxiliary venue while also generating new revenue for the county. Houston needs to be a city that reinvents rather than erases, one that builds forward while respecting its foundation. The Astrodome can, once again, be a place where Houston comes
Go ahead,
together,
you can finish.
not as a relic of the past, but as a functional economic and cultural asset for the future. Thank you for your time and for your service.
Thank you. Are there any other speakers on the Astrodome?
Yes, ma'am.
Yeah, go
Nicole
ahead.
Romano.
Okay, she had to leave. Anyone else? Okay. So I just want to make sure I understand. You guys are saying that you're requesting an RFP from the county. Explain to me what that's about.
Yes, ma'am. We're respectfully asking consideration of some sort of signal from Harris County to the private development community that the county is open and willing to explore a public-private partnership around this building. In our conversations with the private development community, we have reached kind of a stopping point because as a private nonprofit organization, we don't have the authority that you do as the county leadership to act on behalf of the county to take this conversation to the next level. And so the private development community in our conversations has told us we need a signal from the county that they would be open to a conversation with private developers. So is that an RFP? Is that some sort of memorandum from the county that signals to the private development community and the private investment community that there is room at the table for them?
So I guess that'd be a question for legal and budget. Yes, Jesse, go ahead.
Thanks, Judge. No, we remain open with John and the county attorney's office to meet with anyone that the Conservancy wants to bring to the table and discuss any of their ideas. And I think we've had that conversation with the Conservancy. So we absolutely remain open to that and would be happy to have any of those meetings.
Is that okay for you guys to have meetings with the developers? Would that be enough of an opening?
We are having those meetings, and thank you,
With the
Mr. Dickerman.
developers
We
and the
are,
county,
yes, and we are working. We met with Mr. Dickerman and County Attorney Fonbon late in December, and we are working to set up some of those meetings. I think a formal signal from this body would be most advantageous in getting those development entities to the table.
Do you guys, and I know, I mean, we're very tight on our budget, but obviously we have the whole NRG project and, it's a different pot of funds. So is this something that, like, if you guys meet with these folks, you could figure out whether we could possibly have some funds as part of the NRG redevelopment, or do we already know we don't? Like, what's the...
Yeah, Judge, we're quite limited on what we can spend today on a redevelopment project, and I think we've been clear with the Conservancy and with the tenants as well on what those limits are. There are some hot tax which we're able to use. Besides that, I think as we've talked about, anything else would be sort of future oriented. It would need legislative action likely to bring in new dollars. So we're quite limited outside of the hot tax. On what we're able to recommend from this body. Yeah, no.
And okay. I mean, it sounds like, we've been going round and round on this for a while. You guys have done a lot of work over the years. The issue was always funding, and now the budget is destroyed. We're counting on money that we don't have to pay for things that we're passing. Mm-hmm. So it seems to me, and colleagues, let me know your thought, but it seems to me that perhaps as part of these meetings, and budget and county administration can sort of crunch some numbers and maybe bring some proposals to us. I just don't know if the funding that you guys need is there, and if the court would be willing to commit that, because we might need that for something else. I don't know.
Right. And I think it's premature to be talking about funding right now.
Yeah.
In order to bring those private dollars to the county for the conversation, we're looking for, the signal from the court that the county is open to having those conversations.
Could you guys maybe work with county attorney on what the signal might be?
Sure.
I think the concern is we don't want to commit to something. Like we want to make sure that whatever is said, if it's said, is appropriate. But for now, I think the conversations are great, and I think that what I'm hearing is more conversations need to happen to understand how much the county would have to put in. My sense is we just don't have it, but that doesn't mean the conversation shouldn't continue. There have been surprises sometimes. on the budget. And gosh, there was one more thing I was going to say. Anyway, well, thank you guys so much. And so I guess we'll have that, and then maybe once you guys have a sense, you can bring us some options, whether it is funding or a signal, we can see if that's something we feel comfortable doing.
Great.
All right.
Thank you.
Thank
Thank you
you.
all for continuing the conversation with us.
Thank you, guys.
Next is Joy Davis on item 371. Mark Cowart on item 371. Victor Mendoza on item 371. You each have 1 minute.
All right, thank you. Good morning. My name is Joy Davis with the Pure Justice Action Fund, and I'm a resident of Precinct 2. I'm here today to speak in support of Dr. Wyatt. I believe people should be offered grace, given second chances, and also have the presumption of innocence. It's not uncommon for someone to mistakenly enter the wrong vehicle. If they look similar, someone waiting on an Uber ride thinking they're in the correct vehicle into the wrong vehicles, students accidentally getting into the wrong vehicle while leaving school for the day, or someone could just be having a medical emergency. I remember one night recently, my son and I were sitting in a Walmart parking lot as I completed my grocery list. During that time, my passenger's door suddenly opened and an older lady hopped in my car and just sat down. We looked at her, and all I could say to her was, "Baby, where are you going?" I knew she made a mistake. She was shocked, embarrassed, and she looked just as surprised as we were. We laughed it off. I told her it was okay as she exited my vehicle. We all knew it was a mistake. Never at any point did I think about calling HPD.
Go
Thank
ahead.
you.
Oh, thank you so much.
Honorable Court, for the record, my name is Mark Cowart, and I am a candidate for Harris County Treasurer, but the issues reported in the media transcend party and politics. The recent arrest of our Harris County Treasurer, Carla Wyatt, is deeply disturbing, especially when following prior arrests, because public office is not just a position of authority, it is a position of trust. Taxpayers expect those entrusted with resources to act with responsibility and sound judgment. Accountability is not optional. Leadership requires consistency between words and actions. Unfortunately, the wrong actions are the ones becoming consistent with this defendant. Carla Wyatt's behavior is growing into a disturbing pattern that has broken the public trust. Restoring trust begins with acknowledging when it has been compromised and taking appropriate action to ensure that it does not happen again. The people of Harris County deserve a county treasurer who doesn't have to have a
Go
bail
ahead.
bondsman on speed dial.
Thank you so much, sir. Any other speakers on this topic?
Good morning, Commissioners and County Judge. My name is Victor Mendoza, and I'm a proud member of the Pure Justice Action Fund and a resident of Precinct 2. I believe what we are seeing is unfair treatment of Dr. Wyatt. There have been other officials who have had legal troubles recently, but they weren't placed on the agenda for Commissioner's Court. No one is perfect. We ask for her to be treated fairly. She has not been convicted of what she has been accused of. She is innocent until proven guilty. People make mistakes all of the time, and it is unfortunate to see how easy it is for those mistakes to cost you your freedom. As my mother talked about earlier, very recently we witnessed a lady get into my mom's car by accident, and she seemed surprised just to be sitting in there with us. And, it's a little funny, but, she just sat there, apologized, and got up out the car. And, if we were to have called the police, her freedom could have been taken away from her. And it could have been and turned into something serious when it really wasn't. And it was just a simple accident, and those things happen.
Thank you.
Next is non-agenda speaker Walter Prothero, Jacob Clementich, Alexei Swirsky, and Mike Scranton. You each have 1 minute.
And let me just say on the treasurer issue, I agree. I want to see the outcome of the legal process play out. And as you said, innocent until proven guilty. Treasurer Wyatt, of course, is an independently elected official that the people voted for. And so I think changing her duties is a pretty serious step. So I think whatever comes out in the courts will affect my decision. It's just a little bit early. Go ahead, Jacob.
This is about the Texans, and so it's been recorded.
Mr. Secretary, call our first witness. Jacob.
Jacob Clementich. To be followed by Anthony Hayes.
We're gonna win.
Texas tatted on my arm. Got Houston on my back. Cause of the city I'm from. Hands up if you feel that. I fall hard like a Texan.
Jacob, your time's running, Jacob.
Thank you. Your time is up.
All right. Thank you. Oops.
A few more seconds.
Okay.
Go ahead, Jacob.
Okay.
All right.
we
Yeah,
got the
that's a lot.
drill.
That's more than a few seconds. But thank you, Jacob. And go Texans. Thank you. Thank you. All right. Let's go ahead to the next speaker.
My name is Walter Prothero. County Commissioners, I'd like to continue the line of the issues with Harris Health as other county agencies have avoided their responsibilities. I'm here to discuss the falsification of medical records and how Harris Health physician tried to conceal both the injury and fraud that was conducted by Baylor College of Medicine physicians. Harris Health physician is Dr. Andrew Palash, who during an official investigation made false statement of the incident in which I was injured. The false statement was to intercede in the true cause of the incident by Dr. Stephen Chin had fully admitted to on recording that he was the one who had changed the procedure without an examination that I was to be given. The unnecessary procedure was done to treat a non-existent medical condition that was later confirmed by several physicians, including ones working for Harris Health. Dr. Andrew Palash is still working for Harris Health.
Thank you. Your time is
Go
up.
ahead if you have just a couple sentences.
I couldn't hear you.
If you have just a couple sentences.
No, it's a little bit longer. I've sent
Thank you.
copies to your office.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, sir.
Yes, I was excited to see item 172 on the agenda, and I'm going to still speak in favor of it or something similar. If the sheriff submits something similar, from what I understand, it's been pulled from the agenda. We need to increase the number of detention officers in the Harris County Jail, as well as other improvements. Housing accused criminals is a statutory requirement of county government. In 2025, there were 20 inmate deaths in the Harris County Jail. There were 10 in 2024 and 19 in 2023. The jail has been out of compliance with minimum state requirements for the last few years, with citations ranging from delayed medical care and a broken fire alarm system. Many of the people who died awaiting trial had not been convicted of a crime. Our American principles of liberty include a right to a safe and speedy trial, a fair and speedy trial. Dying due to untenable conditions in the jail before even receiving a trial violates this right. Sometimes inmates even spend more than a year in jail before receiving a trial.
Go ahead. Go ahead.
I'm sorry, what?
Go ahead if you need to finish
Okay,
up.
thank you. I believe that even the guilty are fellow human beings who we should treat with dignity and respect, and many of these people are guilty or not guilty. They're waiting a trial. So I appreciate any efforts we can make to increase the humane treatment of inmates in the jail. Thank you.
Thank you. And do we know why that one was pulled?
We asked for that to be pulled just because we wanted to clarify what service levels we were getting as part of the agreement. So it'll come back on the 29th.
Is that for budgeting purposes or?
Partly for budgeting and just transparency, but we we're in full support of the sheriff. It's just we wanted to make sure we weren't committing to something that the sheriff couldn't deliver on.
Okay, thank you.
Those are all the speakers, Judge.
All right, thank you. Thank you so much to all the speakers. So we'll start going through the discussion items now, starting with item 2, which goes with item 369. Both relate to OCA procedures. Commissioners Ramsey and Briones.
Thank you. So my comments are with regard in support of version 2 of the proposed 2026 Commissioners Court calendar. In particular, I wanted to highlight that it adds 11 additional business courts, which addresses a lot of the conversation we've been having in recent meetings with Prompt Pay Act and the other improvements we are trying to make as we improve processes in the county. So I simply was going to speak in support of version 2. And I don't have any comments on 369, so thank you.
Commissioner Garcia.
Likewise, I'm happy to move on this item if colleagues are.
Commissioner Ramsey.
Yeah, clearly we need to set our calendar. My primary concern about our meetings has to do with agenda deadlines that are arbitrarily and capriciously set by other departments. So when we adopt a schedule for the general meetings, when we adopt a schedule for the business meetings, a couple of points of clarification, Commissioner Briones. Apparently there are some things in a business meeting related to the county engineer's office and other offices that we can't get into, so I would want clarification on what we could do in the business meetings, because they're going to be a critical part of us not slowing down progress that we need within, whether it's engineering department or purchasing or others. But specifically, examples of agenda deadlines that my office has experienced in terms of, I think, compelling reasons to change it. Harris County Engineering Department has a 6-week requirement, including awards on CDBG deadlines. I know this because I experienced this. Clearly, we need to change that. When purchasing, in terms of what we're doing there, years past, you've inherited a lot of things within purchasing. But there is a 4-week requirement on some things coming out of purchasing. So my motion today is simply going to be, there's a 2-week requirement related to getting things on the agenda. And that applies to every department.
Second.
So whichever, I'm good with either option 1 or option 2. But we have to have no more than 2-week mandates coming from purchasing, 2-week mandates coming from the Harris County Engineering Department. I think we've got 10 days is what I would propose for us to get things on agenda. Therefore, today is Thursday. So 10 days, which would have been last Tuesday. Last Tuesday, as an example, would be a time when we could get things on this court agenda. And what I'm saying, 2 weeks, so 2 weeks ago from today, is when you have to have things into the particular departments. So I want that clearly set. I am frustrated with the arbitrary deadlines. There's always excuses on why we need to set deadlines within each department, but we need to bring some order to it. It's affecting everything we do. For example, new positions in HR, 4 weeks before going to court just to get on the agenda. Then there's another 4 weeks of paperwork following that. That's 8 weeks on a new position. This isn't how you should operate government. Government should be a lot more efficient. I know maybe a lot of these things you've inherited, particularly in HR. So again, this isn't meant to be anything personal. It just means we've gotten sloppy. And I think this, as we clean up the time that we're going to have for our meetings, and again, I'm good with option 1 or option 2. But the most important thing to me is getting this cleaned up on these arbitrary deadlines. And so 2 weeks, period, CELA, that's what it should be. Make it clear, and departments need to adjust accordingly.
Commissioner Ellis.
I'm attentive to where I'm sensing the votes are, but I'll give you this concern. Back when I was on city council, they were meeting twice a week. I think I've said this before, but it was a holdover from the old days. They used to meet on Tuesdays over lunch before open meetings, work everything out. And then they go in there Wednesday and knock it out. So when open meetings law passed, it turned into a Tuesday meeting and a Wednesday meeting. So I had the bright idea they ought to shorten the week and go to a one-day meeting, just one long day. Then, of course, I was young and impetuous. I had the bright idea that they ought to go to a 4-year term. So I do remember the article in the paper said freshman council member wants to lengthen the term and shorten the week. It burned. So I do worry about that. But the way these business courts are supposed to work is item, if there are speakers on it, it doesn't come up. If we have any discussion on it, it doesn't come up. We've had challenges on getting 3 of us here for the business court. The way it was designed, it would take 10 minutes. I think the last business court, something changed. Things come up. I planned a trip, but then all of that stuff that was on the agenda, when things change, it would have stopped. Prompt pay issues, all of those issues. So I canceled what I had to make sure we had 3 of us here. Things always come up. I know on April the 9th, Thursdays, for whatever reason, when we switch, like when we plan events, a lot of people do more things that they want us to go to on Thursdays because they assume if everything's going to the devil in a handbasket, at least you got Monday, Tuesday, and Wednesday to put it together. Friday, everybody's gone. So I'm just mentioning to you, it's a challenge on Thursdays because we have other things pulling at us. Thursday is the day most people kind of play in case something's not working. That's the best day of the week. Even on some of our significant events, we pick Thursday. You know what I'm talking about? That's a challenge because we switched it now. We're going to Thursdays. Thank God we started at 9. Judge, I didn't see the text you sent me. Believe it or not, I try not to stay on the phone all day. But if we do change it with fewer meetings, we ought to have a gentle person's agreement at 9 o'clock. There are 3 people here, start the meeting. Go to the non-significant stuff so it goes quick. I'm glad we moved up. But it's going to be a big challenge when something comes up that we don't know about. A graduation, a funeral, whatever, and you just can't make it to that business court. They happen. And when that does, you're going to set a lot of
So your concern, Commissioner, would be the more frequent business courts would be more frequent opportunities for conflicts.
Yes. And look, on today's agenda, I think I pulled one item. It's going to be a quick comment. And I'm almost inclined to call the department, see if they can work it out or just hold it. It means if for some reason you have some heartburn, you want to pull an item, just because something comes up you just didn't think about. You pulling it for all practical purposes for maybe a month. So I'm just saying that we can always change it if it doesn't work. I get it. I would say if you're going to do it kind of on a pilot basis and then flip it back. I'm just worried that we might have that used to give that speech all the time. Oh, usually my bills in Austin, unintended consequences. I said, well, why is it always that unintended consequences when it's my bill, but everybody else's bill? It's okay. You know what you're doing. But I do worry. This isn't my bill about some unintended consequences here. But whatever you all do, if you got the votes, go ahead and do it. But on April the 9th, I won't be here, and I'd like to switch that, make a business court, a regular court. Because at least, now look, I was here when the meetings were real quick. And I did as much as I could to get here. And I'm still doing as much as I could when the meetings are anything other than real quick, might I add. But I'd like to hear from the staff, by the way. Do y'all have any concerns about this? Because we're going to be the ones complaining if something doesn't work. But, I mean, I don't want to put you behind the 8 ball, but that's why you get the big bucks.
Yeah, Commissioner, I mean, I do share that concern that we have fewer courts and there are things, policy issues or issues that can't make it on business court that we want to address, that for whatever reason don't make it, then, things that are project specific. I have that concern. It'll require all of the administrative departments to really have their ducks in a row and be ready to go and not miss deadlines and not take too long. And so, yes, I share that concern. We will operate however court decides to set the deadlines. We will make it work. But yeah, there are a number of issues that court wants to have input on. And, it'll be up to everyone to make sure if we're only meeting once a month that everything gets through.
And look, I'll close with this. It really is an honor and a privilege to be with all of you all. But I don't want to be with you any more than I have to. I can see you on the street, perfectly on the bike. But I really do worry about cutting it down this much. I don't know around the state if any others, nobody is as big as we are, obviously. Nobody really has all of the challenges that we have, in part because we're so big, and external challenges that our friends in Austin and other places put on us. But I do worry. But whatever you do, I'm hoping when you decide, don't make that April 9th thing, by the way. Make that my birthday gift. Birthday is April the 7th. Why don't you just do the meeting? I'll move it that week from Thursday to do it on April 7th. You can do it on my birthday. I assure you I'm not going to have a damn thing to say.
Commissioner Garcia.
Thank you. Commissioner Ramsey, I completely agree with you. When I go out and tell folks that they got a particular project coming and it's coming and it's coming and it's coming, it gets a little bit frustrating. But in relation to your point, Commissioner Ellis, about struggling to have a quorum to do business courts, I'm going to make a commitment to be here for business court. And I would just ask maybe the agenda office to work to do a head count in advance of all the business courts that are going to be scheduled through Commissioner Briones' motion. I think we can get a head count, keep things from getting on our calendars, and then that way, it may not be all these fine faces, but it'll be at least 3. And I think we'll be able to get these items moving. So I support Commissioner Briones' item as, if that's a friendly amendment, I support it, Commissioner Ramsey.
Well, and I would just.
Can I say something real quick? So I'm concerned, and I think I agree with Commissioner Ramsey's point, and I just want to understand exactly. So you're saying the departments sometimes set deadlines that are too far ahead, and can we make that closer to the court?
Yeah, at this point, it's going to be 2 weeks, period.
Yeah.
And right now, sometimes it's 6 weeks, sometimes it's 4 weeks, sometimes it's 8 weeks before things finally get through, and we can't function that way.
That's right.
So can that be done, you guys?
Well, so our agenda deadline is less than 2 weeks, right?
Right.
We publish on Friday, and the agenda deadline is the Monday before the Friday.
Right.
So that is less than 2 weeks before court. That's the agenda deadline for the agenda team. You're right. There are some other departments, some are independently elected, like the county attorney's office, that have longer review processes. HRT does have a longer review for new positions, and I think we absolutely need to review those. But from the agenda team standpoint,
Right.
that is less than 2 weeks.
I think the question is it possible to shorten the time for those departments that have more than 2 weeks? And I don't know, I guess that might be like a county administrator question, because if it's feasible, then sure, I agree. Maybe they need more staff in order for it to be feasible. I don't know. The ones that are holding.
I think it would depend on the individual department. I mean, HR can speak to their review process for new positions. CAO can speak to the contract review process, and purchasing as well.
Just to be clear, so as it relates to our office, we have less than 2 weeks for. I think as many of you know, we've had items placed on well within within a few days, right? Because obviously we were able to set when things get noticed. That said, so I do want to talk about sort of the three things. One of the things Commissioner Ellis raised and Commissioner Ramsey raised. So as it relates to the business courts, I probably in the minority.
So Jay, I'm still getting my questions
Sure.
answered. So on this point of the court meetings, Commissioner Ramsey, your motion was to go ahead and shorten it right now, and I would say, can you guys? I prefer maybe we could say put this on the next court, and in the meantime, you guys can talk to the
Absolutely, Judge.
departments.
Commissioner Ramsey, with your
I'm not gonna, no. It's easy to find reasons not to do something. I think we set it at 2 weeks, and then they can work through, each department can work through it in terms of specifics, in terms of if you need some latitude going forward. But until you set a clear deadline, and for 50 years prior to this, we did it. I know that because I talked to people here before. So I think we've gotten sloppy. I think we've gotten bureaucratic. And so set it at 2 weeks. And if particular departments have issues with making a 2-week issue work, then we can work through those. But you set a standard defined date. You set a date and you manage to the date.
Commissioner, I don't have an issue with that. I will say that the problem is almost the opposite, that we often get much later items in like after the deadlines have passed, and insistence that things need to come on. So it's not, people are taking more than just to the deadline. It's 2 days after the deadline.
That'll be up to the departments. I mean, we'll hold the departments accountable. So I think we're being very clear that all departments need to adhere to what Commissioner Ramsey is pointing to, and I think that the bulk of us agree with. So
that's great for our team, Commissioner. That's terrific. That helps our team.
So, Judge,
Can I just, and I wanted to mention about the other item. So Jesse, so you're saying you like the 2-week deadline?
What I'm saying, Judge, is that like our agenda team, that to get the agenda on, right, actually has a shorter than 2-week deadline.
Right. Yeah. No, I think we all know that.
So those items that come to them, right, if they're complete and ready to go, 2 weeks, right, then that's great. I can't speak right now for engineering's elongated deadline and what that means for getting for them having court-ready items.
Right.
But to I think Commissioner Garcia and Commissioner Ramsey's point, if that's the deadline, they will work towards it, and they will have to figure out how to make sure that those items get in advance of the agenda deadline that are complete. And I think everyone's going to have to follow that.
I mean, for my part, yes, and there's only so much that you can do without additional support. And, it's the same thing that was told to the departments on during budget of hey, figure out how to cut. Well, they already cut. So it's well, no, you got to cut more. Well, where am I supposed to cut more from? So, of course, we ended up decreasing services, and it was just this pressure. So I think my concern is that the departments, I guess my request would be that the departments tell, even if you have to tell, Jesse or whoever's in that chair, hey, we're struggling to meet the deadline because blank, and I don't know, maybe we won't know which department it is. I just don't think it's fair to put things on like that. We already spent all summer, some of us, beating the departments down for them to find money out of thin air. And now this, so I just don't think it's fair. On the point of the meetings, I agree with Commissioner Ellis. I think that there have been consistent efforts to reduce the number of meetings, and I agree. I don't think that's right. I think we're supposed to be about transparency. We got here, we changed, 15-minute meetings into meetings that would go until midnight. Then Commissioner Ramsey, I think, really spearheaded the hey, after midnight, nothing good happens. And, I think we've reached a happy medium, but that doesn't mean that we cut out public meetings. All right, Jay, I interrupted you. But I
No,
just
that's all
wanted
right.
to- Yeah.
That's all right, Judge. Thank you. Two things. One, as far as setting an arbitrary time, I just did want to say Commissioner Ramsey's correct. In the past, we have had that. Candidly, for the non-elected departments, this is effectively an issue for really only about 3 or 4 departments. And if the court wants to set a deadline, I don't think it's a resource question. I think it's just a question that there's not a standard set by the court. So if the court sets a standard, then I think administrative departments will adhere to that. On the point that Commissioner Ellis made related to the number of business courts, I'm probably in the minority in here, and that, especially among you guys, I would love for us to have 21 regular meetings and 13 business courts. The more meetings, the better for me. I know I'm very much in the minority there, because I do want you guys to meet as often as humanly possible. That said, if we do go for option 2, which has a greater number of business courts, 2 things to remember. One, as Commissioner Ellis points out, there will be less opportunity for the kind of robust discussion that this court likes to have. But 2, we probably ought to look at, and I'm happy to work with OCA and your offices to think about more items that we can make eligible for business court. To sort of create more avenues. Right now, we do allow speakers during business court. What we don't allow primarily is discussion amongst yourselves. So if we want to go to a more business court formatted set of meetings, we can do that. My suggestion would be we work to try to get more items that are not necessarily needing the discussion, and we act accordingly. Again, for what it's worth, my preference is that we do more regular meetings and more business court meetings, but I recognize I'm a lonely voice on that front.
Judge,
Yes, Commissioner Garcia.
thank you. I have a motion to approve version 2 of the
Got a little more
proposed.
discussion if you don't mind.
Oh, well, let me finish my motion. We can go into discussion. Motion to approve version 2 of the proposed 2026 Commissioners Court calendar, with the change that that the February 12th, 2026 meeting be a regular Commissioners Court meeting, and that there be a 2-week deadline in advance of the agenda posting deadline. Does that work for you, Commissioner Ramsey?
Is that for item number 2, Commissioner?
Version 2, yes.
Commissioner, can we check on, are you sure you want that? Because currently, we post, right, the posting deadline is less than 2 weeks. We publish on a Friday, and the deadline is the preceding Monday. So you just said 2 weeks in advance of posting. I just want to make sure it's what you're.
Tell me what the.
Sure, I think just to understand the spirit of what you're saying is you're looking for an internal agenda deadline 2 weeks prior to the meeting for all administrative departments.
If you have a department and and you need to submit, whether it's through the county engineer or HR or through purchasing, if you want something on that court, it has to be into that department. 2 weeks is the time. It can't be 6 weeks, it can't be 4 weeks, it can't be 8 weeks.
So, do you want to repeat the motion, Jay, if you don't mind?
Sure.
Just your, the clarification of, like you said, like the spirit.
Sure. As I understand it, it's a motion to set a 2-week internal deadline for all administrative departments 2 weeks prior to the court meeting.
Correct.
Correct?
Okay, so motion by Commissioner. Yeah.
Tell me the court meeting versus the agenda posting deadline.
Okay, I'm sorry, the agenda posting deadline, yeah, which is three business days prior, sorry.
I know that's about a week. That'll make it actually 2.5 weeks, something like that.
That's correct.
Yeah, and from our team's perspective, right, for us to publish Friday, we need to have all items in by that Monday, so the team can have really only 3 business days to get the agenda ready to be published Friday morning. And so that's the deadline, why it's important for us to have those ready and come in on that Monday so we can get the agenda published.
Okay.
Did you guys catch the motion?
We read that. So does the posting prior to the posting agenda deadline, does that work?
I think that works. I think that
Okay.
helps. I think that's
I knew
good
that would
compromise. Yeah.
really make it a little longer than 2 weeks, but that was the purpose.
Thank you, Commissioner.
Okay.
We would appreciate if you can reread the entire motion for item number 2.
Okay, so the motion is to approve version 2 of the proposed 2026 Commissioners Court calendar with the change that the February 12th, 2026 meeting be a regular Commissioners Court meeting and that there be a 2-week deadline in advance of the agenda posting deadline.
So can we separate those, Commissioner Garcia? Because one of them has to do with how many meetings there are, and the other one has to do with when
Let me
the
suggest
submission
this.
deadlines are.
Well, unless you call it a motion, in which case I just vote no. I want to have a little more discussion on the subject.
Yeah.
I think it merits that. So if I,
But
just real
Commissioner,
quick.
Usher, Ramsey, then Ellis, and then Briones.
So I do want to ask, as a courtesy, the April 9th meeting that Thursday instead be on April the 8th, because I will not be here on the 9th. And then I want to also say that I'm counting votes. One thing I have been pretty good at, not being an engineer, but being on a slide rule team, Tom. I know how to count.
I didn't make the slide rule.
Yeah, you should get. I got in your Texas speed rule. You've been on my side of town. These meetings are going to be longer. If they're few meetings, they're going to be longer. And I think instead of stopping the important business, which if this happens, it's going to happen once a month, as opposed to twice a month, instead of stopping automatically to do resolutions at 4 o'clock, we need to move that down. And I don't know what time. I was going to say maybe I'll do it 6. So first of all, people are not, unless we finish early. But if it is a long day, you're waiting a whole month and it's a long day, and then you got folks who came to be honored, I think we ought to look at, I don't know what arbitrarily, I'd say you better try that out for 6 o'clock unless we finish. If you finish, then start it earlier. But if not, if you stop and spend 2 hours on resolutions and then you're going to go back to the people's business when you meet once a month, it's kind of touch and go. And then obviously have understanding, we better start at 9 o'clock. And sometimes if it's going to be a shorter, you'll meet once a month, you can get on your diet, you ought to fast, because we're ready to eat. Now y'all get angry about 1 o'clock, but it's going to be a long day.
I totally agree with what you're referring to. I think part of it, I give out a lot of proclamations within the precinct. The difference between a proclamation and a resolution doesn't come to court, proclamation. So, there's some things that you like for all court members to sign, and I get that. We also talked about the number of resolutions each court member brings. I really try to keep mine under 2 or under. So there's all those issues that are going to affect it. But if it ends up being 6 o'clock, and we look down the way, we got 500 agenda items. This court meeting today, the last court meeting we had in 2025 was about a month ago. So we got roughly 380 agenda items. Of course, a lot of that has to do with how many we pull and have discussions. So I think there's a lot of these issues you're talking about I agree with. Plus, Jay mentioned a very important, I do think with the more business court meetings, that we're going to need to be sure that if we need to bring a purchasing item or an engineering item that's currently not typically brought to a business court, then we need to take a look at that in terms of what appropriate modifications we can make in our own rules on those business courts to be sure they're as effective as we possibly can.
Well, Kyle, do make sure you understand you defeat the purpose of the item that's on the agenda if you turn a business court meeting into where there is a discussion. And as one who certainly can't talk a long time, but you do run into that.
Well, and I don't disagree with the discussion. Maybe that would be a line too far, but sometimes we won't put contract awards. We won't put other things. There's some internal things going on related to those business court meetings, things that we put on them, things we don't. They don't even involve discussion. So at least, Jay, we should take a look at that. because they're going to become more important.
Sure. I mean, as a practical matter, we'll have an agenda of 450 items, and the court will have great discussion on 30 of them. So there's an argument to be made that there's a lot of things we could do in business court and leave these meetings to more of the 30 or 40 or 50 items. But I do think Commissioner Ellis's point is one that shouldn't be taken lightly. You guys like to have, and I think it's important from the Democratic perspective to have good conversation. It's the only time all 5 of you can meet, and if you are limiting yourself to only once a month, that is a limitation. There are ramifications to that. That's all.
Look, that's why I go back and say, if you're going to do it, try it for 6 or 8 months. I just worry about getting out. I'm not going to make a big issue out of it, and I'm not going to criticize it, but it really does. It concerns me. And if you go turn to business, the business court is essentially a consent agenda, is what it amounts to. If you turn that into a discussion, agenda is a different issue. And look, the broad issue, as I said, when this first came up, I don't want to hurt anybody's feeling, but hey, I probably sound like, the conservative here, but I really don't trust the bureaucracy. All y'all wonderful people, I enjoy being with you too. But my resolution, I think I told the couple department is, no slick tricks in 26. And when I can watch you, when you're going to see me every couple of weeks, it may take a couple of days to get it, but, I used to be a little more trusting of the bureaucracy.
Mr.
But some of this is the chance to check on the bureaucracy, in my judgment, is here.
Yeah, do you have a motion? Is that
Commissioner, if you're making a motion or an amendment that we revisit this in 6 months, then I can support that.
Okay. So we can roll it all into one. That's why we got all y'all got all this money. And I want to move that business, that one court, regular court, to the 8th. So I'll be here. I know I'm not going to be here on the 9th.
I'll support both of those amendments.
Commissioner Ellis, I think
I do too.
On version 2 that Commissioner Briones is recommending, the regular court is April 16th, and April 9th is a business court in option 2.
Oh, April 9th is a business.
It's a business court.
Okay, good
All
deal.
right.
So
Okay, that's
I'll
fine.
support the review in 6 months.
And what about moving this down, the resolution part? Because if you're meeting once a month, you better
I think
move
we
these
try it out
resolutions
first,
down.
and then we continue iterating.
Say it again. Some said
I think
6
we try
o'clock
it out.
unless we finish, in which case you can start at noon if you finish. But I worry about us telling people to come in here. We meet once a month, and we're going to stop, and then we're going to go back and end up going to the people's other business at 8 o'clock.
I would just say, man, we have tried a bunch of things. I think we just stay the course and just work at it.
Okay. Well, take my friendly one. Now, I'm going to have to vote no, but I'm not going to make a big deal out of it.
So, yeah, and I agree, Commissioner Ellis. So do we need to repeat the motion?
Yes, please, Judge, because there's just so many different
think we should
motions.
take
And to be
one at a
clear,
time,
this is item 2 and 369, Jay, right?
Correct.
Can we do one topic at a time, just because it's also the motion's getting really long? So is there a motion on moving, I'm just starting arbitrarily, is there a motion on moving the resolutions to 6 o'clock?
I'm going to try that. Move the resolutions to 6 o'clock unless we finish earlier. I'll make that motion. Just vote on that one. I'll make that motion.
Second.
Motion by Commissioner Ellis, second by Commissioner Ramsey. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries unanimously.
And Judge, this is still in reference to number 2, or is it 2 and 369?
Whichever one passes.
So
That's coming.
Yeah.
Coming.
No. yeah.
Item 2.
Yes. And then is there a motion on making the deadline for administrative departments be 2 weeks before the submission deadline?
Sure. Judge, on that last motion, and update rules as necessary. Can you
Yes.
just
Did you
add
catch
that
that?
to the end of that motion, please? Sorry.
So do it again?
Just on the same thing you read related
Okay,
to
so
the
the
6
same-
PM and update rules as
Update
necessary.
rules as necessary.
I'll second that motion.
All right. Motion by Commissioner Garcia, second by Commissioner Ellis. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries unanimously. Okay, so then the next one is about requiring an agenda submission deadline for all administrative departments of 2 weeks before the
agenda posting
the
deadline.
agenda posting deadline.
Sure, right. Yeah, motion to establish no more than a 2-week internal deadline for all administrative departments prior to the posting of the agenda.
Okay, so motion by Commissioner Garcia, second
Second.
by Commissioner Briones. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries unanimously. Okay, then the next one, yes? Oh, then the next one should be about the dates, right? Is there another one I'm missing?
Oh,
That was item 2,
I don't need the one on
which was version 2 that was read. So Commissioner Garcia.
Okay.
Yeah.
Motion to approve version 2 of the proposed 2026 Commissioners Court calendar with the change that February 12th, 2026 meeting be a regular Commissioners Court meeting.
Second.
And we're going to take another look at it
In 6 months.
In 6 months, yeah.
All right, motion by Commissioner Garcia, second by Commissioner Briones. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed?
And Judge, I don't know if this requires a motion, but to direct the agenda office to contact Commissioners Court's offices for a attendance for business courts.
Say that again.
You can direct us, Commissioner, because our team definitely does that, but we will absolutely.
Then you're
double check.
directed.
Yes, yes, sir.
All right, so then any opposed? Okay, that wasn't a motion. Okay.
But Commissioner, your previous motion, that one was the one that we needed to vote on?
Now, what was that one again? The previous one? Version 2?
To approve motion 2.
I'm going to do a little
All right, all right.
quiet no on it.
Okay, samesies. Okay, motion carries
3-2.
3-2.
Okay.
All right. Okay, so I think that I may have misassigned the motions. So let me just clarify. The one about the dates, what was it, 369? The one about the deadlines, so that's the one where we said move it to 2 weeks that Jay read. That one is for 369. And then the other 2 or 3 are on item 2. Does that make sense?
Yes, Judge.
Okay, thank you. All right, so onward on this topic, we're going to item 10, the compensation philosophy.
What, before we move on, Judge, one general comment. I know this is going to sound like I'm bragging, but when Lucinda calls and says, "Are you going to be there?" I respond in less than 24 hours. We really owe it to folks when they ask the question, they answer the question. Because to Commissioner Garcia's point earlier, when they look at who's going to be there and who isn't going to be there, particularly at these business court now, because it does only require 3 to be in the room. And now with more business courts, there's a greater potential for conflict and schedules and things that happen. But the sooner we answer that question, the more effective we're able to plan our go forward.
And Judge, I just add to that. Sometimes things change, as I mentioned on the last one. Emergency comes up, so among colleagues, you kind of work it out. I mean, usually when somebody tells me why they're not absent, if they just tell me why they feel like, oh, that's a different deal. But, if something comes up, a funeral, a health issue, something like that, you just kind of work with one another.
And sometimes if I've committed to be there and I can't, I'll start doing my own. Can somebody cover for me while I'm there? So that's our court office's work.
But so not to stress them out, because on the last one, I could tell they were stressed out, and I said, you know what, I'll cancel the trip. I'll be there.
Okay, so we're good on 2? Okay.
Judge.
Yes.
I'm sorry, real quick. We were told that there was a speaker that was on the list but did not come up to speak.
Oh, okay.
On that issue?
What I looked at, it was in reference to a resolution that was approved in the consent.
Yeah.
I'm not sure if they were still here. Oh, right.
Oh, go ahead. Just remember to state your name for the record, please.
I will. Sorry, I don't mean to be a thorn on y'all's side. I know y'all have a busy agenda. But good afternoon, Judge and Commissioners. My name is Samiha Rizvi, and I'm here on behalf of CARE Texas in strong support of this resolution recognizing Muslim American Heritage Month. This resolution is meaningful not only because it honors our history and our contributions, but because it comes at a time when Muslim communities are facing profound harm. Over the past year, we have seen the ongoing genocide of Palestinians alongside rising dehumanization and violence towards Palestinians, Arabs, and Muslims here at home. CARE Texas has documented a sharp increase in anti-Muslim and anti-Palestinian discrimination, including threats, workplace retaliation, and bullying of children in Texas schools, to name a few. In this climate, recognition matters. This resolution speaks the truth, countering the disturbing lies being spread about us right now, that we are part of this community, that we share far more in common than what divides us, and that our stories and contributions are woven into the fabric of Harris County. Thank you, Commissioner Briones and
Go ahead.
the Precinct 4 staff for bringing forward this resolution and for affirming our dignity, our humanity, and our right to belong. Thank you, members.
Thank you for
Thank
being
you,
here.
Samiha. Thank you to your CARE team for everything y'all do.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. All right, thank you for that heads up. So now we move to the compensation philosophy. Happy New Year.
We do have a presentation. Tiffany, if that's available, please. Good afternoon, Judge and Commissioners. Excited to be here, coming back to talk about our compensation philosophy that's proposed. Here with me is Amanda Porter. She's our Director of Compensation. And as I said, we are excited, although we're keenly aware we're approaching the 1 o'clock hour, which Commissioner Ellis indicated puts us at a risk of encountering some.
I'm fasting for the new year. It's going to last 2 days.
You're off to a good start, I hope. All right. Thank you for the presentation. If we can move forward. We're back today on the December 11th court. We came to you with a proposed compensation philosophy. We're asking for approval today. You had asked us to seek some feedback from across the county. We did that, and I'll talk about that feedback in a second. But first, why do we want a compensation philosophy for Harris County? I won't cover all the bullets here in the presentation, but I will highlight a couple. It provides a fair, consistent, equitable approach to compensation for the county, which is consistent with what Commissioners Court strives for. Next page, please. This is the original draft. Next page, please. And we went through a feedback process that touched base with departments across the county. We reached out to 165 individuals in leadership, human resources, and liaisons that we partner with. We sent a survey, and we received very good feedback. We extended the survey. It started December 19th. We extended it to January 2nd. We'll talk about the feedback in a second. We also did pre-court engagement sessions with your offices. We sought feedback verbally, and we've had informal feedback as well. And then we formally reviewed with the county administrator and the county attorney's office. And we're now at the point of asking for your approval. Next page, please. The feedback was generally very positive. People were excited about having a consistent compensation philosophy across the county. There was a lot of pushback about specifics. So this is a high-level philosophy. It's our North Star, if you will, as we've discussed before. People do want additional administrative guidance on how we'll continue to evolve this policy, but also how we'll make sure that we administer it consistently and fairly as proposed. And so Amanda's team is working diligently on a very exhaustive, it's right now, I think it's 69 pages, so we're working to cut that back so it's a little bit more approachable, but a compensation administrative guide that will provide all that detail that individuals are seeking, both leaders and human resources people throughout the county. Some of the themes were wanting to make sure that we had consistent approach, but flexibility, and striking the balance between that we had, again, a balance between internal and external equity. And there was a lot of feedback about being fiscally responsible and being responsible to the citizens of Harris County. Next page. I put a few statistics in here. The questions were mostly open-ended, but 3 of them did have data, and so I'm sharing it with you. You can see that a little over a third of the departments in the county did respond to this survey. And you can see that generally the feedback was very positive. The place where we wanted to make sure, again, as I mentioned on the one you can see on the bottom, there's a little bit more critical feedback, and that was, again, around having more detailed, more administrative guidance, et cetera. Next page. This is the new philosophy. A couple of the major things that we incorporated were feedback around the total rewards, making sure that it was clear that we stated that we had 5 pillars, but we only had 4 laid out because we had compensation and benefits together. So we separated those out. But we picked up on that value-based component within the guiding principles about being fiscally responsible. We moved that up and beefed that up a little bit, as well as responsible to the citizens of Harris County in our execution of this. And then, as you can see, our program objectives around performance management. That was another area that we received some feedback. Some individuals were concerned that we don't have performance management throughout the county, but that's certainly something that we aspire to and that we do have in certain pockets. And so we want to continue on that progress and kept that in spite of some of that feedback. And then, of course, you can read the other elements, which are fairly consistent with where we started. Okay, next page, please. And so we're asking today that you approve this compensation philosophy. We'll use this as our guiding North Star, as I said, as we administer compensation, as we work through the changing nature of work, all of the challenges that we're facing. This will give us a consistent approach throughout the county. Questions, comments?
Thank you, Commissioner Ramsey, and then Commissioner Briones.
Director, thank you for coming. We've had many conversations in our office, and thank you for your patience and time that you take with us as we ask questions. I know that on paper it sounds great that we're going to have a philosophy, but I'm looking at actions. I'm looking at a $1.2 million pay equity study that's driving this whole framework of how we pay our people, how we compensate our people. And I do not see in the plan that's been prepared this philosophy at all. So I guess my concern is we're going to look at a philosophy related to compensation, benefits, career development, performance, and work-life balance, but I don't see that in the plan that we paid $1.2 million for. So until we get the plan in some kind of order, it's really hard to sit here and say, yeah, I'm for this philosophy of the 5 pillars, if you will, of our philosophy, when the plan doesn't reflect that at all. I don't think it reflects compensation when you don't understand the positions that people are in. My example of that, and we've talked many times, there's 254 counties in the state of Texas. They don't have, for the most part, a ship channel. They don't have a hospital district. They don't have a lot of the things that we've got in the largest county in Texas. But one thing all 254 counties have, they got a roads and they got bridges. And when you come up with 750 some odd job classifications and not a single job classification has road or bridge in it, there's no road and bridge superintendent, there's no road and bridge director, then I know that whoever wrote that job description, they don't understand what the county does. I've got leaders in my particular world, Precinct 3, that there's no description of what, I'll not embarrass them by saying their names, but they're extraordinary employees and extraordinary leaders, but there's no description of what they do. And therefore, if you don't understand what they do, if you have not written a job description, how in the world can you even begin to understand the compensation for positions you don't understand? I'm not talking about you. I'm talking about the $1.2 million plan that we've done. So I'm hesitant in supporting a philosophy when I don't see that philosophy played out in the plan that we've come up. Benefits were not, in my opinion, taken into account in the pay parity study. I don't think the career development. We've got employees that have been with the county for 30 years. The philosophy is I'm going to pay more attention to a degree somebody has rather than an incredible job they've done for the last 30 years and how that job, we've hired some people right out of high school and they're performing today in a master's level, PhD level. They don't have a degree, but they got 30 years in the county. So I'm very concerned about what I see played out in the pay parity plan is not reflective at all of the philosophy that you've got here. So I'll not be supporting this until I see a more clear description of what people do, and so that I can understand that's understood. I think this is getting the cart before the horse. I think we need to fully understand what our people do, and then I think that makes a philosophy something real and believable. To me, it's hypocritical. I'll even say, I'll use the terrible word fraud. It's a fraudulent thing to sit here and say that you believe one thing and you don't do another. And the other thing is, I look at Director Ramos, we're going to use this very suspect plan to figure out how to give increases of $44 million based on something that I think very clearly doesn't understand what we do. So I have great concerns about the plan, as been said before, but I'm not prepared to adopt a philosophy based on what I've seen this plan coming through. Thank you.
Commissioner Brunis and then Commissioner Ellis.
Thank you. Before I make my comments, would you like to respond?
Well, yes, Commissioner Ramsey, and I do remember at the last meeting that you talked about, you did like a lot about the philosophy itself, and so I appreciate your point that, you're concerned that we won't be living up to that philosophy potentially by the work that we're doing right now on the compensation and pay equity study. And as you know, we're working very hard to validate and to make sure that we do get that right. So we're still working very diligently on that. Your team has been fantastic in partnering with us, providing feedback and meeting multiple times with us to potentially do so. And that's our aspiration. So to me, I think I appreciate your support for the overarching philosophy and meeting the objectives of the philosophy. And I also appreciate your concerns that we're not there yet on the comp and pay equity study, so actual execution. But I do want you to know that we're working extremely hard and partnering with your teams who have been phenomenal to actually do a great job of that.
So Chief People Officer Raleigh, thank you for the progress that was made. Just to level set, because I know many county team members are listening, the next update on the pay equity study will come January 29th, correct?
Yes, Commissioner
Okay.
Rios.
And you heard my litany of concerns I had with Gallagher's work product, so I will not reiterate them all today. Suffice it to say, I appreciate the hard work that's going in to really deeply manage their work to make sure this is so important and it is critical we get it right for the team members here at Harris County. So thank you for your work on that. To the point of the philosophy, I hear you, Commissioner Ramsey. As a former chief talent officer, we should have had the North Star and then been living into the data, getting the data and then living into it. I am very supportive of this philosophy because we do need a North Star and we can't go back in time and reorder. And my main concern is we need to make sure that this is not just words, right? That we're leaning into action, not only when we implement our pay equity study results this quarter, but beyond, right? Building out the performance management system and all the other components. I just don't want words on a page is what I'm saying. So if you could briefly, so I'm going to be in support of the philosophy because I do believe we need a values-based North Star, but could you please talk to us very briefly without going into the full litany of the pay equity, because I know we're going to get the update soon, but we have the pay equity, we've set aside the money to implement those changes, and just walk us through how you're going to make this philosophy manifest so that we're honoring these words and putting them into action.
Yes, right. So you're right. It would be great if we had the philosophy before we started, but that's okay. We're underway, and so we'll work with it from here on out. Or hopefully we've worked with that in our minds throughout, but we'll have it clearly articulated and hopefully approved. So our plan right now is to work through this deep validation process, deep management, as you've said, and working through the comp and pay equity study and actually getting to a point, which we expect to very clearly lay out for you on January 29th, where we're implementing as much of that as we possibly can. Only that we have total confidence in, and that we have alignment with departments and precincts and so forth. So that's the process that we're going through now. We've had initial validation meetings with 60 of the 70 groupings of departments that we've set out. And so we believe it's doable within the time frame to get most of that work completed, if not all. And so we're still aspiring for all, but at least a good significant amount of it. And then set that consistent approach to compensation for the county, and then continue to do whatever work remains as we go forward to, if there's cleanup that has to happen, or of course, everything changes, the world changes, we have plans and an administrative guideline that we'll be able to move forward consistently from there. So that's what we're working on, and if you need more detail, I can go into it further. As Commissioner Ramsey mentioned, we're not just looking at compensation, so we want to understand the whole total rewards package. The next step will be making sure we fully understand benefits and benefits competitiveness and how comp and benefits fit together, and then continue to expand talent development, some of the other things that we do in pockets of the county, but we aspire to do holistically throughout the county.
Judge?
Thank you.
The 10 minutes has expired. Is there a motion to extend?
Motion to extend.
Motion to extend by Commissioner Briones, second by Commissioner Garcia. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries unanimously. So
Thank you. Thank you for laying out that plan, and I look forward to seeing us really markedly deliver and make progress for the wonderful people who have spent years of their life, decades, working for the people of Harris County and making sure we're recruiting and retaining the best talent and creating a performance system so everyone knows what's expected and we're holding folks to the highest standards. So in sum, I'm happy to make a motion to approve as presented when the time is right, and I know you all were working tirelessly over the holidays to make sure that we are getting this correct, because it is so critically important to me and to, I know, many of my colleagues. So thank you so much.
Thank you, and thank you to your teams.
thank you, Commissioner Ellis.
So I just want to briefly go back over what we've done over the last 6 years. In 2019, we raised the wage floor to $15 an hour. 2023, we included a 7% cost of living adjustment with some higher targeted increases for the hardest to fill positions. 2024, $2,500 salary increase to employees making less than $75K. In March 2025, we passed a living wage policy to raise every county employee's hourly wage to at least $20 per hour. And in the 2026 budget, the court voted to increase pay for law enforcement officers at a cost of more than $100 million. I will concede that this may not be perfect, but I don't think that progress ought to be impeded while we try to figure out how to get it perfect. Believe it or not, there have been very few things I've seen in my 42 years of public service that have been perfect, including the ones that I advanced. But we did do major pay increases for executive staff. We had a study, but we just did it. We just walked to the table and did it. It was in 2022 that I called on the court to address pay gaps and unfair wages across the county, which led to this years-long study. And the implementation still continues today. $44 million, I think you said, Commissioner Ramsey, is on the table. Here we are after Christmas and the new year, and these people are waiting. So from 2022, when I put this on the table, all these other things happened, just out of thin air. And had the votes, and they happened, some of which I voted for, some I didn't. But look, I support moving forward with this. I feel sorry for our staffs on the precinct level because it's much more difficult for Gallagher, whoever, to figure out what goes on in each of these precincts. But I just can't leave those folks out there waiting. I know I was on a call with you, Jesse, with my staff. And I can feel that frustration, but some people feel slighted. But they should have felt slighted. People in your offices felt slighted when the executive pay item passed. They probably didn't tell you at the top, but they felt it as well. So, look, I'm proud to move it or second it, but to have put this on the agenda in 2022, and here it is, 2026, in the year our Lord, and we're still trying to figure out how to get it right. We need to move forward. And if the adjustments ought to be made down the road, come up with some more money, Daniel. You're a creative guy. There are very few problems we can't solve if we find the money. On everything that has come up today, I haven't seen anything today other than the resolutions that just cost trees that we do, but that's what it comes down to. And as a person who's had to make the motion a couple of times to come up with more money, I'm not gonna make a. I'm gonna turn to the fiscal conservative when y'all do decide you want some money. So I'm proud to make the motion to move it. Commissioner Brent, make it a joint motion, since I have waited to 2022 to make the damn motion. So we can jointly make this motion from Ellis and Briones.
All right.
Prove it.
Motion to approve, motion by Commissioner Ellis, second by Commissioner Garcia. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed?
No.
Motion carries 4-1.
Judge,
Yes.
by unanimous consent, I'd like to eat. I've decided
Yeah.
to end my fast.
Yeah. No. Thank you guys so much.
Thank you.
And I will not be approving money we don't have either. I did that enough. And the question is, when, not if, members of court are going to have to raise the tax rate because they can't afford what's being passed. All right. Lunchtime is good. It's 1:05 p.m. and we're breaking for lunch.
Judge, it was 3-2.
Okay, it's 2:14 PM and Commissioners Court is back in session. So let's continue. Let's see, I think we were on 10. No,
That happened twice this morning.
really? So where is? Is the chief jumping up and down? Yeah. Yeah. Superman. Okay, so let's start with item 55, county engineer, flagged by precinct 3, and it goes along, yeah? I'm sorry?
My apologies.
Hang on, I really can't tell what you guys are saying.
It's construction.
Oh, I thought I did something. I was like, wait, I was like, instruction? Like for what? Like, okay, well, okay, cool. I'm like, wait, we have people there. What are you doing to my people? That's that's all. No, I know it's a bigger floor. Okay, so item 55, we want to take it to alongside 364, both related to transportation planning. Commissioner Ramsey.
Yeah, quickly, I saw this was on here to amend the contract, county engineer, and I just want to have a bit of a public conversation on Vision Zero in general. And I'll start with there, then I'm going to end up over on traffic signals, which I think is relevant and pertinent. This past year in 2024, there were 574 deaths on our roads in Harris County. The number one cause of those deaths is speeding. And so we can talk about design, we can talk about a lot of other initiatives, but until we get serious with addressing speeding on the freeways and the county ways and the state ways, then I just think we're, again, using the word, we're hypocrites. So I would hope that the Vision Zero policy, when we talk about standards and guidelines and geometric design, I don't think the geometric design of our roads is contributing significantly to the 574. I do know that distracted driving primarily and speeding does. So I would hope that whatever we do with this particular consultant, it would focus on how can we get those deaths reduced and what real policies can you come back to with which would be more than geometric design. So I guess my first question, Milton, would be related to that. Is this going to be a feel-good, put it on the shelf, we'll say we have a Vision Zero, but we're not doing a blessed thing to reduce the 574? Or are we going to really get into why there are deaths on the roadways and start dealing with that from a policy standpoint?
Commissioner Ramsey, good afternoon, members of the court, Milton Rahman, County Engineer. Thank you for bringing this item. First of all, I want to thank all of you to dedicate staff member for the Vision Zero Steering Committee. To answer your question directly, this is not going to be a feel-good item. This is going to be an item, and that's based on our Vision Zero Steering Committee that strictly focus. This amendment is strictly focused on the Vision Zero initiatives, the crash data analysis, the geometric guidelines. But the steering committee, just for the sake of the code, doesn't only involve the staff from the members of the code. It involves toll road authority. It involves sheriff's office. So it is going to be a coordinated effort, a comprehensive effort that not only includes just a policy, it's going to also involve public education on all the aspects of Vision Zero. And I have Dr. Amanda Paca and Dr. Etienne. They are more day-to-day quarterbacking the Vision Zero part of it. Definitely, they can give a complete update of what we're doing in different aspects, Commissioner.
So there'll be a report coming back to us with recommendations on what we should do?
Absolutely.
And I would simply say, just for your information and input, we don't need to do the Vision Zero plan today, but I find it interesting that we're ordering sheriff's patrol cars without radar in them. It's really hard to have any kind of understanding on speeding if you don't have a radar in your car. So there's just a little clue in terms of what some other things you may look to in terms of speeding. But again, I think Vision Zero should deal with the specifics. And as I said, you start with the 574 people that died on our roadways in Harris County. And the number one cause of that is speeding. And we ought to do something related to the speeding. And historically, I don't know that it's necessarily come back with any of that.
Absolutely. Dr. Etienne, you want to jump in?
Just very quickly, Commissioner, good afternoon, Judge and Commissioners. So at the first meeting in February, we plan to come back and provide a detailed update on Vision Zero. So we are planning that. We have a meeting with the Vision Zero Committee tomorrow to present that to them, and then we will present it to you the first meeting in February. It'll be a complete update.
This agenda item 55 is to amend the scope in the agreement with DCCM. So specifically, what are you amending?
So what we're really amending the scope of work in the budget for DCCM to essentially shift money from one line item to the other so we can add Vision Zero related activities. So essentially, the budget for the with DCCM will remain the same. It's still $4 million. We're only moving money around so we can add tasks for Vision Zero. You say, why we do that? Because we think OCE staff can do some of the work in-house as opposed to the consultant. So we're just shifting money around.
Okay. Well,
and just to give you a better understanding, Commissioner, a couple of the tasks we added, part of this, one of them is updating the crash data high injury network, and the other one is a geometric design guidelines. Those are the two big ticket items, and we de-scoped some public meeting that we actually initially put the coordination is going to be done through the consultant, that we think that engineering department along with your office, we're going to coordinate and do those public meetings in-house rather than using a consultant to save some money and get the other parts done quickly rather than going from RFQ or RFP for another 6 months for contracting.
Okay, so it sounds like you're going to come back in February with more detail.
Yes, sir.
Just kind of giving you a 1 month heads up on at least an area that I'm very interested in seeing some kind of conversation on. and specific recommendations related to.
Yes, sir.
And one other item, and that's why I'm pulling up item 364, which has to do with traffic signal maintenance program. If you look at our aging traffic signals, I did a quick look at it. Precinct 1 has 87 signals over 20 years old. Precinct 2 has 108 signals. Precinct 3, 197. Precinct 4, 71. Signals over 40 years old in Harris County with no plans to replace them. And frankly, when we call your office, which you're responsible for addressing signals, you tell us there's no money to deal with the signals. And we identify in an account available mobility funds of $53,576,000. We need to fix our signals. And telling us you don't have any money to fix signals, therefore you can't fix the signals, isn't an answer. I would like, and certainly there are deaths due to intersections. Obviously, the intersections of major thoroughfares are a primary source of people crashing into one another and deaths on our roadway, which is inconsistent with our Vision Zero. So I think maintaining our signals in the county is important, and I would hope that you can have a plan. Particularly, this is an equal opportunity need in terms of there's signals in every precinct. But I guess I'd like you to speak to the communication with us that there's no money to deal with traffic signal replacement, and that we'll have to figure out something else.
Commissioner, thank you for bringing this very important item, and you're absolutely right. We just did a quick math, like backwards. We have about 227 signals that's over 30 years old, which will at some point need replacement. The idea of traffic signal maintenance, replacement, or adding warranted signal where we have more population and we have a warrant, we have discussed thoroughly during the budget cycle, and this is one of the area where this year engineering is funded for the labor only. The funding was routed to precinct from the mobility fund. Usually we used to get mobility funds to do new signal and warranted signal. So, and of course, Daniel was looking under every mattress this year to find money. He wouldn't leave me $53 million in my budget. So the $53 million, Commissioner, that you're talking to is allocated to various projects. It's not encumbered because the money, the construction is not awarded yet. It will be needed in the future, but it's tied to different projects, capital project that is approved by the court. So in terms of signal, Commissioner, the assumption was the fund that went to precinct, they will be directly responsible to fund signals like your road and bridge projects or a drainage project you fund.
We gave you $9 million out of each precinct, right?
That's correct, Commissioner.
You can't use that for signals?
That is for labor budget, Commissioner, the staffing.
Okay, well, I guess we're at an impasse here. I'm looking at $53 million. You're making the decision to spend it on one thing and not another. And I'm simply saying to have no plan to maintain the signals in Harris County, that's just unacceptable.
Commissioner,
I would think you would need to adjust your budget internally in the county engineer's office to maintain schedules. That's your statutory responsibility. Building trails is not your statutory responsibility. Addressing signal maintenance is your statutory responsibility.
That is correct, Commissioner. And again, to answer your question, we'll be happy to work with the budget office to come up with a proposal.
So, Daniel, you told the county engineer he could not fix signals this year?
So I believe what we've been working towards, to all of what, I agree with everything Dr. Rahman said, which there was a change to the amount that had been previously allocated to the to the county engineer out of mobility. The idea was, and we had tabled this idea during the budget and are going to bring back a policy that is essentially, a chargeback
Continue
model.
discussion by unanimous.
Motion by Commissioner Ellis to continue discussion, second by Commissioner Garcia. All in favor?
Aye.
To
Any
create-
opposed? Motion carries unanimously. Yes, please.
To create a chargeback model, I believe for just the new signals, correct, Dr. Rahman? Or sorry, the maintenance of existing signals. Sorry, I got it reversed. So that policy, we've been trading drafts between our two offices, and we'll be prepared to share it on the 29th.
On the 29th. So, or at that point, are you going to talk about the $53,576,000?
So I would defer to the county engineer, but my understanding is that money is programmed for projects.
For what?
For various projects, Commissioner, we have North Forest, Ruston Acre, Pine Trail, Barwood. So there are a lot of the projects that's already approved by court that's appropriated towards those projects.
Okay, well, I think it's inconsistent and hypocritical to talk about a Vision Zero plan update when we're not even maintaining our signals. That's not a statutory responsibility. To go into the fiscal calendar year with no plan to deal with your statutory responsibility is borderline irresponsible.
Commissioner, to address this, one, we are maintaining the signals as we speak. We are using funds from reserves to do the signal maintenance. And as Director Ramos mentioned, he's supposed to bring a policy for a chargeback model, that the money is supposed to come for a pass-through from that is allocated to precinct. Now, we are maintaining and taking care of the signal as we talk about. So if one of your signal is down or signal network is working, it's not that we're saying we're not going to repair that today.
Okay, well, I'll bring the list then on the 29th of the times that you've told me you don't have money to fix signals, and go figure it out. So I'll have the list when you talk. If we're going to push this to January, at the end of January, I'll have the list of signals that you've told us that we're on our own, we need to go fix it, that you don't have money to fix it.
So I think, Commissioner, there's two different distinctions, absolutely. One is the regular maintenance of the signals. And I think we're talking about two different topics. One is rebuild and new warranted signal. So
How
rebuild.
about 40-year-old signals that need to be fixed?
So that account, again, the discussion earlier we had with the budget office, is that funding will come directly from precinct as they want to initiate and improve.
That's the comment, is you go fix it yourself. You go find the money and you fix it yourself. We'll have the conversation. I'll bring the list of what I consider your responsibilities, not my responsibilities. Now, if you want us to take it, we'll do that. We might end up trying to look for money out of your budget to fix it.
Commissioner, I'm more than happy to look into our budget, and if there is any part the court feels like can be reallocated, I'm happy to look into it. And of course, I'm not going to oppose that. It's a policy decision.
Well, at the end of the day, signals are not being maintained in Harris County, at least the ones that I've identified for you.
Judge.
Yes, Commissioner Ellis and then Commissioner Garcia.
So, hey, thank you, Dr. Rahman and your team for the work you're doing. Let me make sure I understand this. So out of this $53 million, is this essentially a discussion about trying to cancel some projects in my precinct or other precincts to go do lights in another precinct? Because if so, you're going to have hell to pay for it, at least for me.
I just said, I'm asking about signals. I'm asking about signals to be maintained. There's this unencumbered money, and apparently it's encumbered.
So this is encumbered because I see issues on here like the Destination Trail, whatever North Forest is. What is that? I assume that's my precinct, though.
So it's a Dennis project, yes, Commissioner.
Okay, well, so just, come prepared to, we're going to be a long time if you're trying to cancel stuff off of this list, if it's something in my precinct.
Right, so
If
Clearly,
there's
he's not
something-
canceling. He's just not going to fix the signals.
Commissioner, again, these are funding not encumbered, but is appropriated to a project that is voted by the court.
So it's
if the
encumbered.
court,
Just not to get the language. So look, put it this way. This money that my colleague's talking about is money that's committed to something. Now, any of them in somebody else's precinct, if they want to go put it in signals, I'm all for that. and we vote for it, but don't come after any of mine.
All right, so the bottom line is that's all spoken for. It's committed. You can't use it.
Okay.
So you've gone into this year with zero budget to maintain signals and precincts because you're telling me you don't have money and I need to go figure it out myself.
When the
That's what
issue
you're telling
is why you don't have money. So is it true that engineering department was underfunded by $10 million for traffic, signal operations, and maintenance in fiscal year 26? We
Correct.
made that decision here.
That's correct.
Probably in the formula that we did on how we were distributing the money. Well, for whatever reason, that's why you don't have the money.
That's correct.
You don't have it under the mattress anywhere around here, do you?
Not that I know of, unless the budget director say I have it, Commissioner.
And
Did we
then,
give $9 million a precinct?
We distributed the money all to.
Right, but didn't we do $9 million?
Yeah, the issue with that was that it ended up not being quite enough because that just covers the labor for the year. Yes.
Okay.
so maybe when it came up, we didn't know. So going forward, we ought to know. Remember, no tricks in 26.
We were aware at the time, Commissioner, that it was less money transferred from mobility to engineering than had been in the
Did
past.
you all tell us?
Yes.
We probably didn't want to talk about it, would be my guess.
Not a lot, but we.
It got real quiet then.
No, I think we had those discussions.
Yeah, I always
Okay.
joke about.
All right, we just want-
You know, my daddy had Alzheimer's, but most stuff I remember, and if not, I had a good staff that'll pass me a note.
Well, I now understand that we're not really doing Vision Zero and fixing our signals.
It's
And
all
I'll go
about the- it's
figure,
all about
I'll
the
go
money.
figure that out on my own.
I'll leave it alone, but it's all about the money. If you have the money, you'll be amazed at the things you can do. That no money complex is hell. I'm telling you.
Sometimes it's how you waste your money, not how you spend your money.
All in the eye of the beholder.
And just to set the record straight, County Engineer's Office is taking care of every maintenance request that is coming for signal maintenance. Just for rebuild and new signal, that is the funding we do not have. Even though we are not funded, we reappropriated money from internal budget transfer, and the business, there is no gap in services. The business continues until Director, and at some point, Director Ramos, like I said, I think end of this month, he's gonna bring the policy back, how the maintenance work will get funded moving forward. But there is in no way, we are not, like if a signal is blinking and our folks is not going there to fix it, that's not the case.
So Daniel, you're going to come back with a.
Yes, sir. And it'll be distributed to
Okay.
the offices
All right.
shortly.
Thank you, sir.
And just briefly, Judge, on a second here, on Vision Zero, I pulled it down to give you all time to pull this group together, but Commissioner Amos, I do want to say that if it was just the issue of enforcing speeding, I think we'd have solved it by now. Obviously, that takes a lot of money as well.
We don't do any enforcing.
Yeah, well, we put a lot of money over there in law enforcement. I don't know why.
I hear them racing on I-10 every night.
I do too. But I'm just telling you, what I have found during my time here is, it's amazing how if you see a desire path, people have been walking because they don't have a sidewalk. And when it rains, then they walk in the road because they don't want to walk in the mud. That helps add to some of the fatalities. And sometimes in road designs, there are things you can do to slow people down because we just not going to have somebody out there on every corner to catch them.
We don't have on
Usually
any.
with law enforcement, they'll make a priority in terms of saving a life because somebody has a gun or they breaking into a house, as opposed to just being on every road. And our cars are bigger, and it's a speed demon. How you stop them? Look, I voted for the law so you can't look at your phone, but every time I look, another car looks at me like they're doing something. They're on the phone. They're faking it like they're on the phone. But so Vision Zero, I'm hoping you're taking the the best practices that you have looked at around the country. And I assume that's what this group will come up with.
Yes, sir.
We passed it unanimously. How long ago was that? I know I put it on the agenda. Was that a year and a half ago?
Commissioner, it's been a while, 2019.
I am forgetting. So 2019, and we haven't done much so far.
Yeah.
So this is an opportunity to really put some teeth into the commitment once we pass the motion.
That's correct.
Unanimously, I think.
Commissioner Garcia.
Thank you. Dr. Rahman, thank you and your team for the work you're doing. And I was working to make a motion when we transferred the mobility money that Daniel came across. And because you were shorted 10 million. And in order for, if we identified some signals, I think the process was going to be, without that money that we did not give you, that if we identified a signal that needed to be fixed, then we would have to give you the money, correct?
Commissioner, that is correct. Similar to a road project you do, so the money goes to your precinct, and if we identify that a signal that is going repeatedly offline, and we notify y'all, and y'all say, hey, we need to replace this signal. A signal typically costs $750,000 right now in the range of. So precinct would initiate this project, and we'll manage and build the project for them. That was the understanding.
Good deal. So, so in that regard, I was preparing a motion. My staff told me there may not have been support for it, but without that money, it makes the process a little slower to get those signals fixed.
Motion to keep going.
Second.
Motion by Commissioner Ellis, second by Commissioner Garcia. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries unanimously.
Considering our aged network, yes, sir. Like Commissioner earlier mentioned, there's a significant amount of signal. They're older than 40 years. So we are repeatedly going there, fixing those signals, changing the monitor, fixing the panels and things of that nature. So we can keep maintaining it. It's like your old vehicle, Commissioner. If you don't replace it after a certain year, the maintenance costs go high.
Yeah.
So there is two pieces of this puzzle. One piece is the regular maintenance of those signals day to day, and the other piece, which engineering does, compared to the pothole repair that your precinct do. So if you don't repair it for a very long time, and you keep getting potholes, at some point you're going to build a new street. So engineering takes care of the signal maintenance for all precinct. The other piece is, again, building new signals, rebuilding an old signal to a new standard. So there's two different pieces. So none of those pieces was funded in engineering department this year. So the idea was engineering
And that
department.
mobility transfer could have helped.
That's correct. So the short amount we had, the idea was the capital part of it, building and rebuilding of those would come from precinct. And the other piece where Director Ramos is going to put a policy together for the day-to-day maintenance of those signals.
Good deal.
And Commissioner, that's one thing that the policy will have that will deliberate and ultimately court will vote on is, do you want it to be a push-pull, or do you want it for the county engineer to kind of automatically go out when the issues are and then bill back? So we'll include kind of the timing and present some options to your staff to show how do you want the flow of information, how do you want the bill back to happen, and those will be part of the policy. And as soon as court has that policy up and going, we're going to implement it.
Very good. Well, again, thank you for the work you're doing. I know we're all trying to work to move forward, so thank you.
Thank you.
Commissioner Briones.
So thank you, Dr. Rahman, Bashar, and team. Daniel and Dr. Rahman, when you bring back this policy, because I want to make sure we're very, very clear. So engineering's general fund budget of 78 million, what ongoing work does that entail versus a mobility transfer and this reimbursement model? And obviously, mobility funds everything strictly in accordance with the Texas Transportation Code. That's what I want very much clarity on. Where are you on first as a default all the time within general fund, and then within mobility dollars? So we know who's on first. The precinct, we're happy to take the lead and take charge, and then tag you all in, or you want to do it and then we reimburse you. I mean, we just need to be crystal clear because the work needs to continue, and there is the money there. It's the general fund and the mobility, and so there's plenty of resources there to do the work. We just need to make sure we have clear policies and that we're efficient so that there's not unnecessary delays. And so I appreciate that this is a triangulation often between multiple departments. I recognize that and respect it. And we have serious work to do to, again, so Vision Zero is not just words, but it's everyday concerted action that we're taking. So Daniel, when are y'all bringing back this policy? And if you could, again, please provide clarity what is included in the general fund regular actions versus mobility. What date can we expect that?
The next court, and we'll have a draft to your teams next.
January 29th. All right. Look forward to it. Thank you.
Hilton, do you think you could also bring kind of a bit of a snapshot of how many signals you did last year, maybe the last 2 years?
Absolutely.
So you can at least have an understanding of what, before this change, this year's change, you were doing X number of signals. After the change, or whatever modifications y'all come back with, we can at least have something to compare it to.
Absolutely, Commissioner.
Thank you.
So just, I want to ask my part of the questions. So on Vision Zero, I appreciate Commissioner Ramsey about, what are we actually doing here? I'm wondering, I'm imagining you guys already did this, but I'd be curious what a literature review would say about how we reduce speeding or crashes, I would say, accidents in a metro area. Is it the speeding? Is it the highway? What? It's probably all of it, but what's the biggest thing? Surely people have done some statistics on that question and controlled the variables and run the thing, So anyway, I would love to see that in whatever it is you're prioritizing.
Judge, absolutely. And our team, I'll have Dr. Mandapaka. He's an expert in Vision Zero, and Dr. Etienne. We'll take care of it. So he's not here. But we have, Judge, identified multiple reasons. It could be driver's behavior, the geometric design of the street. It could be it could be the lighting, street lights at night. And many of the precincts, as a matter of fact, have been actively improving lighting. It could be, of course, enforcement comes all as part of it. So speeding, Commissioner mentioned, is one of the top reasons for fatalities. So we have done the literature research. We'd be happy to bring back, and as part of our next course Vision Zero presentation, we can kind of talk about, okay, what are the top 5 reasons why we think these things are, the fatalities are
Right,
I
and
think
how did you?
I think to Judge Hidalgo's point, Texas Transportation Institute, TTI, they do have a lot of data.
Yes.
And obviously, that'd be a good place to start in where they are and what their data says.
So anyway, I would say, anyway, and sort of what it is that the literature says and how that connects to what you're recommending. And the priority, we probably can't, or do we really want to cut it 5 ways or whatever? So that's my thought on that. And, obviously it'll be relevant to the type of roadway we're working on. On the point about the lights and whatnot. So I think we're all saying the same thing. And I just want to sort of state, I guess for the record, and so that I make sure that I'm not mistaken. So what I understand is that we passed an item way back in, well, I guess around the budget season. And because it was after we got the information from, was it after the legislature? Anyway, the idea is that what the money that we were getting, the transportation, the mobility funds, it was being split among the precincts and it was no longer going to you guys. And the idea was if you were building something you'd normally build with that money, the precincts would send the money for that to be done. So is that what we voted on? Yes, no? Do you mind clarifying?
Yeah, I think there was some mobility funds were transferred to engineering, enough to cover the labor expenses for like the traffic management, traffic signal maintenance, but there was a second amount that traditionally had gone towards the capital projects that we had not gotten to. And that's why engineering and OMB are putting a policy together that would govern the transfer of that money and some of the mechanisms like what we're talking about here today.
Okay, so it's not that we don't want to transfer the money, it's that we need a policy on how to transfer it?
So, Judge, if I can answer, the fund went to the precinct, then and a pass-through from precinct. There was $9 million from each precinct came back. There was another action to come back to engineering to fund the positions. We have 340-something positions, 42 if I remember correctly, that is funded through mobility funds. So, we didn't want lay off hundreds of people without funding. So the structure is we either have to use general fund to fund those positions over the, or use mobility fund, and precinct was gracious enough to transfer $9 million from each precinct to fund
The positions. So that's what
but-
Jesse just said,
yeah.
right? Okay.
So other than positions, we still have non-labor funding.
Right.
One package is for the day-to-day maintenance. That's about $10 million. That's we're talking about.
Yeah.
And another package was about $12 million every year. Engineering would be funded for new signal building and rebuilding older signal that is aged and needed repeated repairs.
Yeah.
So usually, Commissioner Ramsey, we build about 12 something project with that money. We used to split that money 4 ways to each precinct and say, hey, you got this money, what project you want to build this year? So, but this particular fiscal year, we didn't have that money. So,
Right. So then what, I guess, did the funding that the county engineer receives keep up with, inflation at least?
in the past, the outlet.
This year, this fiscal.
Yeah, so I'll tell you, last 3 years, our budget remained constant. It
Right.
didn't adjust for any inflation. It was 35.1.
Motion by Commissioner Garcia, second by Commissioner Ellis. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries unanimously. What I'm trying to get at is I just want to make sure I understand this. So I'm hearing that your budgets remain constant, same this year, which is akin to cutting your budget because inflation, and same responsibilities, unless we cut your responsibilities. I don't think so. Correct me if I'm wrong. Then there is the part about, okay, you received the labor funding for these types of projects, but you did not receive the non-labor funding. So are we all in agreement that you will receive the non-labor funding?
Just that is a policy decision, and Director Ramos is trying to bring a policy back to the court.
Okay, I mean, it seems like a pretty simple policy, in that we already passed it, that we said whatever you need is going to come from the money that went to the precincts. I mean, I think, anyway, that's just it. I just don't think it's fair to chew out department heads for decisions that were made on this court. That we took away money from him. Of course, he can't do the same work. I mean, then I would ask, if you're so good at budgeting, then y'all take away money from you and do the same work and don't increase it. These departments didn't get cut, those departments got cut, and then they get chewed out. That's not fair. I appreciate your work. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right. So let's move on to,
Yes, motion for 55 and 364.
all right, so both? Okay, motions by Commissioner Garcia, second by Commissioner Ellis. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries unanimously. Okay, so that was 55. So let's move to 65. Commissioner Garcia, 65, 117, 218, 227, and 316, all related to Precinct 2 infrastructure projects.
Thank you. And I am just excited about these items because they are fundamentally examples of Revive to Thrive on how we're working to address the issues that are of concern to the community. Some of these are, or almost all of these, are bringing more streetlights to neighborhoods. Neighborhoods are constantly requesting streetlights, and so I'm very excited to see all these items coming forward. A couple of these are detention basin, which is item 227. And then the Exploration Green down in the Clear Lake area is providing a 10-foot wide trail connection along Horsepen Bayou. So when I came into this role, folks felt from different parts of the precinct that they weren't being supported. Other areas of the precinct were getting more than others. And so I'm excited that Revive to Thrive is continuing to touch all aspects of Precinct 2, and that it is addressing the issues that folks are expressing to the office, and that my staff is working diligently to respond to. We are, we're with Terre Lake Village, we're putting in an improved pedestrian safety. And And then we're installing in the north and south Silver Green Drive, a lot of repairs, which includes about 1,000 feet of sidewalks, millions of dollars being invested into the respective communities. I mentioned the detention basin down in the Clear Lake area. So very, very excited. I want to thank all the departments and the directors for their respective work. Dr. Peterson, I see you there. Dr. Rahman, acknowledging your work. But I want to also thank my staff, both my engineers, my public works, but as well as my community relations folks, because they're generally hearing these issues almost firsthand before it gets to us, but they're delivering the concerns, and those issues are being put into action. So I move on all these items as presented.
All right. Motion by Commissioner Garcia on all these great items, second by Commissioner Briones. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries unanimously. Okay, and then let's go to, I lost my place, just a moment. All right, so we did 65, we did 117, and so next would be 120. Precinct 2, 3, and 4. Who would you like? Oh, Commissioner Garcia, go ahead.
Thank you. On this issue, I want to ask if Hectra is online. Director Trevino, are you there, sir? Because I want to ask. Everybody okay? Good deal. I want to ask Hector to walk the court through how they plan to staff and implement the work site safety policy using existent and vacant positions. Hector has outlined a phased approach that relies first on current staff, then fills additional roles only as workloads require. After hearing from Hector, I want to ask the engineering and flood control departments whether a similar approach could work for their respective departments. The goal is to meet our safety obligations while being thoughtful about staffing, timing, and overall cost to the county. We want to make sure this is an important policy. I want to see it executed sooner rather than later. But I also am cognizant of the financial constraints. So I guess nobody from flood control is on. Hector is on. All right. How about we come back
Good
to
morning,
this?
sir. Good afternoon, sir. This is Nicole.
Hey, Nicole, thank you. Did you get to hear my question?
No, sir. I was running down to Mr. Trevino's office. He is actually on his way down to court. He should be there in a few minutes.
Okay, so if we can just hold this item and we'll come back to it. Thank you so much, Nicole.
Okay, so we will wait on the director to discuss that item 120. What about item 133?
These are all together.
That's related.
120,
Okay, that's what I
133, and
thought.
308.
Okay, all right, so thank you guys. What about 151 requested by precinct 4?
That one we can please do. So 151, this is an exciting item that I cannot wait to pass. It is a project in the Chimney Rock area from 59, reconstructing Chimney Rock all the way to Westheimer. This is an area that has flooded repeatedly, and thanks to the federal funds of CDBG MIT, this $29.25 million will be invested in helping to protect the nearly 2,400 residents in this area, and over 54% are low to moderate income neighborhoods. And to me, this is government working. I see one of our GLO partners, Regina Recinos. I want to thank you and Commissioner Buckingham. This is when the federal government and the state government and county and city working together to get this $29.2 million project done. And so this will be rebuilding the drainage of Chimney Rock, as well as creating detention near and in Anderson Park, and it's in partnership with the TERS. So I love when we can join forces across levels of government and with community leaders, community voices to get it done. I know thousands of, this has been something that has been affecting the community for years. And so I'm very thankful, and I also want to thank my Precinct 4 team who works tirelessly, our engineering. Speaking of the county engineers, y'all are really quarterbacking since so much of it is roadway reconstruction and the drainage. So Dr. Rahman, Bashar, and team, thank you. So anyway, and then of course, our Harris County Housing and Community Development, Director Costas and your team, thank you for everything you do to help with making sure that we are best investing these funds. So with that, I look forward. I know we're moving expeditiously to get this project done. I thank you and cannot wait to see the benefit. I used to live near this area, and just when it starts raining, the streets just start rising. So anyway, with that, thank you, and I move this item as
Second.
presented.
Second.
Motion by Commissioner Briones, second by Commissioner Garcia. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries unanimously. Very, very proud of this. And then we have 155, Suicide Mortality Review Committee. I don't believe we voted on that before, but I can't remember. Did we? We did not. Do you guys have additional questions for the director?
I just want
Garcia.
to chime in on it. Colonel, thank you for your continuous work and your innovative approach to these very, very complex challenges. Veterans around Harris County just don't know how fortunate we are to have you and Jason at the helm helping us address very, very tough issues like this. So thank you so much for this. And this particular item just creates the authority to create the committee. Will you be asking us for candidates, or how will you develop that committee?
So the committee has been formed for quite some time and in training for over a year.
Oh,
so
good.
the expertise is there.
Good.
All the people, we were halfway through training when we found out that the Texas Health and Safety Code existed for what we're trying to do. So what this does is brings legitimacy and also allows us an opportunity to bring
Wonderful.
back recommendations to the court.
Wonderful. Well, listen, with the number of lives that we're losing, some of us know this a little bit, personally. I just want to thank you, because whether it's a veteran or a civilian, all lives are precious. So I appreciate your work.
Thank you, Commissioner. I might highlight, as part of this effort, we have a Suicide Prevention Resource Coordination Committee that was originally focused on just veterans. We've added law enforcement to that charter, so we're now focused on veterans and law enforcement as a separate item here, and we're going to think it's going to pay some big dividends.
Thank you. And I'll move on your item, I think. Well,
Commissioner
Yeah.
Briones.
Yes, and I will proudly second. Colonel Lewis, thank you and your team for everything you do. I know we talked earlier this morning, but could you, I know this work has already been in progress, and I'm so happy you came to us so we can officially, under the Chapter 672, establish it, and using the data, and then I look forward to the actionable recommendations. But can you just very briefly walk us through what this means? I know it's a task force, a very multidisciplinary task force that will be analyzing this data, just so that we know.
Yeah, really, in
what's to come.
suicide, so there's three pieces to this. There's the prevention piece, there's intervention pieces, and then there's postvention. Hopefully we get enough upstream where we don't wind up with actual suicides in postvention. But these are very important steps along the way with the expertise required to do that. What this committee does the really nitty-gritty work to be able to roll up our sleeves, get together with all the information we can to review suicides at the best level that we possibly can, and then make those recommendations to be able to bring back to you all for policy and or legislative initiatives. But it's an area, in my assessment, has not generated a lot of attention for a lot of years. It's a continuing problem. Our society challenges continue to grow, and I think we continue to see a lot of people that are unaware of resources that may prevent suicides. And so that's really what we're trying to get to. We all agreed this was not going to be a committee that was just going to review things, kind of violent voyeurism, if you will, and not do anything with it. We all went in there strongly saying, let's get the data, let's analyze it, and let's go figure out what we can do about this.
Yeah, thank you. And I know we're proud that we have the largest veteran population in Texas, but as we've talked about many a times, are 3.5% of the population, but 11% of the suicides. So
Yes, ma'am.
I'm the proud granddaughter of veterans, and I just appreciate everything you do on this topic and everything you do for the veterans of Harris County. So thank you, and we look forward to continue to take positive action.
Thank you,
Thank you.
Commissioner.
Commissioner Briones had made a motion, and no, Garcia had made the motion. Briones made the second. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries unanimously. So Commissioner Ellis, I'll let you take over. I have my commitment at 3 that existed before we moved court
What's the
to
next one?
Thursdays. Next one is
176.
176.
176 on resources for the
Commissioner
election.
Briones?
Yeah, Commissioner Briones flagged that one.
Yes, I had, and we had been talking about that earlier with Clerk Hudspeth when she was here. Were there any additional items or updates that would need to be discussed? It's a discussion-only item.
We'll put the item back on the 29th when we get the update on the financials.
Thank you.
So this is no action? Okay.
No action on that item.
It's just a discussion item.
Discussion only.
Got it.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
The next one is 208, Commissioner Ramsey. Child care contracted slots, you just want to vote no on it.
Yeah, just a quick comment here. I'm not going to support the amendment. I just want to note that in December of 2023, Baker Ripley paid $1.3 million for allegedly violating the civil monetary penalties law by misspending grant funds on certain services. So that issue's there. I think with everything that's happening, it might be worth at least having the county auditor take a look at this and be sure that we're crossing our Ts and dotting our Is as relates to these projects. But we can vote on this, but I'm going to also ask the auditor to come in and take a look at this program, which we can.
Jesse, you all have any concerns?
I mean, we're happy for the auditor to take a look. These are all
But
audited.
any concerns with us moving item?
To,
Do you have any problems with us moving this item?
no, please, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
I'll move it. Commissioner Garcia seconds it. All those in favor vote aye.
Aye.
All those opposed vote no.
No.
3 ayes and 1 nay, it passes. Next is item 218, Commissioner Garcia, that's Queen Construction.
No, these already been
We got that.
approved.
Yeah.
We did it?
Yeah.
227?
237 would be the next one.
Okay, 237. On that one, I just wanted to ask, this is on, I assume this is his ongoing RFP. Leah, you want to help me, or should I bring purchasing up if they're here? You can do it. So here's my concern. I know there's no MWBE goal in it. I think when I chatted with you earlier, it's an ongoing contract. I want to get a sense of when it ends. I want to make sure we do something so our small, minority, local, women-owned press outlets have an opportunity to participate as well. These are all great folks, but so when does it end? It just struck me because when it said 0 MWBE, I know some of these small and neighborhood and minority women-owned press entities could be it could be an opportunity for them as well, and they do a pretty good job of getting to a population it's hard for us to get to.
Yeah. My understanding, and Purchasing Agent Williams is here to help.
You had to work off of an existing contract.
Yeah, so there was a countywide RFP looking for vendors that could be used for large-scale communications. This is renewal 2 of 4 for us, and
So then my question would be, if it's not you, you just had to work under it. How does it end? When does it end? Or what can we do? Is it a timeline on the money? I want to let some of these smaller entities out there benefit from this as well.
yeah. What I can share is that separately, we have 2 umbrella agreements, one with ProScaler and one with Outreach Strategists that do help us make those engagements with smaller community organizations.
And how much money is spent in that?
Last year, we spent just over $300,000 through that.
And how much is this one?
So this,
So if I were to look at, obviously I can tell the smallest one here might be
Yeah.
450. So if we spend 300 with them and this comes to about $1.5 million, am I right?
yep.
2 million? obviously that.
Yep. No, we can always do more, and I'm certainly happy to work both with those two umbrella vendors and with purchasing to continue to diversify our media spend.
What's the downside if we didn't vote on this today?
We really need these contracts to continue our federally funded campaigns. These are doing kind of large-scale communications around our maternal and child health funding, immunization, HIV and STI promotion,
So
environmental
I'll
health.
move today, but make this request.
Yep.
You all need to find a way to be more inclusive and not to the tune of 300,000 over there. And it's $2 million here. Okay? All right, so I'll move it. So come back with that at the next court meeting, come back with some plan. If not, I don't want this to keep going. Okay?
We'll do that.
You
Thank
need a
you.
motion on that?
Yeah, I moved it. You can
Second.
second it. Okay, all those in favor?
Aye.
Anybody opposed? It passes 4-0. 258, Commissioner Garcia.
Thank you. On 258, I will tell you that our seniors are going to be immensely happy because this is an item to allow us to get the 2 of the first 5 new buses that will be lift buses. That's one of the things that we're always challenged with because some of our seniors are a little challenged with mobility. But I am so very excited because these buses are used to help to transport our seniors to community events, to activities, to essential appointments, and to support youth programs in Precinct 2, including summer camp and enrichment activities. Our current buses are aging, and I know that we're probably all challenged with that, and becoming less reliable. The breakdowns directly disrupt services for everyone involved, and so I want to make sure that our buses are consistent and safe, and that they're going to be there for the activities that folks are counting on. And so upgrading this fleet is necessary to keep these programs running smoothly, protect rider safety, and ensure Precinct 2 can continue delivering services that our community counts on. And I just want to thank my transportation team. Murray, I don't know if you're listening, my man, but thank you for all you do and for your staff, for all of our drivers. I'm just so proud of the work that you guys do. I get a lot of happy reports from folks that are on the buses. So thank you so very much. And I am excited to move on this item, Mr. President.
I'm going to second it. And Commissioner, thank you for all the 4 precincts. We share buses. And that's a big deal.
It is.
There's probably nothing that impacts our neighborhoods more than these buses.
That's right.
I know we just got 3 in this year, and they wear out pretty quickly. But again, thank for my colleagues for that sharing. I second the motion.
Motion made by Commissioner Garcia, second by Commissioner Ramsey. All those in favor, vote aye. 4 ayes, no nays. Item passes. Next one, Commissioner Garcia, is yours, 276.
Commissioner, but before we go to that, I noticed that Director Trevino and Dr.
okay.
Peterson and Dr. Romano
items
here.
were
If you want to do,
That was 120, 133, and 308.
120, 133, and 308.
Yes.
Commissioner Garcia.
Thank you. Director, would you mind joining us? I just wanted to ask you, I always appreciate your innovation. You came up with an item a couple of courts ago. I'm trying to remember what it was. It was on the bond requirement of some of our contractors.
Yes, sir.
That you only ask for the capacity needed for that particular phase of the work.
Yes, sir.
And it allows smaller firms to participate. So I appreciate the thinking through that. But I want to ask you to walk us through how you plan to staff and implement the worksite safety policies using existing and vacant positions, and how this fills the roles necessary that the work requires, and how whether these positions help address your respective workloads rather. And then, for, I say, Director Peterson and Director Rahman, I want to see if maybe they can piggyback on this and work through the same type of approach.
So the work safety program was important to us, so we jumped on it right away. So Hector was fortunate to have open positions that it could reallocate and use existing resources as well. So to implement the Harris County Work Safety Program, we have 6 individuals that are currently staffed to do that. We have 3 inspectors who go out to the job sites. We have 1 administrative person to help administrate a coordinator, and a coordinator. So we coordinating the classes is the logistical challenge. You have Hector workers, and then you have contractors that they set up OSHA training classes. They go to the classes. The analyst tracks who went to the class. The inspectors go to the job site, make sure that obviously it's a high-level safety inspection on a biweekly basis, and come back to the analyst, and we keep track of who's on the job site, who's not, make sure we're in compliance with the program. So the coordinator administrator, it's a scale to how many projects we can do at one time. Hector has large capital projects, large dollars, but not many sites to address. So the 3 that we have now can meet the need. Obviously, when we start doing other capital projects, we'll likely have to take a look at what that expansion is and how many sites a specific inspector can take a look at as they go out. But right now, with the 6 that we currently have, that meets our current needs.
Good deal. And I know Director Peterson and Director Rahman, I know y'all have a very different workload. And one of the questions I had was, number one, can we get you going on a phased approach? I think you're asking for 23 positions. But, you know, so the question is this a somewhat of an approach that you can take? I don't know if you got positions open or not that you can reallocate as Hector has done.
Commissioner, again, Milton Rahman, County Engineer. The difference we have is we have a lot of job sites. We have smaller projects, bigger projects. We have about 150 construction sites on an average that's open in a given day. So the requirements of the policy has categorized these job sites in 3 different categories: high risk, moderate risk, medium, low risk. Low risk is monthly, high risk is weekly. So what we did a calculation based on the risk categories, and we will need about, in a given month, 109 to 125 something inspection done, given week, actually. So with that said, the staffing requirements is still the same. So that there's going to be trade-off, Commissioner. If we have to use existing resources, we have to look into our, if we have to, we are a large department, of course, that gives us the capacity to reallocate resources from here and there. So we have to work with y'all to find out, okay, where we can compromise. So whether it's, I know that some area is non-compromisable. We talked about permit review and some other things, but is there areas that where we can compromise? That's one area. The other area is we have some amount of position that has been frozen that is part of the freezing. We have some, I think not a lot, Commissioner, not all 23, but we can look into a few of those frozen positions. Can it be recategorized? Like I have an administrative assistant, can we make 2 of them together? So there's opportunities we can look into, but there will be trade-off, Commissioner. That's what I'll say. And the needs for what we looked at is the number of man hours that will be needed to satisfy the policy. Now, in terms of phasing, Commissioner, to address your question, phasing will require the policy implementation date to also be phased out, or changing some of the frequencies. Now, which will, again, the more frequent we are, more policing we're doing. Now, if we say that the high-risk project, instead of doing weekly, we go bi-weekly, and others we go monthly, that will, for say some 6 months until the new fiscal year, that could possibly need some less resources. I think those are some of the ideas that I could think of, Commissioner.
Good deal. And let me be clear, I support these items. I do. Just to help us get through the budget year, I'm just curious about, a phase-in approach.
Commissioner, and I want to thank the infrastructure departments who worked really closely to put these job descriptions out there. A lot of these positions did not exist, right? And we don't think they're going to hire immediately. We wanted to create them. These positions may take a while to hire, what we're being told, and so we don't think they'll have full year fiscal impact.
Okay.
Our goal is for this to come in on July 1, when we actually should start inspecting.
Wonderful. Then I'll move on these items as presented.
Commissioner Ramsey and Commissioner Briones might have a couple.
Commissioner Garcia, thank you for asking that question, because I'm looking at 3 of the most experienced engineers I know doing government work, and we've all been involved in inspections. And I personally have done this in my other life. And when I went to a job site to inspect it for quality, when I went to a job site to inspect it for quantity, I also did the safety. So please look at what these folks, there's not a quote-unquote safety inspector, there's an inspector. So when y'all look at the needs on your projects, I'm assuming you already needed an inspector to do the quality inspection, the quantity inspection, and I think, Roberto, you and I have had these kind of conversations before too, that when they go to the site to do those, I think it's just a natural to go ahead and do the safety as well. So when we're looking at filling these positions, I would think that we could look at a fully trained person to do all three, and I know that that's typical in the industry. Would you agree, Dr. Rahman?
Commissioner, yes, for the most part. The challenge we have, that the existing workforce we have, so there'll have to be with time, build up a training and certification courses for all of our inspectors. So the requirements that these jobs that's been put together, a lot of them don't have that. So there will be a training included into it, but you are right in terms of talking about the logistics of the same inspectors being able to do a lot of these so that I don't have to have two people using two vehicles going to the same job site.
So essentially, you're starting with not having enough inspectors, period.
That's right.
This is going to help address that need, also address the safety. I didn't really come here today with the idea that I was going to support this, but with the comments that Commissioner Garcia has made, with your commitment that these folks, when they go to the site, they're going to do quality, quantity, and safety. And there might be a case or two where an administrator can't do all three, but at least if you can look at that, that would make a lot more, not just dollars and cents, but we really need those kind of folks on the job site anyway.
Absolutely, Commissioner.
Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Briones.
Yes, thank you. So first of all, seeing the three of you together makes me happy. I want to thank you for the tremendous amount of work and the tremendous quality of work that each of you do. I was so proud when this court passed the worksite safety policy because the health and safety of our workers is of paramount importance. And if we're building a county project, we want to make sure we're living into the values and making sure folks can go home without injury or worse. And so thank you for immediately getting to work so that we can implement. So it's not just a great policy, but that we're putting it into action. And I'm so happy that we're racing to make sure that in July 2026, these augmented worksite safety inspections will happen. Just to piggyback on my colleagues, one thing, and I'm going to look at our Chief People Officer Rowley here. I'm thrilled that we will be having these inspections that will have a higher level of focus on the health and safety of our workers. And as we're training them to inspect a multitude of factors, the training and then the ongoing training will be key to make sure that we're operating best in class. And so I please ask that you work closely with Chief Rowley so that we have the synergies between engineering, flood control, and HECTRA, and that we're growing and learning and improving together as we implement this policy. But I just want to say thank you and please work with her. And I will support these items as well. So thanks.
Can I ask one question, Chief, related to vacant positions? As I understand, in engineering, we got 63 vacant funded positions. Flood control, we have 85 vacant funded positions. In HECTRA, we have 156 funded positions. So now we're about to approve more. Just be sure all those numbers are reconciled as we go forward. Thank you.
Thank you all. And Commissioner Briones, I want to appreciate you and your team. I know you obviously have always collaborated on this policy, so it really is a big deal. Commissioner Garcia makes a motion to approve as presented 120 and 133. 308 is a transmittal, so we just accept it. Commissioner Ramsey, you want to second it?
Second.
You're going to want to keep you. You feeling the love. Commissioner Ramsey seconds it. All those in favor vote aye. All opposed vote no. 4 ayes, no nays. Item passes. Okay, next, Commissioner Garcia, 276.
Good to see the three of y'all together.
Yeah.
That looks good.
Thank you, Commissioner. I don't know if Carlos Duarte is here. If not, I'm just excited about this particular letter of intent. It's helping to move a project much needed for the community, and excited that we're making progress on it. So I am excited to make this motion or present this item as.
And I proudly second it. I'm so excited. Thank you,
presented.
Commissioner Garcia, for leading on
It's
this.
a great project, and I'm glad that Precinct One was able to put $500,000 in. You remember?
Amen.
Great project. Motion made by Commissioner Garcia, second by Commissioner Briones. All those in favor, vote aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? No opposed. 4 ayes and no nays. It passes. Next item is you, I believe, Commissioner.
293? Yes, so 293 is to accept a donation from the International Management District to have food and beverages. I invite all of you, Saturday, January 31st, one of our Precinct 4 parks is Art Story Park. It is in the Chinatown area, and there is this pavilion that really gives homage to the Chinatown area and just our incredibly diverse AAPI community. It's this handcrafted pavilion by this Taiwanese master craftsman. And I want to thank Commissioner Cagle because he's the one who started this project. And then my team and I have continued. And so he and I will be there together January 31st at 9 a.m. It is beautiful and the community is already using it. And so to me, that's what park and open spaces are all about, gathering as a community, learning from each other, and celebrating our cultures and heritage in this amazing Houston Harris County. So with that, and I want to thank the International Management District for their generosity for helping us to celebrate. And with that, I move the item as presented.
Second.
Motion made by Commissioner Briones, second by Commissioner Ramsey. All those in favor, vote aye.
Aye.
4 ayes, no nays. Item passes. Commissioner Garcia.
Yes, going back to item 276, I understand there's some specific motions I needed to make. So let me do those. First, I move on the agreement as presented. And then secondly, I move to approve Harris County owned property located at 601 Lockwood as a precinct 2 Hispanic heritage area.
Okay, motion made by Commissioner Garcia, second by Commissioner Briones. Both motions, you get them? All those in favor, vote aye.
Aye.
No opposed, 4 ayes, no nays. Item passes.
Thank you.
Next is a transmittal, Commissioner Garcia, that's 316.
Oh, that one was with my earlier items. I'm just excited about the sidewalks and the work being done and the hike and bike trail that that's going in with Exploration Green. So just excited about all the work.
Did we do 319?
Yes.
Okay.
Oh, no, not 319.
Okay,
No.
319
Yeah.
is one of yours as well.
Yes. And on 319, Dr. Peterson, I just want to thank you, your team, for similar to the praises that Commissioner Briones shared earlier, to you, to Commissioner Buckingham. The work that you're doing is helping to move these items forward, similarly to the innovation that the three of you guys are doing to help these projects happen. I'm very excited. This is about a third of the projects so far, and which gives me great relief because we don't want to send any of that money back. But the more progress we show, the greater comfort that comes from GLO, and the more support I'm hopeful that we will get. But I just want to say thank you for your work, and then we approved the first amendment back in October, which added 4 projects at $4.3 million, and now we're adding a second amendment, adding 7 more. So this is great excitement. Then, also want to acknowledge. I've spoken with Commissioner Buckingham. She is also excited about the progress being made. But she's also a little anxious because she wants to see more progress, but nonetheless sends her praises to you and your team. And so really just thank you for keeping the wheels turning and getting these projects done.
Thank you. Thank
I
you.
move on the item as presented. Oh, it's a transmittal.
Transmittal. Okay.
Commissioner, could we go ahead and take right now with Director up here, 368?
I want to do as many as we can. We got 9 items left. They're all yours, and then
This
we
is
go.
first cousin to 319.
Okay.
All right.
And it's essentially, to your point, Commissioner Garcia, and I've spent time with Commissioner Buckingham, and she wants to be sure that we're on top of our CDBG projects. I've got our GLO buddy out there, and she's our great partner. And just to quickly state the problem, the objective, we've got roughly $250 million worth of projects that must be bid before the end of March. So it is January. And I think what Director Peterson is going to tell us is there is a plan to do this. And there's been much cooperation between flood control and the GLO and all of our offices. But it's so important if we're going to meet these deadlines. And the point is, if we don't meet the deadline, that's $250 million that's at risk. So it sounds like we have a plan to get these bid, and probably every court will take at least 5 minutes and be sure that we're on track. And
Yeah.
I'll turn it over to you, Director.
No, thank you, Commissioner Ramsey, and thank you, commissioners, for the chance to talk about really the progress that we've made. So Commissioner Garcia, you started us out with recognition that we are getting 7 additional projects amended into the CDBG MIT contract. And the projects that are most critical are the CDBG DR contracts. And we have been making a lot of progress. I give the team tremendous kudos for the hard work that they've been doing. We have 1 project under construction for DR right now. Commissioner Garcia, you recognized another project, Brooklyn, that was awarded today for construction. So that reflects the strong momentum that we already have going. And Commissioner Ramsey, as you noted, we do have a plan for moving forward with the remainder of the projects for DR. Right now, we have 4 projects out for bid that were originally supposed to be going out this month, but we were successful in expediting schedule and pushing fast and pushing hard with the cooperation of our purchasing director to get those out in December. So we are moving ahead of schedule right now. We have an additional, I believe it's 5 projects left to get out in Q1. And right now, we are on track to do so. So we are also at the same time moving forward on CDBG MIT. So we have engineering work that is under the way, and we also have construction contracts that are moving forward for that program as well. So we're focused on DR because it is the most urgent, the most critical, but we cannot forget the fact that we also have MIT, and we are pushing both at the same time as hard as we can. Commissioner Ramsey, you noted coordination is key, and it is. So we work very closely and remain very appreciative of GLO, their partnership and their support. We are working in a very productive way. Just this past week, the GLO notified us that they had cleared some red tape for us with the Texas Historical Commission. So we are working closely to identify places where we're having challenges and then working collaboratively to make sure that we chase those issues down. And so, we're really, really thankful, very appreciative for not only the support for the funding, but also the partnership as we move forward with this program. At the same time, we also have to have partnership with our county departments. Our purchasing agent, Kim Williams, has been a tremendous partner since she came in. When she came in, we immediately started brainstorming on where are there areas for us to tackle. And the item that passed earlier today, item 132, delegation of authority, that gave her the ability to help us move faster. And that's something that she and I work together, as well as the county attorney's office. So that's a great example of the collaboration. And honestly, that is one point of collaboration, and we're going to continue to look for more, because every day, every week that we can save in this process makes a difference. We think that the item that passed earlier will save us between 2 and 6 weeks, and that will matter to us. So we're very, very thankful for your support of that item to help us move quickly. And in terms of moving forward, our focus is on these Q1 bid items. And Commissioner Ramsey, we are happy to put an item on court and bring back updates regularly so that you can continue to track the progress we're making.
Well done, all of you. Thank you, purchasing, for your efforts too.
Okay. Thank you. Yes, sir.
And Dr. Peterson, actually, I put myself in the queue more for Kim. And thank you. You hit the ground running. but Dr. Peterson has shared with me the conversations and the idea of doing this authority delegation. And so I just want to thank y'all for thinking through this, because every one day could be a major issue. So thank you for your work on this, and continue the progress. I appreciate y'all. Thank you.
Commissioner Bring on.
Yes, very brief. So wanted to echo those sentiments. Thank you for these incredibly helpful updates. I love the communication that comes from you and your team. Purchasing Agent Williams, having you on the Harris County team, I have seen such a marked difference. I love that we have two solutions-oriented, relentless leaders just driving the progress. And then I just, again, wanted to highlight, this is government, when you have local government, county government working so well with state government, and the collaboration to make sure we're bringing, just crossing hurdle after hurdle to get it done for the people of Texas and the people of Harris County. So I know every time I see you, Dr. Peterson, I'm like, I feel like there's a clock ticking in my head, in a positive way, right?
For all of us, yes.
And so I just appreciate just your tireless efforts, and keep us posted how we can better support you. And again, Purchasing Agent Williams, love what you're doing to really make it work better for the people of Harris County. So thank you.
Thank you. Any action? Okay, thank you, Commissioner. Thank you, Commissioner Ramsey. The rest of them are yours. and we've
Real
got
quick,
about
is this
20
a no action?
No action. You on? Okay. I'm sorry, Adrian. You got it? Which one? Oh, yeah, Commissioner Ramsey, go ahead.
What, 345?
Yes, sir. Procure to pay.
We
It's
just
that
need a
prompt pay deal.
Yeah, if you don't mind, Commissioner Ramsey, well,
Okay.
I just wanted to thank OCA on this, the Auditor's Office, Universal Services, for the work they've done. I am hopeful that the fact that we have finally shifted a bit from policy to enforcement, that this will help us move things along. And this will help us understand where there might be breakdowns. So I just, I'm excited. This is sort of like pay equity. This has been a project a long time in the making. And so I'm excited about this. The system has been fully tested, and the remaining refinements are about accuracy, transparency, and avoiding errors before launch. The change is necessary to protect vendors, especially small and MWBEs, and to modernize how Harris County does business. So again, sometimes you got to ask folks, but other times you just got to have a bit of enforcement to go along with the policy.
You have a motion?
I move on this as presented.
Commissioner Ramsey, you want to say anything?
Is the March 27th deadline reasonable?
Yes. We're in communication with Universal Services, all these issues should be addressed by then, and we'll have done additional testing as well.
And when we go to March 27th, which is what this is about, when we go to March 27th, if we think there are issues related to that, can you give us at least a heads up on what our people and others need to be aware of?
Yes, absolutely.
Okay, thank you.
Motion by Commissioner Garcia, second. Is there objection? Hearing none, motion passes. 364, Commissioner Ramsey. Or did we do that? 365?
You already did that one.
Okay. Yeah.
No. we still
No,
need to
we
do
need 365 we need to do, Commissioner.
364 we did, 365.
Commissioner Ramsey, you pulled it.
Yeah, that is simply compliance with Senate Bill 1933, and your timing, as usual, is impeccable, county tax assessor. And we've talked, but I think it's helpful when we come to Commissioners Court to say that, you know what, we had a Senate Bill 1933 and we're in compliance with it. At least give that communication so that people won't have to sit out there and wonder. So I will turn it over to you.
Thank you, Commissioner Ramsey, and good afternoon, Commissioners. Thank you all so much for the time today. So we can just address, there's a few statements I'd like to make, and then I'm available for questions. So The Harris County Tax Office is committed to maintaining an accurate voter roll, complying with all statutory duties, and putting Harris County voters first. It has become clear that folks are confused and there is misinformation being circulated. When it comes to voter registration, we rely on and follow the Texas Election Code and the related guidance provided by the Secretary of State's office. Once we received Senator Betancourt's administrative complaint, our office took immediate action and followed the process established by the Secretary of State and the Texas Election Code. In our response to the administrative complaint, we detailed those actions and shared additional steps we've also taken to flag these addresses going forward. In a letter dated December 23rd, 2025, the Secretary of State acknowledged and expressed appreciation to the tax office's diligent and timely efforts to address the concerns raised by Senator Betancourt. We will continue to work with the Secretary of State and other stakeholders to ensure the accuracy of our voter rolls so that every eligible voter can cast their ballot with confidence.
Thank you.
You've done a great job, and there's no action on this item.
Appreciate you.
Okay, thank you very much. Yeah, Commissioner Garcia, I'm sorry.
Madam Assessor, I do have a couple of questions for you. But first, I just want to remember and thank that the Secretary of State issued a letter late last month, actually, and expressed appreciation for your office's diligent and timely efforts to address the concerns raised by Senator Betancourt. So thank you so much for that. It always helps when folks acknowledge the efforts and gives us confidence in the work being done. I do have a few questions. So with all that being said, what does this mean to have a voter, or what does it mean rather, to have a voter registration suspended?
So part of our regular maintenance functions of the roll, if for some reason there's a question as to a voter's residency, or in this particular case, we believe or has been brought to our attention that the voter may be registered at a commercial PO box, is not where they reside. We are then required to do an investigation. We send a letter to the voter and ask them to confirm their residency. They either send documents back or a form back confirming their residency. If we do not hear from them within 30 days, we then place them on suspense. They are still able to vote if they are on suspense. They will remain on suspense through 2 federal election cycles, at which point, if they do not vote during that time and have an opportunity to submit a statement of residency at the voting location, they will then be canceled at that point.
And the fact that they can still vote while being on suspense is in statute.
That is statutory, yes. There is nothing in the law that allows us to cancel a voter's registration immediately.
Gotcha. Okay. And what safeguards are in place to prevent non-exempt voters from registering at the address as it was stated in Senator Betancourt's complaint?
So we have instituted a process in our office to flag those addresses that we know are commercial PO boxes. So once it is brought to our attention that an address could possibly be a commercial PO box, we do an investigation. We make sure that it's not a residential address. Sometimes there's PO boxes below an apartment complex, and they are residential addresses. And so we have to make sure, and moving forward, if we receive a voter application with that address that's flagged, we will immediately send them a confirmation, a statement of residency, a request for them to confirm their address.
And so, then lastly, has your office received any information on any other addresses that may be PO boxes?
Yes, sir. So in the response, the letter you referenced from the Secretary of State, where they acknowledged our investigation and our efforts, they also attached a list of an additional addresses that they believed were commercial PO box locations, primarily UPS stores. We have already reviewed that list. 25% of the list of the addresses they provided to us were located outside of Harris County. And so we will send letters out to those that are within Harris County and follow the process that we've already set up.
And the ones that are outside Harris County, what happens to them?
We will let the Secretary of State know that those were outside Harris County.
Wonderful. Thank you for your work. Thank you for being on top of this. And thank you for continuing to give folks confidence that Harris County is running good elections.
Thank you, Commissioner.
Thank you. Look, I just want to stress how important this is. Although we're rushing because we want to get to resolutions, I just want to remind my colleagues this bill was drafted to specifically apply to one county. Only one county in the state has over 4 million people. It's Harris County. A lot was at stake. In terms of enforcement mechanism, it would have included withholding state election funding and imposing multi-year state oversight of the county voting process. What a mess. And the amount of time that had to go into this was really so unnecessary. But I'm just so glad that the Secretary of State was willing to step up and say that essentially you are currently in full compliance with Senate Bill 1933, which only applies to us. So thank you.
Thank you. We have a very close working relationship with the Secretary of State. I speak to them on a regular basis. We did speak with them in this regard many times, and we will continue our communication with them to make sure we're in compliance with their guidelines as well as the election code.
Thank you.
Thank you.
No action. Next one is Commissioner Ramsey. That is yours as well.
366. Again, I'm going to run through this, Commissioner, very quickly. There was a bill written related to Harris County Toll Road Authority that Roberto has paid attention to, we've all paid attention to. Quickly, what we did as that bill was being written, we looked at how we distribute our mobility funds. We did we did engage with the city of Houston on reimbursing them for whatever costs that they have, and we continue to audit and take care of our activities and our funds out there. So the only point here, Commissioners, is to simply point out we've addressed every issue that they brought up in that bill. It's worth making a note and communicating back with them. They don't need to be writing any more bills in 2027 related to this issue. And this is my attempt to try to put this thing to bed. And good job, Roberto. Good job on behalf of this Commissioners Court to address issues and avoid things in the future.
Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Ramsey.
Next one, no action on that item. Next one is 367. Commissioner Ramsey.
Quickly, there's a couple of things that have come up in the hospital district. It's obviously, I've had public meetings in my community center related to their issues on condemning Herman Park and Ben Taub and those issues. And so they're also involved with the hospital district boards, involved with a $2.5 billion bond issue. A lot of issues there, board member issues. And I wanted to just look at the county attorney, Jay, and if we need to do a little research on this. Are the board members of the hospital district, the board of trustees, are they liable for the decisions they made? Are they indemnified? Is there insurance? How are those board members covered on the decisions they're making?
They do carry insurance, but I think the county attorney, Jonathan Von Bon's on now. John, are you on?
Yeah, and so Commissioner, they do carry insurance. I will say for something like this, we're not looking at any kind of financial liability to any board member or the Harris Health entity itself, or even to the county. The sort of most serious thing we're looking at is litigation to stop the Chapter 26 process from happening and for the taking itself from happening. Of course, that can involve attorney's fees and the cost of litigation, but not actual damages.
Okay, I just want to at least publicly state what any liabilities, if there are any there, I guess there's not, is what you're saying. And the other point is, we've had a lot of questions for Harris County. What does the toll road director make? What does the flood control director make? What does the county engineer? What does the county administrator make? And while we're telling them what everybody makes, and Commissioner Ellis and I, we've looked at salaries and doing pay parity and all these others. I think it's worth noting what the Dr. Porsa makes in terms of the hospital district. I did talk to him, and as a matter of what he communicated with me, he makes somewhere in base salary over $1 million, not $1.2 million in bonuses, which he referred to as retirement, roughly $400,000. So for the record, at some somewhere between 1.5 and $2 million. So that just will go as a matter of record as everybody in the county now, we're keeping up with what everybody makes, and we'll just put that on the record and go with it. And that's my only point in pointing that out.
If y'all want to put me over there, I want to apologize for the things I've said that offended you. If drafted, I'll take the job. Next item, no action on that item. Did you have anything, Commissioner Briones?
No, no.
Okay, what's our next one, Jay? What am I missing?
It's resolutions and executive
What
session
about that?
items.
Can we try to do executive session real quick? It was your item, right? Because
Yeah, back there.
okay. So it is, what else items we going to executive session on?
It is 342, 343, 344, 370, and 371.
Okay, it is 3:47, right? And we're going to go into executive session on items you just mentioned. Thank you. Quickly, and come back.
I guess that's everything.
You got them for me?
What, this? Oh.
think we're good.
Thank you, guys. It's 4:40 PM, and Commissioners Court is back in session. Commissioner Garcia has a motion.
Thank you. The motion on 344, it's pretty lengthy, so I think you got it. Have you received it?
No, Commissioner, I got 343.
You got 343.
You said 343, you got to do it 344.
I got it for 3. Yeah.
So 343, I
Three.
have it, yeah.
Okay, yes, here it is. The motion is to appoint the following nominees as public members of the Harris County Broadband Task Force. The following: Nicolette Walker, Marie Arcos, Leonard Rose, Vincent Sanders, Forum Shalat, as well as stakeholder representatives Charles Cave, Lindsay Munoz, Dr. Paula Peterson, Michael McDonald, Belinda Aguilar, and Jordan Carswell for 2-year terms ending January 8th, 2028.
Second.
To recognize as ex officio members and/or their designees, Sindhu Menon, who will also serve as chair, Edward Milton, Sam Peña, Elijah Williams, and Christopher Carroll, and to amend the bylaws as necessary to effect these respective appointments.
Okay, motion by Commissioner Garcia, second by Commissioner Ellis. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries unanimously. And now 344.
Yes, I've got a motion on that, Judge. This motion reads, and I would ask that departments who are listening to please listen. If you're not listening, please listen. This is very, very important. Motion to direct Universal Services to be in compliance with House Bill 149 by developing a county-wide AI program that includes a detailed resource plan and AI strategy based on requests from all departments. Universal Services, this motion also directs Universal Services to work with OCA and OMB to return to Commissioners Court on February 26, 2026 with the fiscal note for the effort. In response to the motions approved on 12/11/2025 related to the technology procurement, TPR, and artificial intelligence governance, the motion is to direct Harris County Universal Services to work in coordination with all county departments to lead and facilitate interdepartmental collaboration to identify, evaluate, and implement AI solutions that may materially impact county operations, services, residents, or regulatory functions. The scope includes any solution, service, application, system, or platform that utilizes AI technologies, whether or not it is directly solicited or supported by a county department. Further, no county department shall independently procure, pilot, or deploy AI systems or tools that may have enterprise-wide operational, legal, cybersecurity, or public-facing impacts without coordination with Universal Services and completion of required county review and governance processes. Universal Services shall serve as the coordinating authority to develop a comprehensive AI policy that ensures alignment with enterprise architecture, cybersecurity, data privacy, and responsible use principles, and shall report back to Commissioners Court by March 19th of 2026. I do want to reiterate to our county departments, please work in collaboration with Universal Services. because this is a very, very critical area of responsibility that Universal Services now has as a consequence of House Bill 149. And as we spoke with Director Menon, we understand that there's new deadlines related to the agenda, but she is committed to working with everyone expeditiously to make sure that your request related to AI or any of this is not impacted to your deadline as it relates to the agenda. So thank you, Director Menon, for your work on this. And we're stepping into a new domain of our work. And good or bad, AI is a part of that new step, and we have to make sure that we're doing it well. But by the same time, we have to protect the county with the use of AI. And we also have to protect our budget with AI because some departments may be purchasing things that have licensing agreements that could span out of control. So we want to make sure that all this is well governed. So that is my two motions. Did you get them all? Okay.
All right, motion by Commissioner Garcia. Is there a second?
Second.
Second by Commissioner Ellis. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries unanimously. Sindhu, so to just stress briefly, please. So in terms of the bill, bipartisan bill, and it's working to make sure that everybody has a responsible approach to AI. I know folks have been using it, and I think part of the issue is, as we use it, are we giving it access to data that it shouldn't have access to, or the other way around? But also, what do these generative AI programs do with our prompts, right? And so there's a lot of questions here. There's a lot of new ground to cover, and I'm really grateful that Director Menon's going to be working on that. But that means collaboration from everybody. And so I just want to understand, I assume that the departments and all of us, and certainly if there's an issue with my office, let me know, will be collaborative as you work through the framework. In terms of between now and March 19th, what do you need departments to do?
Thank you for the question, Judge. Good afternoon, Commissioners Court. Sindhu Menon, Executive Director, Universal Services. The question it's a great question. I would like to start with saying we have already taken some steps in the past several months to be prepped up for this House bill to a great extent. As an example, we stood up our IT governance board in the year 2024. November of 2024, we stood up our IT governance board that looks at the technology. Right now, they're looking at the projects that are being approved and bringing it through the board so that it can be funded and implemented. So a systematic process has been established, and your offices are phenomenal in terms of participating and giving us guidance around that. The second step that we took was through the motions that were given to us in the last court, where all the technology purchases now have to go through a review process before, irrespective of the dollar amount, it has to go through a review process. So the artificial intelligence tools that are being procured will also go through this process. Where we need help is to ensure that there are a couple of areas where we probably need help. One is to make sure we have a clear understanding of all the AI initiatives within the county. So working with the departments and getting a list of all the AI initiatives in progress or that have already been worked on or implemented, we need to create a list of that and go through a systematic process of
What do you mean AI initiatives?
Such as if individual purchases, small-scale purchases of AI have been done through other means.
And if there's individual employees that are using AI, what should they be doing right now?
They should be reporting that to us so that we know why it's being used and how it's being used.
And so that the AI can be used in a manner that is safe for the county, for everybody involved.
Exactly.
Anything else folks need to be doing right now?
Well, the governance process, I would ask that everyone goes through that governance process. We would also require support from purchasing, auditor's office, purchasing from a procurement perspective, which, we've been working with the purchasing agent pretty closely, and we are very closely aligned there. Now we'll start working with auditors in terms of the payments.
Okay, so I don't know if this is like a employee email type thing, but so just consider it. But I will say for the department heads and the elected officials, what sounds like has to happen is make it very clear to your employees that if they're using AI, if you guys have any AI program, that you guys please contact Universal Services. And I'm so glad we're doing this. Obviously, yes, you've been working on it, and I'm proud of that. And the state, this new law is, of course, very helpful. And as Director of Office of Homeland Security Emergency Management, I'm really pleased to see this. Thank you.
Thank you, Judge. Thank you, Commissioners.
All right, so now we have the resolutions, right, colleagues?
Yes.
Judge, we
Yes.
still need item 342, 370, and 371.
Oh, those are no action. Right, no action on 370, no action on 71, and no action on 342. That's right. So anything else, Marcela, before I move on to the resolutions?
No, Judge.
Okay, so moving on to resolutions. First is item 372, and that is one of my resolutions. So let me. And thank you, folks that have been waiting. Oh, okay. All right. So I'll be brief here. So whereas January is nationally recognized as Human Trafficking Prevention Month, to spread awareness about human trafficking and take action to prevent further victimization. Human trafficking is a criminal act that involves the use of force, fraud, or coercion to compel an individual into labor or a commercial sex act. Every year, there are an estimated 313,000 victims of human trafficking in Texas, including close to 79,000 minors. Common risk factors for human trafficking victims include having an unstable living situation, previous experience of sexual abuse or violence, economic hardship, substance abuse or addiction, or previous involvement in the juvenile justice or child welfare system. Harris County is one of the largest hubs for human trafficking in the country. Obviously not proud of that, due in part to its expansive geographic size, proximity to the U.S.-Mexico border, and location among large interstate highways. U.S. Department of Health and Human Services has chosen Stronger Connections, Stronger Future as the theme for Human Trafficking Prevention Month 2026. Human trafficking can affect people of all communities, and we need to recognize the signs of human trafficking and learn to support a potential victim when possible. Community members can help prevent human trafficking and support survivors by learning more about common warning signs, sharing resources for survivors, raising awareness about the human trafficking hotline, and speaking directly with potential victims. Harris County remains committed to preventing human trafficking, supporting survivors, and funding resources. Therefore, be it resolved that Harris County hereby designates January 2026 as Human Trafficking Prevention Month in Harris County, Texas. So as I enter my last year in office, preventing human trafficking in Harris County is one of my top priorities, something that we talk about a lot, and it has been very intractable. And so I hope that we can continue to work with law enforcement, nonprofits, a lot of folks doing really great work, but I think we all know we can do more. And especially as we're hosting FIFA, World Cup, and we have more and more people coming to the region, this is exactly when the human trafficking activity grows. So I just want to thank the Sheriff's Office, the Children's Assessment Center, so many people in the community that are working, whether nonprofit, individuals, law enforcement, whatever it is, and hope that we can advance this together even more. Do we have any speakers on this resolution? Yes. Oh, go ahead. Go ahead and just please state your name for the record.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Judge and Commissioners. I'm Angela Welton, and I am proud to be the leader of our human trafficking team at the DA's office. I strongly support your resolution to make January 2026 Human Trafficking Prevention Month. This starts with awareness, but then moves into action. In 2025, the DA's office strongly partnered with law enforcement, with our advocacy groups, with our community, and with this court in order to do some amazing things. We have handled hundreds and hundreds of cases this year. We have extracted 80 young individuals from their situations, placing them in better situations. Trafficking victims such as Brandy, a 15-year-old in San Marcos.
Go ahead.
Who left her home to go meet with a trusted individual, and in less than a week found herself being trafficked on Bissonnette Street.
Mm-hmm.
This is an individual, Brandy, who lost her phone, her safety, and her body to this individual who forced her to walk the blade.
Mm.
This kind of situation was able to be found out by this joint community that we have created. We were able to track her phone, to track her down, to find the person who trafficked her, get her into a better situation by extracting her, and prosecute the offending trafficker with the highest level of a first-degree felony. This is an example of something that we are working on as a group. This resolution reminds us that prevention, prosecution, and protection must remain priorities. Please know that Shantir and the DA's office want to work with you and continue to do so in order to stand to fight for justice and healing.
Thank you. Thank you so much for the work you guys do. And if you guys want to share any specific resources, I know that the resolution was quite vague. Like, please feel free to include that in your remarks.
Thank you so much.
Good afternoon, Judge Hidalgo, County Commissioners. I'm Lisa Burgoyne. I'm with The Landing. Thank you for recognizing National Human Trafficking Prevention Month and honoring the organizations working every day to help the most vulnerable in our community. The Landing is honored to stand alongside these partners and to be a part of a collective voice in our community. Here in the U.S., there are tens of thousands of cases reported every single year, yet less than 1% of survivors actually get the help that they need and that they deserve. Prevention doesn't begin after exploitation ends. It begins when communities recognize vulnerabilities, when they know the signs and respond the moment that a survivor reaches out for help. Human trafficking is happening right here in Harris County. It's in our neighborhoods, our schools, our businesses, and our online spaces. I see it every day when I drive down Bissonnette to The Landing, and I know that many of you see it too. These traffickers prey on vulnerability. They offer love, shelter, food,
go ahead,
or a job, and then they exploit those needs for profit. This year at The Landing, we are honored to be celebrating 10 years of service to our community. On January 11th of 2016, we opened the doors of Houston's first and only drop-in center for survivors of trafficking. It was created in response to what our founders witnessed firsthand, that survivors needed a safe, non-judgmental place to land without barriers or conditions. By strategically placing this drop-in center on Bissonnette, our nationally recognized hotspot for commercial sexual exploitation, we expanded proactive street outreach and, over time, comprehensive services that include 24/7 youth advocacy, mental health care, case management, and on-site medical, legal, and housing support through strong community partnerships. For a decade, The Landing has walked alongside survivors with trauma-informed care fueled by the love of Christ, meeting survivors where they are and staying for as long as it takes. One survivor shared with us that The Landing didn't try to fix me. They just stayed, they believed, and for the first time, I felt safe enough to hope again. That's what true restoration looks like. It's not quick, It means rebuilding safety, health, stability, education, economic independence, and the ability to trust again. That's why we don't offer quick fixes at the landing. We offer consistent, loving presence. What began with 60 survivors in 2016 today reaches over 600 children, youth, and adults every year at the landing. And over the past decade, we've served 2,700 survivors and provided 154,000 moments of care. This work is only possible through collaboration, through our community partners like the Children's Assessment Center, law enforcement, the District Attorney's Office, our healthcare providers, church community, and leaders just like you who refuse not to look away. Prevention requires awareness, action, and shared responsibility, because when even one survivor reaches out, we have to be ready to respond. Thank you so much for standing with us, for standing with survivors, and recognizing the important work that's happening in our community. We appreciate you very much.
Thank you. Commissioner Garcia? Oh, okay. I just wanted to say thank you to you and the staff at the landing. Thank you. Yes, please go ahead.
Good afternoon. And thank you to the Commissioners Court for recognizing January as a Human Trafficking Prevention Month. My name is Samantha Ledesma. I'm the Program Director at YMCA International, and the YMCA has been serving survivors of trafficking, both labor trafficking and sex trafficking, since 2003, opening its doors to help restore hope and connect clients, survivors, to services in the community and work in a collaborative manner. Thank you for the Office of Judge Lina Hidalgo that reached out and having me here today. Through my work in Harris County, I've seen how trafficking impacts both adults and minors. In Harris County, we have service providers who walk alongside survivors every day. For many, these services are not just helpful, but they are a lifeline, especially for those who are rebuilding supportive systems or have no support system. What I've learned is that access to these services depend on awareness. Survivors can't reach support in these communities, don't know the signs or where to turn for help, or even what human trafficking is if they don't have the help of the community. Awareness is needed in schools, neighborhoods, and other systems of care. Together, we can work to target this issue. Human trafficking is not something that only happens elsewhere. It happens here in Harris County. It happens around us to our neighbors, friends, classmates, and so much more. Thank you for elevating this issue and for standing with survivors. I'm happy to work with you.
Thank you so much for your work. Commissioner Garcia and then Commissioner Briones.
Thank you. I too wanted to thank y'all for all you do. And you mentioned YMCA International, and that was one of the first conversations I had back in 2003 or 4. So you guys have been at the tip of the spear for a long time. But thank you for the leadership that the district attorney is providing. There's nothing more than I like doing but putting handcuffs on these, you know what? And so thank you for bringing justice to these victims and for the advocacy that you provide. Thank you. You know, the judge mentioned the World Cup. And I remember I became very unpopular when I was sheriff, and I worked with, I think it was Free the Captives. And we went out to NRG and distributed cards saying, if you want to buy somebody, we're going to put your butt in jail. And the GHP didn't like that, but so be it. You know, it made an impact. And so we have to continue to make those statements and demonstrate to other cities and municipalities that they need to be in the same step with us. So thank you for all you do. Thank you for the lives you're saving. Thank you for the lives that you're preventing from ever having to experience this. So thank you.
Commissioner Briones.
Likewise, Judge Hidalgo, thank you for bringing forth this resolution and making this the Human Trafficking Awareness Month. Thank you all and all of your teams and all of the organizations that work on this issue, which we know we're leading for all the wrong reasons, and we are working hard, but yet there's still so much more to do. Please continue bringing actionable recommendations. Y'all, as experts on the front lines, I was moved recently between the ISD, local businesses, local nonprofits, and HPD. They came actually to Alice Lee, my chief of staff, saying, can you help? Because Bissonnette Corridor is in Precinct 4. And our trades team built these gates that they needed because they were recruiting our kids after school to become trafficking victims. And again, not on our watch. So in building, which we had the resources in-house, building these gates, we saved resources from HPD and worked together. Anyway, from that particular part, it's reduced 40% based on HPD's data. Granted, we know then it moves to a different area. But if there are things that we can do to take concerted action, please, please, it's something I know we all care deeply about and concerns us so much. So thank you for everything you do.
Thank you all. I have here a national hotline. Is that what you guys usually refer folks to?
It's a good resource. I know that.
Please approach the mic. Thank you. Just because otherwise the live stream doesn't catch
That's a
you.
great resource. I think that the National Trafficking Hotline works to connect with service providers in the nearby areas where survivors are calling in to get connected. I know, as well as some of our partner agencies, we have our own respective hotlines here in the counties, or in this county and the connecting counties. YMCA has a hotline. That's 832-808-3909, and it operates 24/7 to assist survivors who are adults or minors and send an advocate on the way.
Thank you. And I see the Landing Drop-In Center is at 713-766-1111.
Yes, that's correct. Yes, and Triad also has a hotline that coordinates all of our youth advocate response. I don't know that one, but do you have the Triad hotline?
I don't have it memorized.
Okay. Yeah.
And then the national hotline, 1-888-373-7888. She has much better handwriting than I do, but I still sometimes can't catch it. All right. Thank you guys so much. I look forward to working together.
Thank you so much.
Okay. I'll try to be brief on this. So this is something really exciting that various organizations have been working on for a while. And you guys remember after an emergency, especially Harvey, people really wanted to help, but it was more disjointed than it needed to be. And so you think about Volunteer Houston, but if you guys tried to log on there and find a volunteer job, as I did, you know that it was pretty complicated. And so these organizations are working together to really maximize the impact of volunteers during an emergency, because we know people like to help. Whereas volunteers are a cornerstone of post-disaster recovery. Harris County has a strong tradition of community service. The Harris County Office of Homeland Security and Emergency Management, in partnership with Volunteer Houston, Texas Gulf Coast Regional Voluntary Organizations, TGCR VOAD, and affiliated volunteer organizations active in disasters, is launching the Harris County Ready to Serve Volunteer Readiness and Awareness Initiative. It's an effort designed to strengthen volunteer engagement and support coordinated preparedness, response, and recovery efforts around the county. And so just again, a thank you to Volunteer Houston and the VOAD. Many partner agencies and organizations continue to experience volunteer shortages during blue sky operations, disaster response, and recovery, underscoring the need for a stronger, more reliable volunteer pipeline. And so this initiative focuses on raising county-wide awareness of volunteer opportunities, engaging corporate partners, civic groups, faith-based organizations, community groups, et cetera, those that have the ability to recruit and organize volunteers within their networks, directing volunteers to affiliated NGOs for training, onboarding, and long-term engagement, and building a stronger, more reliable volunteer network to support preparedness, response, and recovery efforts. We will host the Harris County Ready to Serve volunteer kickoff virtual event on January 20th, 2026 at 1 p.m. So we will be engaging organizations that can serve as force multipliers and help us really roll this out. So if you know of an organization that would like to join us, please let us know. We'll highlight how organizations can connect their members and employees to volunteer opportunities, and it's all through the Volunteer Houston portal, volunteerhouston.org. So, how can folks, if they're interested in the virtual event, how can they get that information? Okay, all right, and then be it resolved that Harris County Commissioners Court hereby adopts and authorizes the establishment of the Harris County Ready to Serve Volunteer Readiness and Awareness Initiative. So do we have speakers on that one? Thank you all so much. It's great to have you guys. Thank you. Please go ahead.
Thank you. Good afternoon. Benson John, Deputy Coordinator for Harris County Office of Homeland Security and Emergency Management. Thank you, Judge and Commissioners, for the resolution. It's a much needed support that we need for this momentum to carry on for the years to come. Has the resolution read over the Harris County is not we have disasters back to back. We're not shy away from our disasters here. And every time we hit, our community comes together to serve our residents. It's not just the community's neighbors helping neighbors, but it's also the private sector, the faith-based organizations, and the NGOs that come together to support us. Over the years, we have done great progress towards getting our county staff to help out in our operations, but we also needed to continue the support and momentum in the volunteer basis. And so in the last few incidents, we talked about Harvey, we talked about Winter Storm Uri, Beryl, derecho. In all these instances, there was
Go ahead.
there was issues with streamlining volunteerism and making sure that they get sent to the right NGOs who are supporting these missions. So what we have done has a collaboration and partnership with the Texas Gulf Coast WOAD and with Volunteer Houston and a bunch of partners. They're not all here, but they are in our planning team. We have the City of Houston. We have a lot of NGOs, Salvation Army, Red Cross, all of your major players, Houston Food Bank. They're all on the table. We are working together for this initiative. This kickoff event that's coming up on the 20th is just the beginning to get that momentum going. This resolution will help support us, but in the year to come and the next year, we have a lot of initiatives and training and exercises that are going to go behind this that will help support continuing a strong foundation and a pipeline that we keep engaging our volunteers for the years to come. Thank you, and I'll yield my time.
Thank you. Go ahead.
Judge Hidalgo and Commissioners, thank you for this opportunity. I'm Gayla Wilson, the Community Engagement Officer for Volunteer Houston. Our web-based portal connects individuals, groups, and companies with nonprofits across the greater Houston area to transform the community for good through volunteerism. And here are a few updates that we have made to our website over the last few months to support both Blue Sky and Gray Sky recruitment, as well as initiatives to ease the process for volunteering, as well as posting volunteer needs. We've streamlined the volunteer registration by reducing the amount of information required when a new person wants to register to volunteer. We now only ask for their name, their email address, and their phone number, and we do ask them to indicate if they're willing to receive text messaging updates during the process. We've also activated and updated our SMS text messaging system, so we now have the capacity to have a broader reach. We've updated our mobile app, so now we do have an opportunity for individuals who are using their mobile phones or a tablet as opposed to their laptop to be able to sign up and respond to volunteer opportunities. And then we're also using a software program that allows us to preload and schedule social media posts that will support recruitment efforts as well. And since the Harris County Volunteer Readiness and Awareness Initiative was launched in mid-December, our site has registered over 500 new volunteers, and we will continue to be actively reaching out to the faith community over the next few months to engage houses of worship and congregations to sign up to support this initiative. Thank you so much for your time today.
Thank you so much.
All right, Judge Hidalgo and Commissioners, thank you. I'm Gary Flaharty. I am chair of the Texas Gulf Coast Regional VOAD. We're a coalition of nonprofits, faith-based organizations, and governmental groups that collaborate serving together after a disaster. We serve the 8 million Texans that live in the 13 counties that comprise the Houston-Galveston area. In Blue Skies, we work to help recruiting by supporting 2 recruiting platforms through Volunteer Houston and Just Serve. And we ask that all of our members participate in one or both. Our members support spontaneous volunteers by providing supervision for the work they do, keeping them safe, and ensuring that they have just a wonderful and great volunteer experience that inspires them to come back. And we've been engaging with corporations, civic groups, and the faith community
Go ahead, sir.
to support recovery by simplifying the ask for spontaneous volunteers, or amplifying the ask. In Gray Skies, we offer a single link to disaster volunteering opportunities through txgcvolunteers.info. It covers all opportunities for all 13 counties, and it highlights those priorities that are determined by the OEM to warrant special attention. The Harris County Initiative we're speaking about here serves as a model for the other counties that we serve.
Thank you. Thank you all so much. This is a big deal. And hopefully we won't have to use the Gray Sky Day contingencies. I appreciate folks mentioning that there are a lot more organizations involved, and there will be even more, hopefully. Thank you guys for the work you do. And let me just share, to register, better to go to the website, Volunteer Houston. Yeah.
To register, whether you're a nonprofit or an individual or a group, you go to volunteerhouston.org.
Okay, great. And in terms of to join the event on the 20th?
Judge, you can go to Ready Harris and we will have it on the carousel. And we're also doing marketing this week into next week on it.
Okay.
So we have sent Rents messaging from our office to all the partners to include all the code offices as well on the registration link. And it'll be on our social media and all other platforms.
Okay, so folks would like to learn about this initiative and be a part of it, so your organization is involved, just visit readyharris.org. Thank you, guys. Thank you. Let me pass it on to Commissioner Ellis.
Thank you, Judge. And I appreciate all of the guests who have stayed. We took a little longer than we thought we would at executive session. I have one resolution. It's a memorial resolution in honor of Rabbi Roy A. Walter, who served as a senior rabbi at Congregation Emmanuel from 1978 to 2011. And he was involved in the congregation from 1970 until his passing late last year. He had so many accomplishments and was a dear friend of mine. In fact, I did the American Leadership Forum with him, so we made it to the top of that mountain together. But just a delightful guy. He passed late last year. He served in a number of leadership positions with groups that we're all familiar with. Interfaith Ministries of Greater Houston, Central Conference of American Rabbis, Jewish Federation of Greater Houston, Houston Metropolitan Ministries, American Jewish Committee, ADL, and I could go on and on. But his loss will be felt across our community. I know his congregation and so many other people that he touched will carry on his lessons, his commitment to service, and his love for all people. He was particularly gracious to me. Our son was a student at the Becker School. His birthday fell at a time when we couldn't get him into the public school soon enough. So I was glad when he got there. He didn't stand out being a little black kid at that Jewish pre-K, but and he was there when September 11th, 2001, at 7:46 a.m. in the morning, when 2,977 people lost their lives from that tragic those planes that landed. But Rabbi was just so kind. I know that two people who were here, one who I know very well who talks all the time. So I don't know why they said he didn't want to talk. I've never seen him shut up. And I know he spoke at the rabbi's funeral. My close friend Dennis Maryland, who was a business person and helped me decorate. He really got me into art many years ago when he was my neighbor. And also Rabbi Pam Silk. So if you'd like to say something, you're welcome to. Dennis, go on and say something. You know you're going to call me tonight and talk anyway. Just say thank you. Thank you. But I wanted something from the entire court, not just from me. That's such a historic, place that he served as a rabbi for so many years. And I just thought it was important that you get one with all of our names on it. So thank you for coming, and we'll miss him. All right. Thank you.
Commissioner, thank you, and thank you all so much for sharing the rabbi with us. Thank you so much. I believe Commissioner Garcia is next.
Thank you. I am excited to present this resolution, and I would ask Director Menon to come to the podium. I think we're also joined by Tommy Ward and Christopher Vieira. Tommy is the Director of Fleet Services, and Christopher is Deputy Director of Sustainability. And I want to congratulate Universal Services for receiving your third National Association of Fleet Administrators award. This is and the fourth national award overall in 2025 for the NAFA Fleet Management Association from NAFA. I understand that we are now ranked 8th in North America, and in the 2025 NAFA Green Garage Contest. By the way, there's a cybersecurity contest going on, and we're going to win. But this award recognizes sustainable fleet operations that use innovative practices that reduce emissions and operational impact. We appreciate the work that you guys are doing, and in the Universal Services fleet highlights you're sharing today, including emissions reduction with low emissions vehicles, metals recycling, battery core recycling, oil, antifreeze, and waste fluid recycling. So congratulations to you, Director, and to your team, and the green floor is yours.
Thank you, Commissioner. Good afternoon, Judge, and good afternoon, Commissioners. On behalf of Universal Services, I want to extend our sincerest appreciation for recognizing us and our fleet division today. Thank you specifically to you, Commissioner Garcia, for having this resolution on the court. This award and today's resolution are direct results of the strong leadership and vision that Director Tommy Ward and Deputy Director of Sustainability, Chris Vieira, who joins me today. They both are here. And the dedicated fleet services team who execute this work every day. As I mentioned earlier, this is not a one-time achievement. It is something that we are very proud of, and we have embarked on a journey that we plan to continue and stay on the top. Our sustainable fleet operations delivers real, measurable value to Harris County through emission reduction and metal recycling, as you indicated.
Continue.
Thank you, Commissioner. Couple of highlights that I would like to bring up is, in terms of emission reduction, low emission vehicles are 10% of the county's fleet, with an ecosystem of county-owned charging points, and public charging access, and successfully having completed an anti-idling pilot. In terms of metal recycling, integrated metal recycling procedures reduced landfill waste and enable the collection of more than 174,000 pounds of mixed metals from recycling in 2025. Battery core recycling, again, battery recycling is now mandatory, contract required process, with more than 220 batteries recycled monthly across our 8 vehicle maintenance areas. What I wanted to emphasize is we look at our KPIs very, very closely and very seriously, and all of that is done by the talented gentleman at the back. So I would like to invite them to speak if they would like to.
They look shy.
Thank you. Go ahead.
Thank you, Commissioners. Chris Vieira, Deputy Director for Sustainability and EV in Harris County Universal Services. Again, thank you all for your support. This was started from here, from your vision, and we're proud to say that we were able to deliver on that vision, and we're just getting started. These were now, as you said, 3 awards, and we did rank top government award by Plug-in America. So we're showing stride by stride. What I would like to emphasize, though, is that sustainability for us is not just about reducing emissions, which is in our climate action plan and that we're all committed to, but it is also by improving the efficiency of our fleet, bringing down those line item costs like fuel. Imagine every percentage that we reduce in emissions is a percentage in the money that we spend on fuel. And we are also improving safety. Safety is the one area that is probably the highest risk for all of our, thank you, the highest risk for all of our constituents on a day-to-day basis. The ability for us to drive and improve driver safety behavior through emissions technologies and improvements like telematics, that has taken us to the next step, that we could drive and improve driver behavior safety and bring down that risk of accidents and improve our reputation for our constituents. So thank you very much.
Wonderful.
Thank you.
Thank you. And also, let me just say, I want to thank my team, Jose Jimenez in particular, because he got us started on the clean emissions vehicles or green vehicles. And then your guy, Ray, got us the first electric charging station. So thank you for what you guys do. This is a new dimension of, the automotive industry, but one that is catching on. So I appreciate y'all being at the forefront. Our Parks Department also has transitioned their chainsaws and everything else into battery-powered type of tools, and our park vehicles are almost entirely electric vehicles. So it just makes a lot of sense, and I'm very proud of the work they've done, but collectively, I'm proud of the county for the leadership you guys are providing. Only one question for you, Chris.
Sure.
What part of Crockett, Texas are you from? That accent.
So I'm originally from Trinidad and Tobago.
All right. Well, thank you for the work you're doing, man.
Thank you.
Thank you all.
Thank you. And, go ahead, Commissioner.
That's A's to Crock.
Oh, right. Do you guys have anything to add? Good. All right. Congratulations and thank you. Thank you, Director. All right. We'll move on to another Commissioner Garcia resolution.
Yes. January 9th is National Law Enforcement Appreciation Day, and a day that is actually set aside to recognize men and women who place service above self in order to keep our community safe. And so I want to begin by thanking all of our law enforcement professionals, from the Sheriff's Office, the constables, the Houston Police Department, our local municipal police departments, all the surrounding agencies. There's about 80 some odd that are here in Harris County. Our Fire Marshal's Office that is now recognized as one of the accredited agencies. The District Attorney's Office, the County Attorney's Office also has investigators. These are all part of the fraternity of men and women who serve our county, our state, and our country with dedication and courage. Today, we are especially recognizing a couple of deputies, Joshua Blair and Louis Ayala. Will you guys come on down? And sorry, y'all been sitting there for a while, but thank you for your patience. In the early morning hours of February of 2025 of last year, while most of our county was asleep, these deputies responded to a life-threatening call involving a wrong-way driver on I-10. And this was under dangerous conditions because there was heavy fog that night. Rather than disengage, Deputies Blair and Ayala placed themselves directly in harm's way, slowing their patrol vehicles and attempting to stop the driver in order to protect countless of other innocent motorists. Despite their efforts, their patrol unit was struck head-on. Even after the collision and while injured themselves, they immediately exited their vehicle to check on the other driver, putting duty, professionalism, and humanity first. Deputy Blair, a field training officer, represents the experience and leadership that strengthens the Sheriff's Office. Deputy Ayala, a recent Academy graduate, do they still call you rookie?
Yes.
Represents the next generation of deputies who already embody courage and professionalism. Their actions remind us that law enforcement appreciation is not symbolic. It is earned every day through quiet courage, split-second decisions, and personal risks. As we mark National Law Enforcement Appreciation Day, first recognized in 2016, we honor not only these two deputies, but every officer who puts themselves in harm's way every day that they put on their badge and gun and uniforms. And they run to the things that most of us run away from. On behalf of Harris County, thank you to Deputies Blair and Ayala and to all the law enforcement professionals for your service, sacrifice, and unwavering commitment to your community. Thank you all so very much.
Thank you.
Would you guys like to say a word? And I think there is a baby back there that belongs to one of y'all. Who is that? That's yours. That's the real rookie over there, right? Please.
Good afternoon, Judge. Good afternoon, Commissioners. Briefly, I just want to say thank you guys for all the support. It means a lot. Thank you, Commissioner Garcia, for recognizing us today. It's greatly appreciated, so thank you.
Thank you.
Just again, thank you for y'all's time. I really appreciate it from all y'all. Thank you.
Typical cops of short words, man. When did you come on?
It was 2018, October.
In 2018? And you just came on
I did. I graduated on December 2025. So.
20? Wow. Well, you're making me feel ancient. I graduated in 1980, so I'm kind of a dinosaur. But listen, guys, thank you for continuing the tradition of professionalism, of duty, of dedication, of courage. It's what we need from our men and women, and that's why I'm always honored and to support you in any possible way. But thank you for what you do, and thank you for being an incredible example to others.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you all so much. And to all that law enforcement family, Commissioner, that you mentioned, we're recognizing everybody. And these folks are great symbols of that. Commissioner Briones.
Thank you, Commissioner Garcia and Sheriff Garcia, for putting this on, and thank you to the officers and to their families and to all of our law enforcement officers for your service and sacrifice, and to the families, because we know it is a family affair and a family service and sacrifice. So thank you for everything you do to keep our families safe. Godspeed.
Yes, Commissioner Garcia.
I had one more that if I may have a point of personal privilege. I do want to piggyback on earlier we had someone speak on the Muslim American Heritage Month. And so I want to begin by saying Assalamu alaikum. Today we recognize the Muslim American Heritage Month and the many Muslim residents who have long helped shape Harris County. Muslim Houstonians contribute to every part of our county's life as health workers, educators, first responders, small business owners, and public servants. And honestly, one of my favorite contributions, obviously, is the halal food. And I had lunch today, thanks to Reza's Persian restaurant. There's never anything left after staff gets to it. But across Harris County, mosques and Islamic centers are more than places of worship. They serve as food distribution sites, disaster response partners, youth centers, and community anchors. In Precinct 2, that includes a robust Muslim community and institutions like the Clear Lake Islamic Center, which has long supported families through service, education, and civic engagement. Harris County is strongest when every community is seen, valued, and protected. And that includes standing clearly against Islamophobia, hate, and discrimination, all which have zero place in Harris County. This resolution is about belonging. It recognizes that Muslim residents are neighbors, parents, leaders who help make this county work. As we approach Ramadan, I look forward to hosting our second annual Iftar on March the 4th. Everyone is invited at the Sylvan Beach Pavilion. Inshallah, it goes on with a no hitch. At a time when harmful rhetoric seeks to divide, Harris County chooses to recognize contributions, affirm dignity, and build bridges. And I want to share a quick story. When I was on City Council, I was serving with Council Member M.J. Khan, and that's where I began to learn about Ramadan. And And so he was explaining it to me. So I said, I want to try. I want to try to see if I can participate in that experience. So he said, it's simple. You just don't eat all day, don't drink anything all day. And then at the evening hour when the sun sets, you can, have a little something to eat. I said, okay. And if anybody who knows me knows that I always have a cup of coffee in my hand all day long. So it was kind of tough for me. So by the end of the day, we're breaking the fast. And he says, how are you doing? And I said, man, I'm hurting. I got a headache. And he goes, well, what did you eat for breakfast? And I said, breakfast? You said you're not supposed to eat. And he goes, oh, well, you can eat before sunrise. And I'm like, man, y'all didn't give me that secret. So I powered through the day, but now I know how you do Ramadan appropriately. So happy Muslim American Heritage Month.
Thank you, Commissioner. Thank you so much. Commissioner Ramsey.
Yeah, some months ago, we partnered with Crime Stoppers, and in many of our parks, we've got 70 some odd parks, we began to put benches as a part of the We Remember project. And these benches are put there for families to go remember loved ones who, in many cases, died very violently. But it gives a very calm and peaceful place for someone and some people to come and some families to come. And it means a lot to these families. I attended the funeral of the father whose bench, his son's bench is in one of our parks. And I can tell you that these folks that have gone through these traumatic experiences, they truly have a bond that's unheard of. So I'm very pleased that we're able to do that in our county parks, and I'm going to recognize another bench that will be put in place on January the 28th at our new Atascocita Community Center, or Atascocita Park, and it's going to honor Felicia Nicole Ruiz. She was born on January the 9th, 1982 in Houston, Texas, and entered the world filling her family's home with happiness and love. And whereas from an early age, Felicia loved school, she would often talk of becoming a teacher when she grew up, and she was an honor roll student and a mentor to her fellow classmates. Felicia's young life at the age of 17 was tragically taken by 3 very evil people. While parts of this case have been solved, there's still one despicable murderer at large, so the hurt continues. And really no parent should have to endure the unrelenting pain of losing a child, and we'll never stop fighting for Felicia. I know Crime Stoppers won't, and we're going to honor her for the mark she's made on countless lives through the We Remember Memorial at Atascocita Park. And in Felicia's honor, we continue to pursue justice for the innocent and show them compassion in which she had showed to so many others. And in these benches, there's also a plaque that goes there with a QR code that whoever sits at that bench, they can read about her life and be encouraged by this young lady who died many years ago, but we're going to remember her, and it means, I think, a lot. Andy Kahn's here, and Andy, would you come just speak a minute in terms of what this program is and what it means to the families of these that we remember?
Thanks, Commissioner. That was the most rest I've had in weeks. So, thank you for allowing me to speak. Thank you, County Judge. Thank you, Commissioner Briones and Commissioner Garcia. If you were not aware, Harris County is the only entity in the country that is doing a project such as Victims Memorial Benches. No other county, no other elected official. So thank you, Commissioner Ramsey, for recognizing the plight of surviving family members of homicide. I would encourage the other commissioners to also do what Commissioner Ramsey is doing in their precincts and in their county parks as well. And Crime Stoppers would love to work with you in enacting the same type of We Remember memorial benches in your precincts. I know, Commissioner Garcia, you know Carrie and Lou Ruiz. Felicia Ruiz was, if I can just
Continue.
take 1 minute, Felicia was 17 years old. She was murdered on Halloween Eve. She was stabbed to death over 39 times. 3 defendants. 2 were convicted. 1 is discharged his sentence. The other is still in prison. The main culprit, Jesus Salazar, fled to his native Venezuela, where he's been living free, protected by the Venezuelan government since 1999. They will not turn him over. We are hoping right now, and again, I don't care what anybody's politics are, but we're hoping right now that Venezuela will take Salazar in custody, return him here, and stand trial for the murder of Felicia. Jesus Salazar has been on the run longer than Felicia lived on this planet. And it's time for justice for Felicia. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Commissioner Garcia.
Hey, Andy, thank you so much. Thank you for always being a strong and loud voice for victims. In fact, coincidentally, I was making a note of something way earlier this morning, and it was your name I was typing. I'll tell you later about what it is.
Last name right?
I did. But listen, thank you for Commissioner Ramsey for what you do. But Precinct 2 has also been doing memorial benches as well. So it's a very impactful thing for the families, and it means something that they can come by and reflect. I remember when you did the first one over at Island Parkway, and so it's a really important thing, because people who don't know what that means sometimes become curious and begin to research what the name was or what the event was, and it brings a lot of awareness to those circumstances, but also to the need to support our victims so that they can have justice. So I appreciate you, Andy. Thank you for being that leader.
Yeah, I've always had a saying that crime victims are the only unwilling participants in the criminal justice system. Everyone else chose their role, so the least we can do is give some dignity and respect to those who lost their lives at the hands of other individuals. So, thank you.
Thank you so much.
You bet.
Thank you, Commissioner Ramsey. Commissioner Briones.
Yes, I have 2 resolutions. First, 381, a resolution recognizing January 19th, 2026 as Martin Luther King Jr. Day here in Harris County. And I want to thank my 4 colleagues. They all joined in on this resolution. So as we plan for MLK Jr. Day, it's the only federal holiday that's honored as a day of service. So as we prepare ourselves, I hope we can prepare ourselves in that spirit of service in the fight for justice and equality that Dr. King stood for. We know him for his work overseeing the Montgomery bus boycott, helping form the Southern Christian Leadership Conference, inspiring the Greenboro sit-ins, and of course, leading the 1963 March on Washington. His work led to the passage of the Civil Rights Act of 1964, the Voting Rights Act of 65, and the Fair Housing Act of 68, which changed the direction of this country forever, each outlawing discrimination based on race, color, religion, and national origin. So as we prepare for MLK Day, and as we celebrate it here in Harris County, we encourage you to lean in your community, in your place of worship, to do something, right? As Michelle Obama said, we need to all do something to make sure that we are advancing justice. So we have done community beautification initiatives in Precinct 4 in the historic Freedom Colony of Riceville, tree plantings, and we've been doing job fair, service fairs, and we invite you this January 17th at Bayland Community Center. We've partnered with over 30 organizations for a job fair and a resource fair. So partnering with Texas Gulf Coast AFL-CIO, Workforce Solutions, Goodwill, HCC, the clerk's office, the elections office. So from an economic justice perspective, really leaning in to see what we can do for the community. And taking a step back, I was reflecting on this morning when we honored our former County Attorney Menifee. And I love so many of Dr. King's words, but one that I think of often, especially as we're in this county work together, is the arc of the moral universe is long, but it bends towards justice. And so it's up to all of us to get on that arc and bend it every single day in whichever and every way that we can. So with that, Harris County Commissioners Court hereby respectfully recognizes January 19th, 2026 as Martin Luther King Jr. Day. And we have our one and only NAACP Board Chairman, Bishop James Dixon, who is here to speak, as well as Judson Robinson III from Houston Area Urban League. And we please invite you to come up. I believe Judson may have had to leave. I know it's been a long day, but Bishop Dixon, if you would please honor us with your powerful words.
He had to leave, and I'm happy to. Bishop, would you read his remarks? Or I was thinking that might be nice,
Sure,
actually.
I'll read his remarks.
I'll pass them to you. Okay, hang on. I got it. Okay, there. Thank you.
Thank you, Judge, again. It's good to see you all twice in a day, and to all of our commissioners, all of our citizens. I read this on behalf of my friend, partner and colleague, Judson Robinson III, who is the president of the Houston Area Urban League, as we all know. I strongly support the resolution to recognize January 19, 2026 as Martin Luther King Day. Now more than ever, it is important to recognize the accomplishments of Dr. King and his value to any marginalized community and to society as a whole. Houston is a stronger city thanks to Dr. King and the civil rights movement of the 1960s. Almost 70 years ago, the civil rights community and business community sat down together here in Houston to figure out how we could continue to protect the economic prosperity of this growing and dynamic city while ensuring that all people could have opportunity and access to equality. Many cities were involved in civil unrest
Go ahead, Bishop.
and riot due to the killing of Emmett Till and the jailing of Rosa Parks. Dr. King believed in nonviolent protest and moral accountability, which many of the leaders in our city, both black and white, subscribed to. Martin Luther King, along with leaders of the day like the Reverend Bill Lawson, Curtis Graves, Quentin Meese, and other bridge builders from the civil rights community in Houston, were eventually happy with the rhythm of inclusion and diversity that eventually became our strength as both a strong economic city and a just city. The resolution and various celebrations should be a reminder of their courage and the sacrifice required for overall community progress. It's really important to remember the dreamer and the dream. Signed, Judson Robinson III, President and CEO of the Houston Area Urban League.
Thank you.
Thank you for reading his comments.
And
Bishop
you
Dixon,
have comments?
what about yours, Bishop
Yeah.
Dixon?
Thank you very much. I could just let Judson stand for hours as well. Very well written, and I hope I did it justice reading it. I am honored to be here on behalf of the Houston chapter of the NAACP and our faith community. We all work together trying to make Houston the better place that we believe that all could be. Dr. King is widely known, as we all know, for his I Have a Dream speech. And keeping the dream alive is a lot of what we hear. But I want to share with us that even looming larger than Dr. King's dream was his vision. And most people don't talk about his vision, which was he was committed to building the beloved community. And when you read his writings, you don't hear much about him saying, I have a dream. But he writes thoroughly on the context of what we could become if we committed collectively
Go
to
ahead.
building the beloved community. And I want to give significant emphasis to that today, because he talked about from chaos to community. And when we look at the times we're in today, the NACP is committed, and hopefully with all of us, to re-inspiring this generation to collectively come to the table as architects of this time, to suggest that if we put forth the collective effort with collective heart and mind, we now are at the helm. We laud Dr. King's accomplishments, and he was inspired by his values and principles. But the reality is, Dr. King is no longer here. Reverend Lawson inspires us, the legacy, Quentin Meese, but we now are here. And the question is, will history record that those of us who are on the leadership watch today had the courage, the muster, to collectively come together and assert ourselves to become builders of the beloved community? A couple of quotes of Dr. King. One is this, and that is, love is the greatest force in the universe. The greatest force in the universe. And those who love become images and participants of the being of God. All of us here are challenged to ask ourselves, how strong is our love ethic? Because he also said justice is what love looks like in public. Justice is what love looks like in public. Dr. King also said that the ultimate measure of a person is not where he or she stands in times of comfort and convenience, but where he stands in times of challenge and controversy. We're in such times now. And I think that Dr. King's legacy would urge us to roll up our sleeves and to part with things that separate us and divide us and unite on things that are common to us. A safe city, a safe county, a just city, a safe and just county. And understanding that the ultimate model for Dr. King was his Lord and Savior, Jesus Christ, who said, love your neighbor as yourself. And the question then for us is, do we love our neighbors selectively, or do we love our neighbors indiscriminately? That was his advocacy. And so on behalf of the NAACP, we are suggesting today that we need to return to civil discourse where we can sit down together at the table that he described as the table of brotherhood, and I might say sisterhood, for us to see each other as one family with one future. And ultimately, then we become God's representatives in the positions we hold, and when we see Dr. King, we'll be able to report we continue building the beloved community that he started, and one day someone will be able to say, all of us, black, white, brown, and otherwise across the city, state, nation, and the world are indeed free at last. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you so
Amen,
much,
Bishop.
Bishop.
Amen.
I believe Commissioner has another resolution.
Yes, my second and final resolution is item 382, recognizing January 27th, 2026 as International Holocaust Remembrance Day. So January 27th is observed each year as International Holocaust Remembrance Day, marking the anniversary of the liberation of Auschwitz-Birkenau, the largest Nazi concentration and extermination camp, where over 1 million innocent lives were lost. Today, we honor the 6 million Jews and millions of others who were murdered by the Nazis during the Holocaust. Harris County condemns anti-Semitism. Harris County condemns all forms of hate, bigotry, and discrimination. Harris County is a place of love and inclusivity and tolerance. And so this resolution recognizes International Holocaust Remembrance Day as a day that we can remember from the past and commit ourselves to never repeating it. It is One of the jewels of Houston Harris County is our Houston Holocaust Museum that was established in 1996, which is dedicated to the education and preservation of the memory so that future generations will never fall into the dangers and grips of prejudice, authoritarianism, and silence in the face of injustice. And current generations, to our last resolution about MLK Day. This is a time where we must unite and embrace love and tolerance and peace and unity. And so I just have tremendous respect for our museum and y'all's countless volunteers, everything you do to educate, remember, and teach us all to be better versions. And we believe here in Houston Harris County that we are a place that condemns anti-Semitism and all forms of hate and chooses love and chooses peace and chooses unity. So thank you today and always. Thank you for being here. Thank you for your patience today. And it is with great pride that Harris County Commissioners Court recognizes January 27th, 2026 as International Holocaust Remembrance Day. Thank you for being here and thank you for your leadership.
Thank you. Good afternoon. My name is Hans Mayer, and I'm a member of the Advisory Board of Holocaust Museum Houston. Personally, I'm a Holocaust survivor, having escaped the then impending Nazi genocide by emigrating from Germany with my family in August 1939, very close to the beginning of the war. In both of these capacities, though, I am honored today to express appreciation to Commissioner Briones and to the Harris County Commissioners Court for recognizing the anniversary of International Holocaust and Remembrance Day with your inspiring resolution, thereby teaching the lessons of the Holocaust across generations and by confronting the ongoing challenge of hate and anti-Semitism, as you mentioned. So, your resolution makes a strong, positive statement. Thank you for that. And if you have not already done so, I'm also pleased to invite you to visit our museum for an inspiring docent-led tour. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. And to you and to all survivors, our profound respect. Thank you.
Judge?
Yes, Commissioner Garcia.
We still have some more people. No, please, please.
Commissioners, Judge, thank you for the opportunity to speak today and for this resolution. My name's Gary Weiserman. I'm the CEO of Holocaust Museum Houston. As Commissioner Briones said, January 27th marks the liberation of Auschwitz-Birkenau, and it's recognized globally as International Holocaust Remembrance Day. By affirming this date, Harris County honors the memory of the 6 million Jews murdered in the Holocaust, along with millions of others of victims of Nazi persecution, and affirms the enduring lessons that this history demands of us. You know, at Holocaust Museum Houston, we frame those lessons simply and urgently, that the Holocaust was not inevitable, that democracy is fragile, that indifference and silence enable great evil, that decisions have consequences, and that unchecked hate leads to violence. These are not abstract ideas. They are warnings written into history, and they remain deeply relevant today. Recognizing this day is not only an act of memory,
Go ahead.
it is a civic responsibility. It calls on us to confront anti-Semitism and all forms of hatred, to safeguard democratic values, and to educate future generations so that they understand that their choices matter. So on behalf of our survivors, their descendants, educators, and supporters, thank you for this resolution and for Harris County's moral leadership, because by remembering together, we commit ourselves to choosing responsibility over indifference and humanity over hate. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Thank you, Mr. Weiserman.
All right. Thank you so much, Commissioner Garcia.
Thank you. Commissioner Briones, thank you so much for bringing this forward. And coincidentally, I just recently saw Bao Artists at Work. And, you know, those biographical pieces always fascinate me, to the creativity people had to come up with to survive and to save lives. It is just incredible. And, when I took over the sheriff's office, I wanted to try to remind us what our mission was. And so one of the things that I did was work to have my new supervisors attend the Holocaust Museum and go through that lesson that you provided. I have heard from many who still reflect on that, and so I'm thankful that y'all have been able to be supporters of creating thought leaders, because that responsibility is important, but it's also one that shouldn't be misapplied. And so, again, to all survivors, and for anyone who has not yet been to Israel, I hope you get there. I hope you go see the Children's Memorial, because there's nothing more powerful. Because as much as I had heard of the Holocaust, the idea of children didn't really register. But when you walk into that memorial and you see all of those tiny shoes and those clothing articles, it just hits you like not a ton of bricks, but like 10 tons of bricks, to know that there was just indiscriminate hate, I don't know what you call it, evil, that is willing to take the lives of an adult, of a child, much less an adult. And so thank you for always keeping us centered, because this is one experience that we can't forget, because sometimes, I worry that we're getting a little back to moving in that direction. So thank you all so much.
Thank you all. And I when I visited the last time, hi, it's nice to have you all. I asked, what's like the easiest way to convey, like to say to a young person what we're trying to promote. And one of the docents shared the piece that you guys teach young people, that we should be an upstander, not a bystander. And I love that, and I have used that, and I think it's clear. And I also appreciate. Somebody mentioned how inspiring the museum is, and that there's always a positive, a forward-looking, the visiting exhibits, and you also learn about the Holocaust, and you learn about hopefully what it takes to not go in that direction again. So anyway, I really admire that museum. I really admire your museum, all the folks that make it possible for it to be so wonderful, and thank you, Commissioner, for bringing this item. We have to continue to make sure that we never forget. Thank you. So we will take pictures now, yes? Okay.
Judge, did you want to vote on the resolutions that were not already voted on?
Okay, yeah, all right. Motion by Commissioner Garcia to vote on the resolutions not already voted on. Second by Commissioner Ellis. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries unanimously. Should I just adjourn the court? Yeah. All right, so it's 6:03 and Commissioner's Court is now adjourned. Thank you, everyone.